Chapter 51 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51 Farmer Peastraw's Dine-Matinee. There are pleasanter situations than being left alone with 20 couple of even the best-mannered foxhounds, far pleasanter situations than being left alone with such a tearing, frantic lot as composed Sir Harry Scattercash's pack. Sportsmen are so used, with some hounds at least, to see foxes in hand, that they never think there is any difficulty in getting them there, and it is only a single-handed combat with the pack that shows them that the hound does not bring the fox up in his mouth like a retriever. A tyro's first tête-à-tête with a half-killed fox, with the baying pack circling round, must leave as pleasing a souvenir on the memory as Mr. Gordon Cumming would derive from his first interview with a lion. Our friend Mr. Sponge was now engaged with a game of pull devil pull baker, with the hounds for the fox, the difficulty of his situation being heightened by having to contend with the impetuous temper of a high-couraged, dangerous horse. To be sure, the gallant Hercules was a good deal subdued by the distance and severity of the pace, but there are few horses that get to the end of a run that have not sufficient kick left in them to do mischief to hounds, especially when raised or frightened by the smell of blood. Nevertheless, there was no help for it. Mr. Sponge knew that unless he carried off some trophy, it would never be believed he had killed the fox. Considering all this, and also that there was no one to tell what damage he did, he just rode slap into the middle of the pack, as Marksman, Furious, Thunderer, and Bountiful were in the act of dispatching the fox. Singwell and Saladin, puppies, having been sent away howling, the one bit through the jowl, the other through the foot.
"Ah, leave him! Leave him! Leave him!"
screeched Mr. Sponge, trampling over Warrior and Tempest, the brown horse lashing out furiously at Melody and Lapwing.
"Ah, leave him! Leave him!"
repeated he, throwing himself off his horse by the fox, and clearing a circle with his whip, aided by the hoofs of the animal. There lay the fox before him, killed, but as yet little broken by the pack. He was a noble fellow, bright and brown, in the full vigour of life and condition, with a gameness even in death that no other animal shows. Mr. Sponge put his foot on the body, and quickly whipped off his brush. Before he had time to pocket it, the repulsed pack broke in upon him, and carried off the carcass.
"Ah, dash you may have that,"
said he, cutting at them with his whip as they clustered upon it like a swarm of bees. They had not had a wild fox for 5 weeks.
"Whoa, Hope!"
cried Mr. Sponge, in the hopes of attracting some of the field.
"Whoa, Hope!"
repeated he, as loud as he could halloo.
"Where can they all be, I wonder?"
said he, looking around, and echo answered, "Where?" The hounds had now crunched their fox, or as much of him as they wanted. Old Marksman ran about with his head, and Warrior with a haunch.
"Drop it, you old beggar!"
cried Mr. Sponge, cutting at Marksman with his whip, and Mr. Sponge being too near to make a trial of speed prudent, the old dog did as he was bid, and slunk away. Our friend then appended this proud trophy to his saddle flap by a piece of whipcord, and, mounting the now tractable Hercules, began to cast about in search of a landmark. Like most down countries, this one was somewhat deceptive. There were plenty of landmarks, but they were all of the same sort, clumps of trees on hill-tops, and plantations on hill-sides, but nothing of a distinguishing character, nothing that a stranger could say, "I remember seeing that as I came," or "I remember passing that in the run." The landscape seemed all alike, north, south, east, and west, equally indifferent.
"Curse the thing!"
said Mr. Sponge, adjusting himself in his saddle, and looking about.
"I haven't the slightest idea where I am. I'll blow the horn, and see if that will bring any one."
So saying, he applied the horn to his lips, and blew a keen, shrill blast, that spread over the surrounding country, and was echoed back by the distant hills. A few lost hounds cast up from various quarters, in the unexpected way that hounds do come to a horn. Among them were a few branded with S, who did not at all set off the beauty of the rest.
"'Ord rot you, you belong to that old ruffian, do you?"
said Mr. Sponge, riding and cutting at one with his whip, exclaiming, "Get away to him, you beggar, or I'll tuck you up short." He now, for the first time, saw them together in anything like numbers, and was struck with the queerness and inequality of the whole. They were of all sorts and sizes, from the solemn, towering, calf-like foxhound, down to the little wriggling harrier. They seemed, too, to be troubled with various complaints and infirmities. Some had the mange, some had blear eyes, some had but one. Many were out at the elbows, and not a few down at the toes. However, they had killed a fox, and handsome is that handsome does, said Mr. Sponge, as, with his horse surrounded by them, he moved on in quest of his way home. At first he thought to retrace his steps by the marks of his horse's hoofs, and succeeded in getting back to the Dean, where Sir Harry's hounds changed foxes with Lord Scamperdale's, but he got confused with the imprints of the other horses, and very soon had to trust entirely to chance. Chance, we are sorry to say, did not befriend him, for after wandering over the wide extending downs, he came upon the little hamlet of Tinkler Hatch, and was informed that he had been riding in a semicircle. He there got some gruel for his horse, and with day closing in, now set off as directed on the Ribchester road, with the assurance that he couldn't miss his way. Some of the hounds here declined following him any farther, and slunk into cottages and outhouses as they passed along. Mr. Sponge, however, did not care for their company. Having travelled musingly along 2 or 3 miles of road, now thinking over the glorious run, now of the gallant way in which Hercules had carried him, now of the pity it was that there was nobody there to see, now of the encounter with Lord Scamperdale just as he passed a well-filled stackyard that had shut out the view of a flaming red brick house with a pea-green door and the windows, an outburst of hurrays followed by one cheer more hurray made the remaining wild hounds prick up their ears, and our friend rein in his horse to hear what was up. A bright fire in a room on the right of the door overpowered the clouds of tobacco smoke with which the room was enveloped, and revealed sundry scarlet coats in the full glow of joyous hilarity. It was Sir Harry and friends, recruiting at Farmer Peastraw's after their exertions, for though they could not make much of hunting, they were always ready to drink. They were having a rare set to, rashers of bacon, wedges of cheese, with oceans of malt liquor. It was the appearance of a magnificent cold round of home-fed beef, red with saltpetre and flaky with white fat, borne on high by their host, that elicited the applause, and the one cheer more that broke on Mr. Sponge's ear as he was passing, applause that was renewed as they caught a glimpse of his red coat, not on account of his safety or that of the hounds, but simply because, being in the cheering mood, they were ready to cheer anything.
"Hillo! There's Mr. What's-his-name!" exclaimed brother Bob Spangles, as he caught view of Sponge and the hounds passing a window. "So there is!" roared another. "Hooray!"
"Hooray!" yelled 2 or 3 more.
"Stop him!" cried another. "Call him in!" roared Sir Harry, "and let's liquor him."
"Hillo, Mr. What's-your-name!"
exclaimed the other Spangles, throwing up the window.
"Hillo! Won't you come in and have some refreshment?"
"Who's there?"
asked Mr. Sponge, reining in the brown.
"Oh, we're all here!"
shouted brother Bob Spangles, holding up a tumbler of hot brandy and water.
"We're all here, Sir Harry and all,"
added he.
"But what shall I do with the hounds?"
asked Mr. Sponge, looking down upon the confused pack, now crowding about his horse's head.
"Oh, let the beef-eaters, the scene-shifters, I meant to say the servants, those fellers, you know, in scarlet and black caps, look after them,"
replied brother Bob Spangles.
"But there are none of them here!"
exclaimed Mr. Sponge, looking back on the deserted road.
"None of them here?"
hiccuped Sir Harry, who had now got reeled to the window.
"None of them here?"
repeated he, staring vacantly at the uneven pack.
"Oh, I'll tell you what do. Them in a barn or a stable or of any sort, and we'll just send for them when we want to again." "Then just you call them to you," replied Sponge, thinking they would go to their master. "Just you call them," repeated he, and I'll put them to you."
"Call to them," replied Harry. "I can't."
"Oh yes," rejoined Mr. Sponge. "Call one or two by their names, and the rest will follow."
"Names? I don't know any of their nasty names," replied Sir Harry, staring wildly. "Towler, Towler, Towler, here, good dog. Whoop, here's your liquor," cried brother Bob Spangles, holding the smoking tumbler of brandy and water out of the window, as if to tempt any hound that chose to answer to the name of Towler. There didn't seem to be a Towler in the pack, at least none of them qualified for the brandy and water. "Oh, I'll you what we'll do," exclaimed Sir Harry. "I'll you what we'll do. We'll just give them a kick apiece, and send them home." Sir Harry reeling back into the room to the black horsehair sofa where his whip was. He presently appeared at the door, and going into the midst of the hounds, commenced laying about them, rating and cutting and kicking and shouting. "Get away home with ye, ye brutes! Where you all about? Oh, cut off his tail!" cried he, staggering after a venerable blear-eyed sage, who dropped his stern and took off. "Be off! Does your mother know you're out?" cried Bob Spangles out of the window to old Marksman, who stood wondering what to do. The old hound took the hint also. "Now then, old feller," cried Sir Harry, staggering up to Mr. Sponge, who still sat on his horse, in mute astonishment at Sir Harry's mode of dealing with his hounds. "Now then, old feller," said he, seizing Mr. Sponge by the hand, "get rid of your quadruped and in, and make yourself of life victorious, as Bob Spangles says when he neat. This is old Peastraw's tenant of mine, and he'll be most to see you."
"But what must I do with my horse?" asked Mr. Sponge, rubbing some of the dried sweat off the brown's shoulder as he spoke, adding, "I should like to get him a feed of corn."
"Give him some ale and a sherry in it," replied Sir Harry. "It'll do him far more good. Make his mane grow," smoothing the horse's thin, silky mane as he spoke.
"Well, I'll put him up," replied Mr. Sponge, "and then come to you," throwing himself jockey fashion off the horse as he spoke.
"That's a feller," said Sir Harry, adding, "here's old P himself, come to see after you."
So saying, Sir Harry reeled back to his comrades in the house, leaving Mr. Sponge in the care of the farmer.
"This way, sir, this way,"
said the burly Mr. Peastraw, leading the way into his farmyard, where a line of hunters stood shivering under a long cart shed.
"But I can't put my horse in here,"
observed Mr. Sponge, looking at the unfortunate brutes.
"No, sir, no," replied Mr. Peastraw. "Put yours in a stable, sir, put yours in a stable," adding, "these young gents don't care much about their horses."
"Does anybody know the chap's name?"
asked Sir Harry, reeling back into the room.
"Know his name?" exclaimed Bob Spangles. "Why, don't you?" "No," replied Sir Harry with a vacant stare. "Why, you went up and shook hands with him as if you were thick as thieves," replied Bob. "Did I?" hiccuped Sir Harry. "Well, I thought I knew him. At least, I thought it was somebody I had before, and at one's own house, you know. One's obliged to be feller well with everybody that comes. But surely some of you know his name?" added he, looking about the company. "I think I know his face," replied Bob Spangles, imitating his brother-in-law. "I've seen him somewhere," observed the other Spangles through a mouthful of beef.
"So have I," exclaimed someone else, "but where I can't say." "Most likely at church," observed brother Bob Spangles.
"Well, I don't think he'll corrupt me," observed Captain Quod, speaking between the fumes of a cigar.
"He'll not borrow much of me," observed Captain Seedeybuck, producing a much tarnished green purse, and exhibiting 2 fourpenny pieces at one end, and 3 halfpence at the other.
"I dare say he's a good feller,"
observed Sir Harry.
"I make no doubt he's one of the right sort."
Just then in came the man himself, hat and whip in hand, waving the brush proudly over his head.
"Ah, that's right, old feller!" exclaimed Sir Harry again, advancing with extended hand to meet him, adding, "You'd all you wanted for your horse? Mutton broth, I mean barley water, foot bath, everything right? Let me introduce my brother-in-law, Bob Spangles, my friend, Captain Ladofwax, Captain Quod, Captain Bouncy, Captain Seedybuck, and my brother-in-law, Mr. Spangles, as lush a cove as ever was seen, aren't you, old boy?" added he, grasping the latter by the arm.
All these gentlemen severally bobbed their heads as Harry called them over, and then resumed their respective occupations, eating, drinking, and smoking. These were some of the debauched gentlemen Mr. Sponge had seen before Nonsuch House in the morning. They were all captains, or captains by courtesy. Ladofwax had been a painter and glazier in the Borough, where he made the acquaintance of Captain Quod, while that gentleman was an inmate of Captain Hudson's strong house. Captain Bouncy was the too well-known betting office keeper, and Seedybuck was such a constant customer of Mr. Commissioner's Fonblank's court that that worthy legal luminary, on discharging him for the 5th time, said to him with a very significant shake of the head, "You'd better not come here again, sir." Seedybuck, being of the same opinion, had since fastened himself on to Sir Harry Scattercash, who found him in meat, drink, washing, and lodging. They were all attired in red coats of one sort or another, though some of which were of a very antediluvian, and others of a very dressing gown cut. Bouncy's had a hair on the button, and Seedybuck's coat sat on him like a sack. Still, a scarlet coat is a scarlet coat in the eyes of some, and the coats were not a bit more unsportsmanlike than the men. To Mr. Sponge's astonishment, instead of breaking out in inquiries as to where they had run to, the time, the distance, who was up, who was down, and so on, they began recommending the victuals and drink, and this notwithstanding Mr. Sponge kept flourishing the brush. "We've had a rare run," said he, addressing himself to Sir Harry.
"Have you? I'm glad of it. Pray have something to after it. You must be."
"Let me help you to some of this cold round of beef," exclaimed Captain Bouncy, brandishing the great broad-bladed carving knife.
"Have a slice of 'ot 'am," suggested Captain Quod. "The finest run I ever rode," observed Mr. Sponge, still endeavouring to get a hearing.
"Dare say it would," replied Sir Harry. "Those hounds of mine are uncommon."
He didn't know what they were, and the hiccup came very opportunely.
"The pace was terrific," exclaimed Sponge. "Dare say it would," replied Sir Harry, "and that's what makes me you're so P here has some rare old October bushels to the hogshead." "It's capital," exclaimed Captain Seedybuck, frothing himself a tumblerful out of the tall brown jug.
"So is this," rejoined Captain Quod, pouring himself out a liberal allowance of gin. "That horse of mine carried me magnificently," observed Mr. Sponge, with a commanding emphasis on the mag.
"Dare say he would," replied Sir Harry. "He looked like a white 'un, wasn't he?"
"No, a brown," replied Mr. Sponge, disgusted at the mistake.
"Oh, well, but there was somebody on a white," replied Sir Harry. Yes, it was old Bugles on my lady's horse. By the way, gentlemen, what's got Mr. Orlando Bugles?" asked Sir Harry, staring wildly round.
"Oh, old Bugles, old Padderhoof, old Mr. Funker. The horse frightened him so that he went home crying," replied Bob Spangles.
"Hope he didn't lose him?" asked Sir Harry.
"Oh, no," replied Bob. "He gave the lad a shilling to lead him, and they trudged away very quietly together."
"The old exclaimed Sir Harry. "He told me he was a member of the Surrey something."
"The Sorry Union," replied Captain Quod. "He was out with them once, and fell off on his head, and knocked his hat crown out." "Well, but I was telling you about the run," interposed Mr. Sponge, again endeavouring to enlist an audience. "I was telling you about the run," repeated he.
"Don't trouble yourself, my dear sir," interrupted Captain Bouncey. "We know all about it. Found, checked, killed, found, checked."
"You can't know all about it," snapped Mr. Sponge, "for there wasn't a soul there but myself, much to my horror, for I had a regular row with old Scamperdale, and never a soul to back me."
"What? You fell in with that mealy-mouthed gentleman who can't swear because he's a lord, did you?" asked Sir Harry, his attention being now drawn to our friend.
"I did," replied Mr. Sponge, "and a pretty passage of politeness we had of it."
"Indeed!" exclaimed Sir Harry. "Tell us all about it."
"Well," said Mr. Sponge, laying the brush lengthways before him on the table, as if he was going to demonstrate upon it. "Well, you see, we had a devil of a run, I don't know how many miles, as hard as ever we could lay legs to the ground. One by one the field all dropped astern, except the huntsman and myself. At last he gave in, or rather his horse did, and I was left alone in my glory. Well, we went over the downs at a pace that nothing but blood could live with, and, though my horse has never been beat, and is as thoroughbred as Eclipse, a horse that I have refused 300 guineas for over and over again, I really did begin to think I might get to the bottom of him, when all of a sudden we came to a Dean."
"Ah, Cockthropple that would be," observed Sir Harry.
"Daresay," replied Mr. Sponge. "Cock anything you like to call it for me. Well, when we got there, I thought we should have some breathing time, for the fox would be sure to hug it. But no sooner had I got there than a countryman hallooed him away on the far side. I got to the halloo as quick as I could, and just as I was blowing the horn," producing Watchorns from his pocket as he spoke, "for I must tell you," said he, "that when I saw the huntsman's horse was beat, I took this from him, a horn to a foot huntsman being of no more use, you know, than a side pocket to a cow, or a frilled shirt to a pig. Well, as I was tootling the horn for hard life, who should turn out of the wood but old Mealymouth himself, as you call him, and a pretty volley of abuse he let drive at me."
"No doubt," hiccuped Sir Harry. "But what was he doing there?"
"Oh, I should tell you," replied Mr. Sponge. "His hounds had run a fox into it, and were on him full cry when I got there."
"I'll be bound," cried Sir Harry, "it was all sham, that he just an excuse for getting into that cover. The old beggar is always at some trick, ing my foxes, or disturbing my covers, or something."
Sir Harry being just enough of a master of hounds to be jealous of the neighbouring ones. "Well, however, there he was," continued Mr. Sponge, "and the first intimation I had of the fact was a great gruff voice exclaiming, 'Who the dickens are you?' 'Who the dickens are you?' replied I.
"Bravo!" shouted Sir Harry. "Capital!" exclaimed Seedybuck.
"Go it, you cripples! Newgate's on fire!" shouted Captain Quod.
"Well, what said he?" asked Sir Harry.
"They commonly call me the Earl of Scamperdale," roared he, "and those are my hounds." "They're not your hounds," replied I. "Whose are they, then?" asked he. "Sir Harry Scattercash's, a devilish deal better fellow," replied I. "Oh, by Jove!" roared he, "there's an end of everything, Jack," shouted he to old Spraggon. "This gentleman says these are not my hounds." "I'll tell you what it is, my lord," said I, gathering my whip, and riding close up as if I was going to pitch into him. "I'll tell you what it is. You think, because you're a lord, you may abuse people as you like, but by jingo, you've mistaken your man. I'll not put up with any of your nonsense. The Sponges are as old a family as the Scamperdales, and I'll fight you any non-hunting day you like, with pistols, broadswords, fists, or blunderbusses."
"Well done you! Bravo!
That's your sort!" with a loud thumping of tables and clapping of hands resounded from all parts.
"By Jove! Fill him up a stiff 'un. He deserves a good drink after that," exclaimed Sir Harry, pouring Mr. Sponge out a beaker, equal parts brandy and water. Mr. Sponge immediately became a hero, and was freely admitted into their circle. He was clearly a choice spirit,
a trump of the first water, and they only wanted his name to be uncommonly thick with him. As it was, they plied him with victuals and drink, all seeming anxious to bring him up to the same happy state of inebriety as themselves. They talked and they chatted, and they abused old Scamperdale and Jack Spraggan, and lauded Mr. Sponge up to the skies. Thus day closed in, with Farmer Peastraw's bright fire shedding its cheering glow over the now encircling group. One would have thought that, with their hearts mellow and their bodies comfortable, their minds would have turned to that sport in whose honour they sported the scarlet. But no, hunting was never mentioned. They were quite as genteel as Nimrod's swill friends at Melton, who cut it all together. They rambled from subject to subject, chiefly on indoor and London topics: billiards, betting offices, coal holes, Cremorne, cider cellars, judge and jury courts, there being an evident confusion in their minds between the characters of sportsmen and sporting men, or gents as they are called. Mr. Sponge tried hard to get them on the right tack, were it only for the sake of singing the praises of the horse for which he had so often refused 300 guineas, but he never succeeded in retaining an hearing. Talkers were far more plentiful than listeners. At last they got to singing, and when men begin to sing, it is a sign that they are either drunk or have had enough of each other's company. Sir Harry's hiccup, from which he was never wholly free, increased tenfold, and he hiccuped and spluttered at almost every word. His hand, which shook so at starting that it was odds whether he got his glass to his mouth or his ear, was now steadied, but his glazed eye and green haggard countenance showed at what a fearful sacrifice the temporary steadiness had been obtained. At last his jaw dropped on his chest, his left arm hung listlessly over the back of the chair, and he fell asleep. Captain Quod, too, was overcome, and threw himself full length on the sofa. Captain Seedybuck began to talk thick. Just as they were all about brought to a standstill, the trampling of horses, the rumbling of wheels, and the shrill twang, twang, twang of the now almost forgotten mail horn roused them from their reveries. It was Sir Harry's drag, scouring the country in search of our party. It had been to all the public houses and beer shops within a radius of some miles of Nonsuch House, and was now taking a speculative blow through the centre of the circle. It was a clear frosty night, and the horses' hoofs rang, and the wheels rolled soundly over the hard road, cracking the thin ice, yet hardly sufficiently frozen to prevent a slight upshot from the wheels. Twang, twang, twang went the horn full upon Farmer Peastraw's house, causing the sleepers to start, and the waking ones to make for the window. "Coach ahoy!" cried Bob Spangles, smashing a pane in a vain attempt to get the window up. The coachman pulled up at the sound. "Here we are, Sir Harry!" cried Bob Spangles into his brother-in-law's ear, but Sir Harry was too far gone. He could not come to time. Presently a footman entered with furred coats and shawls and checkered rugs, in which those who were sufficiently sober enveloped themselves, and those who were too far gone were huddled by Peastraw and the man, and amid much hurry and confusion and jostling for inside seats, the party freighted the coach, and whisked away before Mr. Sponge knew where he was. When they arrived at Nonsuch House, they found Mr. Bugles exercising the fiddlers by dancing the ladies in turns. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 52. A Moonlight Ride. The position then of Mr. Sponge was this. He was left on a frosty moonlight night at the door of a strange farmhouse, staring after a receding coach containing all his recent companions. "You'll not be going wi' 'em, then?" observed Mr. Peastraw, who stood beside him, listening to the shrill notes of the horn dying out in the distance. "No," replied Mr. Sponge. "Rummy lot," observed Mr. Peastraw, with a shake of the head. "Are they?" asked Mr. Sponge. "Very," replied Mr. Peastraw. "Be the death of Sir Harry among 'em." "Who are they all?" asked Mr. Sponge. "Rubbish," replied Peastraw, with a sneer, diving his hands into the depths of his pockets. "Well, we'd better go in," added he, pulling his hands out and rubbing them to betoken that he felt cold. Mr. Sponge, not being much of a drinker, was more overcome with what he had taken than a seasoned cask would have been, added to which the keen night air striking upon his heated frame soon sent the liquor into his head. He began to feel queer. "Well," he said to his host, "I think I'd better be going." "Where are you bound for?" asked Mr. Peastraw. "To Puddingpote Bower," replied Mr. Sponge. "So," observed Mr. Peastraw thoughtfully. "Mr. Crowdey's Mr. Jogglebury, that was?" "Yes," replied Mr. Sponge. "He's a deuce of a man, that, for breaking people's hedges," observed Mr. Peastraw, after a pause. "He can't see a straight stick of no sort, but he's sure to be at it." "He's a great man for walking sticks," replied Mr. Sponge, staggering in the direction of the stable in which he put his horse. The house clock then struck 10. "She's fast," observed Mr. Peastraw, fearing his guest might be wanting to stay all night. "How far will Puddingpote Bower be from here?" asked Mr. Sponge. "Oh, no distance, sir, no distance," replied Mr. Peastraw, now leading out the horse. "Can't miss your way, sir, can't miss your way. First turn on the right takes you to Collins Green, then keep by the side of the church, next the pond, then go straight forward for about 1.5 miles or 2 miles, till you come to a small village called Lee Green. Turn short at the finger post as you enter, and keep right along by the side of the hills till you come to the Winslow Woods. Leave them to the left, and pass by Mr. Roby's farm at Runton. You know Mr. Roby?" "Not I," replied Mr. Sponge, hoisting himself into the saddle and holding out a hand to take leave of his host. "Good night, sir, good night," exclaimed Mr. Peastraw, shaking it, "and have the goodness to tell Mr. Crowdey from me that the next time he comes here a bush ranging, I'll thank him to shut the gates after him. He set all my young stock wrong the last time he was here." "I will," replied Mr. Sponge, riding off. Mr. Peastraw's directions were well calculated to confuse a clearer head than Mr. Sponge then carried, and the reader will not be surprised to learn that, long before he reached the Winslow Woods, he was regularly bewildered. Indeed, there is no surer way of losing oneself than trying to follow a long train of directions in a strange country. It is far better to establish one's own landmarks, and make for them as the natural course of the country seems to direct. Our forefathers had a wonderful knack of getting to points with as little circumlocution as possible. Mr. Sponge, however, knew no points, and was quite at sea. Indeed, even if he had, they would have been of little use, for a fitful and frequently obscured moon threw such bewildering lights and shades around, that a native would have had some difficulty in recognizing the country. The frost grew more intense, the stars shone clear and bright, and the cold took our friend by the nape of the neck, shooting across his shoulder blades and right down his back. Mr. Sponge wished and wished he was anywhere but where he was, flattening his nose against the coffee-room window of the Bantam, tooling in a hansom as hard as he could go, squaring along Oxford Street criticising horses. Nay, he wouldn't care to be undergoing Gustavus James himself. Anything rather than rambling about a strange country in a cold winter's night, with nothing but the hooting of owls and the occasional bark of shepherds' dogs to enliven his solitude. The houses were few and far between. The lights in the cottages had long been extinguished, and the occupiers of such of the farmhouses as would come to his knocks were gruff in their answers and short in their directions. At length, after riding and riding and riding, more with a view of keeping himself awake than in the expectation of finding his way, just as he was preparing to arouse the inmates of a cottage by the roadside, a sudden gleam of moonlight fell upon the building, revealing the half-Swiss, half-Gothic lodge of Puddingpote Bower. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 53. Puddingpote Bower. We must now back the train a little, and have a look at Jog and Co. Mr. and Mrs. Jog had had another squabble, after Mr. Sponge's departure in the morning, Mr. Jog reproving Mrs. Jog for the interest she seemed to take in Mr. Sponge, as shown by her going to the door to see him amble away on the piebald hack. Mrs. Jog justified herself on the score of Gustavus James, with whom she was quite sure Mr. Sponge was much struck, and to whom, she made no doubt, he would leave his ample fortune. Jog, on the other hand, wheezed and puffed into his frill, and reasserted that Mr. Sponge was as likely to live as Gustavus James, and to marry, and to have a bushel of children of his own, while Mrs. Jog rejoined that he was sure to break his neck, breaking their necks being, as she conceived, the inevitable end of fox hunters. Jog, who had not prosecuted the sport of hunting long enough to be able to gainsay her assertion, though he took especial care to defer the operation of breaking his own neck as long as he could, fell back upon the expense and inconvenience of keeping Mr. Sponge and his 3 horses, and his saucy servant, who had taught their domestics to turn up their noses at his diet table, above all at his stick-jaw and undeniable small beer. So they went fighting and squabbling on, till at last the scene ended, as usual, by Mrs. Jogglebury bursting into tears, and declaring that Jog didn't care a farthing either for her or her children. Jog then bundled off to try and fashion a most incorrigible-looking knotty blackthorn into a head of Lord Chancellor Lyndhurst. He afterwards took a turn at a hazel that he thought would make a Joe Hume. Having occupied himself with these till the children's dinner hour, he took a wandering, snatching sort of meal, and then put on his paletot, with a little hatchet in the pocket, and went off in search of the raw material in his own and the neighbouring hedges. Evening came, and with it came Jog, laden as usual with an armful of gibbeys, but the shades of night followed evening ere there was any tidings of the sporting inmates of his house. At length, just as Jog was taking his last stroll prior to going in for good, he espied a pair of vacillating white breeches coming up the avenue with a clearly drunken man inside them. Jog stood straining his eyes, watching their movements, wondering whether they would keep the saddle or come off. Whenever the breeches seemed irrevocably gone, they invariably recovered themselves with a jerk or a lurch. Jog now saw it was Leather on the piebald, and though he had no fancy for the man, he stood to let him come up, thinking to hear something of Sponge. Leather in due time saw the great looming outline of our friend, and came staring and shaking his head, endeavouring to identify it. He thought at first it was the squire, next he thought it wasn't, then he was sure it wasn't.
"Oh, it's you, old boy, is it?"
at last exclaimed he, pulling up beside the large holly against which our friend had placed himself.
"It's you, old boy, is it?"
repeated he, extending his right hand and nearly overbalancing himself, adding, as he recovered his equilibrium,
"I thought it was the old woolpack at first,"
nodding his head towards the house.
"Well,"
spluttered he, pulling up and sitting, as he thought, quite straight in the saddle,
"we've had the finest day's sport, and the most equitable drink I've enjoyed for many a long day. Oh, bless us, what a gent that Sir Harry is! He's the sort of man that should have money. I'm blowed if I were queen, but I'd melt all the great blubber-headed fellows like this here Crowdie down, and make one such man as Sir Harry out of the whole on 'em. Beer? They don't know what beer is there. Nothing but the very strongest ale, instead of the puzzum one gets at this awful mean place, that looks nothing like but the washing of brewers' aprons. Oh, I humbly begs pardon,"
exclaimed he, dropping from his horse on to his knees on discovering that he was addressing Mr. Crowdie.
"I thought it was Robbins, the mole catcher."
"Thought it was Robbins, the mole catcher?" growled Jog. "What have you to do with Robbins, the mole catcher?"
Jog boiled over with indignation. At first he thought of kicking Leather, a feat that his suppliant position made extremely convenient, if not tempting. Prudence, however, suggested that Leather might have him up for the assault, so he stood puffing and wheezing and eyeing the blear-eyed, brandy-nosed old drunkard, with, as he thought, a withering look of contempt, and then, though the man was drunk and the night was dark, he waddled off, leaving Mr. Leather on his once white breeches knees. If Jog had had reasonable time, say an hour or an hour and 20 minutes, to improvise it in, he would have said something uncommonly sharp. As it was, he left him with the pertinent inquiry we have recorded, "What have you to do with Robbins the mole-catcher?" We need hardly say that this little incident did not at all ingratiate Mr. Sponge with his host, who re-entered his house in a worse humour than ever. It was insulting a gentleman on his own terry-tory, bearding an Englishman in his own castle.
"Not to be borne," said Jog.
It was now nearly 5 o'clock, Jog's dinner hour, and still no Mr. Sponge. Mrs. Jog proposed waiting half an hour. Indeed, she had told Susan the cook to keep the dinner back a little, to give Mr. Sponge a chance, who could not possibly change his tight hunting things for his evening tights in the short space of time that Jog could drop off his loose flowing garments, wash his hands, and run the comb through his lank candle-like hair. 5 o'clock struck, and Jog was just applying his hand to the fat red and black worsted bell-pull, when Mrs. Jog announced what she had done.
"Put off the dinner! Put off the dinner!" repeated he, blowing furiously into his clean shirt frill, which stuck up under his nose like a handsaw. "Put off the dinner! Put off the dinner! I wish you wouldn't do such things without consulting me."
"Well, but my dear, you couldn't possibly sit down without him?" observed Mrs. Jog mildly.
"Possibly, possibly," repeated Jog. "There's no possibly in the matter," retorted he, blowing more furiously into the frill.
Mrs. Jog was silent.
"A man should conform to the hours of the house," observed Jog, after a pause.
"Well, but my dear, you know hunters are always allowed a little law," observed Mrs. Jog.
"Law, retorted Jog. "I never want any law,"
thinking of Smile versus Jogglebury. 5:30 o'clock came, and still no Sponge, and Mrs. Jog, thinking it would be better to arrange to have something hot for him when he came, than to do further battle with her husband, gave the bell a double ring, indicative of bring dinner.
"Nay, nay, when you have so long," growled Jog, taking the other tack, "you might as well have a little longer," snorting into his frill as he spoke. Mrs. Jogglebury said nothing, but slipped quietly out, as if after her keys, to tell Susan to keep so-and-so in the meat screen, and have a few potatoes ready to boil against Mr. Sponge arrived. She then sidled back quietly into the room. Jog and she presently proceeded to that all-important meal, Jog blowing out the company candles on the side table as he passed. Jog munched away with a capital appetite, but Mrs. Jog, who took the bulk of her lading in at the children's dinner, sat trifling with the contents of her plate, listening alternately for the sound of horses' hoofs outside, and for nursery squalls in. Dinner passed over, and the fruity port and sugary sherry soon usurped the places that stick-jaw pudding and cheese had occupied. "Mr. Sponge must be, I think," observed Jog, hauling his great silver watch out, like a bucket, from his fob, on seeing that it only wanted 10 minutes to 7.
"Oh, Jog!"
exclaimed Mrs. Jog, clasping her beautiful hands, and casting her bright beady eyes up to the low ceiling.
"Oh, Jog, what's the matter now?"
exclaimed our friend, reddening up and fixing his stupid eyes intently on his wife.
"Oh, nothing,"
replied Mrs. Jog, unclasping her hands and bringing down her eyes.
"Oh, nothin'," retorted Jog. "Nothin'," repeated he. "Ladies don't get into such tantrums for nothin'."
"Well, then, Jog, I was thinking if anything should have happened, Mr. Sponge, how Gustavus James will have lost his chance." And thereupon she dived for her lace-fringed pocket-handkerchief and hurried out of the room. But Mrs. Jog had said quite enough to make the cauldron of Jog's jealousy boil over, and he sat staring into the fire, imagining all sorts of horrible devices in the coals and cinders, and conjuring up all sorts of evils, until he felt himself possessed of 120,000 devils.
"I'll get shot of this chap at last,"
said he, with a knowing jerk of his head and a puff into his frill, as he drew his thick legs under his chair and made a semicircle to get at the bottle.
"I'll get shot of this chap,"
repeated he, pouring himself out a bumper of the syrupy port, and eyeing it at the composite candle. He drained off the glass and immediately filled another. That too went down. Then he took another, and another, and another, and seeing the bottle get low, he thought he might as well finish it. He felt better after it. Not that he was a bit more reconciled to our friend Mr. Sponge, but he felt more equal to cope with him. He even felt as if he could fight him. There did not, however, seem to be much likelihood of his having to perform that ceremony, for 9 o'clock struck, and no Mr. Sponge, and at 1:30 Mr. Crowdey stumped off to bed. Mrs. Crowdey, having given Bartholomew and Susan a dirty pack of cards to play with to keep them awake till Mr. Sponge arrived, went to bed too, and the house was presently tranquil. It, however, happened that amazing prodigy, Gustavus James, having been out on a sort of eleemosynary excursion among the neighbouring farmers and people, exhibiting as well his fine blue-feathered hat as his astonishing proficiency in Bar Black Sheep and Obin and Ichard, getting seed cake from one, sponge cake from another, and toffee from a third, was troubled with a very bad stomachache during the night, of which he soon made the house sensible by his screams and his cries. Jog and his wife were presently at him, and as Jog sat in his white cotton nightcap and flowing flannel dressing gown in an easy chair in the nursery, he heard the crack of the whip and the prolonged "Yep" of Mr. Sponge's arrival. Presently the trampling of a horse was heard passing round to the stable. The clock then struck 1.
"Pretty hour for a man to come home to a strange house,"
observed Mr. Jog, for the nurse, or Murray-Ann, or Mrs. Jog, or any one that liked to take up. Mrs. Jog was busy with the rhubarb and magnesia, and the others said nothing. After a lapse of a few minutes, the clank, clank, clank of Mr. Sponge's spurs was heard as he passed round to the front, and Mr. Jog stole out to the landing to hear how he would get in. Thump, thump, thump went Mr. Sponge at the door. Rap, tap, tap, he went at it with his whip.
"Come in, sir, come in,"
exclaimed Bartholomew from the inside. Presently the shooting of bolts, the withdrawal of bands, and the opening of doors were heard.
"Not gone to bed yet, old boy?"
said Mr. Sponge as he entered.
"No, sir,"
snuffled the boy, who had a bad cold.
"Been sitting up for you."
Old Puff and Blow gone?"
asked Mr. Sponge, depositing his hat and whip on a chair. The boy gave no answer.
"Is old Bellows to Mend gone to bed?"
asked Mr. Sponge in a louder voice.
"The Charman's gone,"
replied the boy, who looked upon his master, the chairman of the Stir-it-Stiff Union, as the impersonification of all earthly greatness.
"Dash your impudence!"
growled Jog, slinking back into the nursery.
"I'll pay you off,"
added he, with a jerk of his white night-capped head.
"I'll Bellows to Mend you."
End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 54 Family Jars. Gustavus James's internal qualms being at length appeased, Mr. Jogglebury Crowdey returned to bed, but not to sleep. Sleep there was none for him. He was full of indignation and jealousy, and felt suspicious of the very bolster itself. He had been insulted, grossly insulted. 3 such names: the Woolpack, old Puff and Blow, and Bellows to Mend. No gentleman surely ever was called before by a guest in his own house. Called, too, before his own servant. What veneration, what respect could a servant feel for a master whom he heard called Old Bellows to Mend? It damaged the respect inspired by the chairmanship of the Stir-it-Stiff Union, to say nothing of the trusteeship of the Sloppyhocks, Tolpuddle, and other turnpike roads. It annihilated everything. So he fumed and fretted and snorted and snored. Worst of all, he had no one to whom he could unburden his grievance. He could not make the partner of his bosom a partner in his woes, because, and he bounced about so that he almost shot the clothes off the bed at the thoughts of the why. Thus he lay tumbling and tossing and fuming and wheezing and puffing, now vowing vengeance against Leather, who he recollected had called him the Woolpack, and determined to have him turned off in the morning for his impudence, now devising schemes for getting rid of Mr. Sponge and him together. Oh, could he but see them off! Could he but see the portmanteau and carpet bag again standing in the passage, he would gladly lend his phaeton to carry them anywhere. He would drive it himself for the pleasure of knowing and feeling he was clear of them. He wouldn't haggle about the pikes. Nay, he would even give Sponge a gibby, any he liked, the pick of the whole, Wellington, Napoleon Bonaparte, a crowned head even, though it would damage the set. So he lay, rolling and restless, hearing every clock strike, now trying to divert his thoughts by making a rough calculation what all his gibbies put together were worth, now considering whether he had forgotten to go for any he had marked in the course of his peregrinations, now wishing he had laid one about old Leather when he fell on his knees after calling him the Woolpack, then wondering whether Leather would have had him before the county court for damages, or taken him before Justice Slowcoach for the assault. As morning advanced, his thoughts again turned upon the best mode of getting rid of his most unwelcome guests, and he arose and dressed with the full determination of trying what he could do. Having tried the effects of an upstairs shout the morning before, he decided to see what a down one would do. Accordingly, he mounted the stairs and climbed the sort of companion ladder that led to the servants' attics, where he kept a stock of gibbies in the rafters. Having reached this, he cleared his throat, laid his head over the banisters, and putting an open hand on each side of his mouth to direct the sound, exclaimed with a loud and audible voice, "Bartholomew! Bartholomew!" repeated he after a pause, with a full separation of the syllables and a prolonged intonation of the mew. No Bartholomew answered. "Murray Ann!" then hallooed Jog in a sharper, quicker key. "Murray Ann!" repeated he still louder, after a pause. "Yes, sir, here, sir!" exclaimed that invaluable servant, tidying her pink ribboned cap as she hurried into the passage below. Looking up, she caught sight of her master's great sallow chaps hanging like a flitch of bacon over the garret banister. "Oh, Murray Ann!" bellowed Mr. Jog at the top of his voice, still holding his hands to his mouth as soon as he saw her. "Oh, Murray Ann, you'd better get the breakfast ready. I think the Mr. Sponge will be away to-day." "Yes, sir," replied Mary Ann. "And tell Bartholomew to get his washing bills in." "He aren't had no washing done," replied Mary Ann, raising her voice to correspond with that of her master. "Then his bill for postage," replied Mr. Jog in the same tone. "He aren't had no letters neither," replied Mary Ann. "Oh, then just get the breakfast ready," rejoined Jog, adding, "he'll be away as soon as he gets it, I expect." "Will he?" said Mr. Sponge to himself, as, with throbbing head, he lay tumbling about in bed, alleviating the recollections of the previous day's debauch with an occasional dive into his old friend Mogg. Corporeally, he was in bed at Puddingpote Bower, but mentally he was at the door of the Goose and Gridiron in St. Paul's churchyard, waiting for the 3 o'clock bus, coming from the Bank to take him to Isleworth Gate. Jog's bellow to Bartholomew interrupted the journey, just as in imagination Mr. Sponge was putting his foot on the wheel and hallooing to the driver to hand him the strap to help him on to the box. "Will he?" said Mr. Sponge to himself, as he heard Jog's reiterated assertion that he would be wheezing away that day. "Wish you may get it, old boy," added he, tucking the now backless Mogg under his pillow, and turning over for a snooze. When he got down, he found the party ranged at breakfast minus the interesting prodigy Gustavus James, whom Sponge proceeded to inquire after as soon as he had made his obeisance to his host and hostess, and distributed a round of daubed comfits to the rest of the juvenile party.
"But where's my little friend Augustus James?"
asked he, on arriving at the Wonder's high chair by the side of mamma.
"Where's my little friend Augustus James?" asked he, with an air of concern.
"Oh, Gustavus James," replied Mrs. Jog, with an emphasis on Gustavus. "Gustavus James is not very well this morning. Had a little indigestion during the night."
"Poor little hound,"
observed Mr. Sponge, filling his mouth with hot kidney, glad to be rid for a time of the prodigy.
"I thought I heard a row when I came home, which was rather late for an early man like me; but the fact was, nothing would serve Sir Harry but I should go with him to get some refreshment at a tenant's of his, and we got on talking, first about one thing and then about another, and the time slipped away so quickly that day was gone before I knew where I was; and though Sir Harry was most anxious, indeed, would hardly take a refusal, for me to go home with him, I felt that, being a guest here, I couldn't do it, at least, not then. So I got my horse and tried to find my way with such directions as the farmer gave me, and soon lost my way, for the moon was uncertain, and the country all strange, both to me and my horse." "What farmer was it?"
asked Jog, with the butter streaming down the gutters of his chin from a mouthful of thick toast.
"Farmer, let me see, what farmer it was," replied Mr. Sponge thoughtfully, again attacking the kidneys. "Farmer Beanstraw, I should say."
"Peastraw, p'raps?"
suggested Jog, colouring up, and staring intently at Mr. Sponge.
Peastraw was the name," replied Mr. Sponge.
"I know him," said Jog. "Peastraw of Stoke."
"Ah, he said he knew you," replied Mr. Sponge.
"Did he?"
asked Jog eagerly.
"What did he say?"
"Say? Let me see what he said,"
replied he, pretending to recollect.
"He said you were a deuced good fellow, and I'd to make his compliments to you, and to say that there were some nice young ash saplings on his farm that you were welcome to cut."
"Did he?"
exclaimed Jog.
"I'm sure that's very polite of him. I'll over there first opportunity."
"And what did you make of Sir Harry?"
asked Mrs. Jog.
"Did you say you were going to over to him?"
asked Jog eagerly.
"I told him I'd go to him before I left the country," replied Mr. Sponge carelessly, adding, "Sir Harry is rather too fast a man for me."
"Too fast for himself, I should think,"
observed Mrs. Jog.
"Fine young man," growled Jog into the bottom of his cup.
"Have you known him long?"
asked Mrs. Jogglebury.
"Oh, we fox hunters all know each other," replied Mr. Sponge evasively.
"Well, now, that's what I tell Mr. Jogglebury," exclaimed she. "Mr. Jog's so shy that there's no getting him to do what he ought," added the lady. "No one, to hear him, would think he's the great man he is."
"Ought,"
retorted Jog, puffing furiously into his capacious shirt frill.
"It's one thing to know people out with the hounds, and another to go calling upon them at their houses."
"Well, but my dear, that's the way people make acquaintance," replied his wife. "Isn't it, Mr. Sponge?" continued she, appealing to our friend.
"Oh, certainly," replied Mr. Sponge. "Certainly, all men are equal out hunting."
"So I say," exclaimed Mrs. Jogglebury, "and yet I can't get Jog to call on Sir George Stiff, though he meets him frequently out hunting."
"Well, but then I can't upon him out hunting, and then we're not all equal when we go home."
So saying, our friend rose from his chair, and after giving each leg its usual shake, and banging his pockets behind to feel that he had his keys safe, he strutted consequentially up to the window to see how the day looked. Mr. Sponge, not being desirous of continuing the calling controversy, especially as it might lead to inquiries relative to his acquaintance with Sir Harry, finished the contents of his plate quickly, drank up his tea, and was presently alongside of his host, asking him whether he was good for a ride, a walk, or what.
Ride, walk, or what?' repeated Jog thoughtfully. 'No, I think I'll stay at home,'
thinking that would be the safest plan.
''Ord hang it! You'll never lie at earth such a day as this!' exclaimed Sponge, looking out on the bright sunny landscape.
'Got a great deal to do,' retorted
Jog, who, like all thoroughly idle men, was always dreadfully busy. He then dived into a bundle of rough sticks, and proceeded to select one to fashion into the head of Mr. Hume. Sponge, being unable to make anything of him, was obliged to exhaust the day in the stable and in sauntering about the country. It was clear Jog was determined to be rid of him, and he was sadly puzzled what to do. Dinner found his host in no better humour, and after a sort of Quakers' meeting of an evening, they parted heartily sick of each other. Chapter 55. Of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 55. The Trigger. Jog slept badly again, and arose next morning full of projects for getting rid of his impudent, unceremonious, free and easy guest. Having tried both an up and a downstairs shout, he now went out and planted himself immediately under Mr. Sponge's bedroom window, and, clearing his voice, commenced his usual vociferations.
'Bartholomew!' whined he. 'Bartholomew!' repeated he, somewhat louder. 'Bartholomew!' roared he, in a voice of thunder.
Bartholomew did not answer.
'Murry Ann!' exclaimed Jog after a pause. 'Murry Ann!' repeated he, still louder. 'Murry Ann!' roared he at the top of his voice.
'Come in, sir, come in!'
exclaimed Mary Ann, peeping down upon him from the garret window.
'Oh, Murry Ann!'
cried Mr. Jog, looking up and catching the ends of her blue ribbons streaming past the window frame as she changed her nightcap for a day one.
'Oh, Murry Ann, you'd better be in forrard with the breakfast. Mr. Sponge'll most likely be in away to day.'
'Yes, sir,'
replied Mary Ann, adjusting the cap becomingly.
'Confounded, puffing, wheezing, gasping, broken-winded old blockhead it is!'
growled Mr. Sponge, wishing he could get to his former earth at Puffington's, or anywhere else. When he got down he found Jog in a very roomy, bright green plush shooting jacket, with pockets innumerable, and a whistle suspended to a buttonhole. His netherman was encased in a pair of most dilapidated white moleskins that had been degraded from hunting into shooting ones, and whose cracks and darns showed the perils to which their wearer had been exposed. Below these were drab horn-buttoned gaiters and hobnailed shoes.
'Going a gunning, are you?'
asked Mr. Sponge, after the morning's salutation, which Jog returned most gruffly.
'I'll go with you,'
said Mr. Sponge, at once dispelling the delusion of his wheezing away.
'Only going to frighten the rooks off the wheat,'
replied Jog carelessly, not wishing to let Sponge see what a numb hand he was with a gun.
'I thought you told me you were going to get me a hare,' observed Mrs. Jog, adding, 'I'm sure shooting is a much more rational amusement than tearing your clothes going after the hounds,' eyeing the much dilapidated moleskins as she spoke. Mrs. Jog found shooting more useful than hunting.
'Oh, if a hare comes in my way, I'll turn her over,'
replied Jog carelessly, as if turning them over was quite a matter of course with him, adding,
'but I'm not out for the express purpose of shooting one.'
'Ah, well,' observed Sponge, 'I'll go with you all the same.'
'But I've only got one gun,'
gasped Jog, thinking it would be worse to have Sponge laughing at his shooting than even leaving him at home. "Then we'll shoot turn and turn about," replied the pertinacious guest. Jog did his best to dissuade him, observing that the birds were puff scarce and wheeze wild, and that the gasp hares much troubled with poachers, but Mr. Sponge wanted a walk, and moreover had a fancy for seeing Jog handle his gun. Having cut himself some extremely substantial sandwiches, and filled his monkey full of sherry, our friend Jog slipped out the back way to loosen old Ponto, who acted the triple part of pointer, house dog, and horse to Gustavus James. He was a great fat black and white brute, with a head like a hat box, a tail like a clothes peg, and a back as broad as a well-fed sheep's. The old brute was so frantic at the sight of his master in his green coat, and wide awake to match, that he jumped and bounced and barked and rattled his chain, and set up such yells that his noise sounded all over the house, and soon brought Mr. Sponge to the scene of action, where stood our friend, loading his gun, and looking as consequential as possible.
"I shall only just take a stroll over my territory," observed Jog, as Mr. Sponge emerged at the back door.
Jog's pace was about 2 miles and a half an hour, stoppages included, and he thought it advisable to prepare Mr. Sponge for the trial. He then shouldered his gun and waddled away, first over the stile into Farmer Stiflin's stubble, round which Ponto ranged in the most riotous, independent way, regardless of Jog's whistles and rates and the crack of his little knotty whip. Jog then crossed the old pasture into Mr. Lowland's turnips, into which Ponto dashed in the same energetic way, but these impediments to travelling soon told on his great buttermilk carcass, and brought him to a more subdued pace. Still, the dog had a good deal more energy than his master. Round he went, sniffing and hunting, then dashing right through the middle of the field, as if he was out on his own account alone, and had nothing whatever to do with a master. "Why, a dog'll spring all the birds out of shot," observed Mr. Sponge, and, just as he spoke, whirr rose a covey of partridges, 11 in number, quite at an impossible distance, but Jog blazed away all the same.
"Oh, drot it, man, if you'd only held your something tongue," growled Jog, as he shaded the sun from his eyes to mark them down, "I'd have half of them over."
"Nonsense, man," replied Mr. Sponge. "They were a mile out of shot."
"I think I should know my gun better than you," replied Jog, bringing it down to load.
"They're down!" exclaimed Mr. Sponge, who, having watched them till they began to skim in their flight, saw them stop, flap their wings, and drop among some straggling gorse on the hill before them. "Let's break the covey. We shall bag them better singly."
"Take time," replied Jog, snorting into his frill, and measuring out his powder most leisurely. "Take time," repeated he. "They're just on the bounds of my territory."
Jog had had many a game at romps with these birds, and knew their haunts and habits to a nicety. The covey consisted of 13 at first, but by repeated blazings into the brown of 'em, he had succeeded in knocking down 2. Jog was not one of your conceited shots, who never fired but when he was sure of killing. On the contrary, he always let drive, far or near, and even if he shot a hare, which he sometimes did, with the first barrel, he always popped the second into her to make sure. The chairman's shooting afforded amusement to the neighbourhood. On one occasion a party of reapers, having watched him miss 12 shots in succession, gave him 3 cheers on coming to the 13th. But to our day. Jog had now got his gun reloaded with mischief, the cap put on, and all ready for a fresh start. Ponto, meanwhile, had been ranging, Jog thinking it better to let him take the edge off his ardour than conform to the strict rules of lying down or coming to heel. "Now let's on!" cried Mr. Sponge, stepping out quickly.
"Take time, take time," gasped Jog, waddling along. "Better let 'em settle a little, better let 'em settle a little," added he, labouring on.
"Oh no, keep them moving," replied Mr. Sponge. "Keep them moving. Only get at 'em on the hill, and drive 'em into the fields below, and we shall have rare fun."
"But the fields below are not mine,"
gasped Jog. "Whose are they?" asked Mr. Sponge.
"Oh, Mrs. Moses,"
gasped Jog.
"My stupid old uncle,"
continued he, stopping and laying hold of Mr. Sponge's arm, as if to illustrate his position, but in reality to get breath.
"My stupid old uncle missed buying that land when old Harry Griperton died. I only wanted to make my territory extend all the way up to Cockwhistle Park there," continued he,
climbing on to a stile they now approached, and setting aside the top stone.
"That's Cockwhistle Park up there, just where you see the windmill. Then my territory comes up to the fallow, you see, all yellow with runch, and if my old Uncle Crowdy had had the sense of a goose, he'd have that it was sold. My name was Jogglebury," added he, "before my uncle died."
"Well, never mind about that," replied Mr. Sponge. "Let us go on after these birds."
"Oh, we'll up to them presently,"
observed Jog, labouring away, with half a ton of clay at each foot, the sun having dispelled the frost where it struck, and made the land carry. "Presently!" retorted Mr. Sponge, "but you should make haste, man."
"Well, but let me go my own pace,"
snapped Jog, labouring away. "Pace!" exclaimed Mr. Sponge. "Your own crawl, you should say."
"Indeed,"
growled Jog, with an angry snort. They now got through a well-established cattle gap into a very rushy, squashy, gorse-grown pasture at the bottom of the rising ground on which Mr. Sponge had marked the birds. Ponto, whose energetic exertions had been gradually relaxing until he had settled down to a leisurely hunting dog, suddenly stood transfixed, with the right foot up, and his gaze settled on a rushy tuft.
"Ponto!"
ejaculated Jog, expecting every minute to see him dash at it.
"Ponto!"
repeated he, raising his hand. Mr. Sponge stood on the tiptoe of expectation. Jog raised his wide-awake hat from his eyes, and advanced cautiously with the engine of destruction cocked. Up started a great hare. Bang went the gun, with the hare none the worse. Bang went the other barrel, which the hare acknowledged by 2 or 3 stotting bounds and an increase of pace. "Well missed!" exclaimed Mr. Sponge. Away went Ponto in pursuit.
"Ponto!"
shrieked Jog, stamping with rage. "I could have wiped your nose!" exclaimed Mr. Sponge, covering the hare with a hedge stake placed to his shoulder like a gun.
"Could you?" growled Jog. "S'pose you wipe your own,"
added he, not understanding the meaning of the term. Meanwhile, old Ponto went rolling away most energetically. The farther he went, the further he was left behind, till the hare having scuttled out of sight, he wheeled about and came leisurely back, as if he was doing all right. Jog was very wroth, and vented his anger on the dog, which he declared had caused him to miss, vowing, as he rammed away at the charge, that he never missed such a shot before. Mr. Sponge stood eyeing him with a look of incredulity, thinking that a man who could miss such a shot could miss anything. They were now all ready for a fresh start, and Ponto, having pocketed his objurgation, dashed forward again up the rising ground over which the covey had dropped. Jog's thick wind was a serious impediment to the expeditious mounting of the hill, and the dog seemed aware of his infirmity, and to take pleasure in aggravating him.
"Ponto!"
gasped Jog, as he slipped and scrambled and toiled, sorely impeded by the encumbrance of his gun. But Ponto heeded him not. He knew his master couldn't catch him, and if he did, that he durstn't flog him.
"Ponto!"
gasped Jog again, still louder, catching at a bush to prevent his slipping back.
"Toho! Ponto!" wheezed he,
but the dog just rolled his great stern and bustled about more actively than ever.
"Hang ye, but I'd cut you in two if I had you!" exclaimed Mr. Sponge, eyeing his independent proceedings.
"He's not a bad dog,"
observed Jog, mopping the perspiration from his brow. 'He's not a good 'un,' retorted Mr. Sponge. 'D'ye think not?' asked Jog. 'Sure of it,' replied Sponge. 'Serves me,' growled Jog, labouring up the hill. 'Easy served,' replied Mr. Sponge, whistling and eyeing the independent animal. 'Toho! Ponto!' gasped Jog, as he dashed forward on reaching level ground more eagerly than ever. 'Ponto! Toho!' repeated he, in a still louder tone, with the same success. 'You'd better get up to him,' observed Mr. Sponge, 'or he'll spring all the birds.' Jog, however, blundered on at his own pace, growling, 'Most haste, least speed.'
The dog was now fast drawing upon where the birds lit, and Mr. Sponge and Jog having reached the top of the hill, Mr. Sponge stood still to watch the result. Up whirred 4 birds out of a patch of gorse behind the dog, all presenting most beautiful shots. Jog blazed a barrel at them without touching a feather, and the report of the gun immediately raised 3 brace more, into the thick of which he fired with similar success. They all skimmed away unhurt. 'Well missed!' exclaimed Mr. Sponge again. 'You're what they call a good shooter, but a bad hitter.' 'You're what they call a fellow,' growled Jog. He meant to say saucy, but the word wouldn't rise. He then commenced reloading his gun, and lecturing Ponto, who still continued his exertions, and inwardly anathematizing Mr. Sponge. He wished he had left him at home. Then, recollecting Mrs. Jog, he thought perhaps he was as well where he was. Still, his presence made him shoot worse than usual, and there was no occasion for that. 'Let me have a shot now,' said Mr. Sponge. 'Shot! Shot! Well, take a shot if you choose,' replied he. Just as Mr. Sponge got the gun, up rose the 11th bird, and he knocked it over. 'That's the way to do it!' exclaimed Mr. Sponge, as the bird fell dead before Ponto. The excited dog, unused to such descents, snatched it up and ran off. Just as he was getting out of shot, Mr. Sponge fired the other barrel at him, causing him to drop the bird and run, yelping and howling away. Jog was furious. He stamped and gasped and fumed and wheezed, and seemed like to burst with anger and indignation. Though the dog ran away as hard as he could lick, Jog insisted that he was mortally wounded, and would die. He never saw so wheeze a thing done. He wouldn't have taken £20 for the dog. No, he wouldn't have taken 30. 40 wouldn't have bought him. He was worth 50 of anybody's money. And so he went on, fuming and advancing his value as he spoke. Mr. Sponge stole away to where the dog had dropped the bird, and Mr. Jog, availing himself of his absence, retraced his steps down the hill, struck off home at a much faster pace than he came. Arrived there, he found the dog in the kitchen, somewhat sore from the visitation of the shot, but not sufficiently injured to prevent his enjoying a most liberal plate of stickjaw pudding, supplied by a general contribution of the servants. Jog's wrath was then turned in another direction, and he blew up for the waste and extravagance of the act, hinting pretty freely that he knew who it was that had set them against it. Altogether he was full of troubles, vexations, and annoyances, and after spending another most disagreeable evening with our friend Sponge, went to bed more determined than ever to get rid of him. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 56. Nonsuch House again. Poor Jog again varied his hints the next morning. After sundry prefatory 'Marianne's' and 'Bartholomew's,' he at length got the latter to answer, when, raising his voice so as to fill the whole house, he desired him to go to the stable and let Mr. Sponge's man know his master would be wheezing away. 'You're wrong there, old buck,' growled Leather, as he heard the foregoing. 'He's half way to Sir Harry's by this time.' And sure enough, Mr. Sponge was, as none knew better than Leather, who had got him his horse, the hack being indisposed, that is to say, having been out all night with Mr. Leather on a drinking excursion, Leather having just got home in time to receive the purple-coated, barefooted runner of Nonsuch House, who dropped in en passant to see if there was anything to stow away in his roomy trouser pockets, and leave word that Sir Harry was going to hunt, and would meet before the house. Leather, though somewhat muzzy, was sufficiently sober to be able to deliver this message and acquaint Mr. Sponge with the impossibility of his riding the 'ack. Indeed, he truly said that he had been up with him all night, and at one time thought it was all over with him. The all overishness consisting of Mr. Leather being nearly all over the hack's head, in consequence of the animal shying at another drunken man lying across the road. Mr. Sponge listened to the recital with the indifference of a man who rides hack horses, and coolly observed that Leather must take on the chestnut, and he would ride the brown to cover. "Couldn't, sir, couldn't," replied Leather, with a shake of the head and a twinkle of his roguish, watery grey eyes. "Why not?" asked Mr. Sponge, who never saw any difficulty. "Oh, sir," replied Leather, in a tone of despondency, "it will be quite unpossible. Consider what a day the last one was. Why, he didn't get to rest till 3 the next morning." "It'll only be walking exercise," observed Mr. Sponge. "Do him good." "Better vault the chestnut," replied Mr. Leather. "Multum Parvo hasn't had a good day this I don't know when, and will be all the better of a bucketing." "But I hate crawling to cover on my horse," replied Mr. Sponge, who liked cantering along with a flourish. "You'll have to crawl if you ride Hercules," observed Leather, "if not walk. Bless you, I've been a nussing of him and the hack most the whole night." "Indeed," replied Mr. Sponge, who began to be alarmed lest his hunting might be brought to an abrupt termination. "True as I'm here," rejoined Leather. "He's just as much off his grub as he was when he comed in. Never seed an oss more regularly dished, more—" "Well, well," said Mr. Sponge, interrupting the catalogue of grievances, "I suppose I must do as you say. What sort of a day is it?" "Why, the day's not a bad day. At least, that's to say, it's not a wery aggravating day. I've seen a better a day, in course, but I've also seen many a much worse a day, and days at this time of year, you know, are apt to change. Sometimes, in course, for the betterer, sometimes, in course, for the worser." "Is it a frost?" snapped Mr. Sponge, tired of his loquacity. "Is it a frost?" repeated Mr. Leather thoughtfully. "Is it a frost? If I know, I should say it isn't a frost. At least, not a frost to hurt. There may be a little rind on the ground and a little rawness in the hair, but the general concatenation—" "Hout tout!" exclaimed Mr. Sponge. "Let's have none of your dictionary words." Mr. Leather stood silent, twisting his hat about. The consequence of all this was that Mr. Sponge determined to ride over to Nonsuch House to breakfast, which would give his horse half an hour in the stable to eat a feed of corn. Accordingly, he desired Leather to bring him his shaving water, and have the horse ready in the stable in half an hour, whither, in due time, Mr. Sponge emerged by the back door without encountering any of the family. The ambling piebald looked so crestfallen and woe-begone in all the swaddling clothes in which Leather had got him enveloped, that Mr. Sponge did not care to look at the gallant Hercules, who occupied a temporary loose box at the far end of the dark stable, lest he might look worse. He therefore just mounted Multum in Parvo as Leather led him out at the door, and set off without a word. "Well, hang me, but you are a good judge of the weather!" exclaimed Sponge to himself as he got into the field at the back of the house, and found the horse made little impression on the grass. "No frost?" repeated he, breathing into the air. "Why, it's freezing now out of the sun." On getting into Marygold Lane, our friend drew rein, and was for turning back, but the resolute chestnut took the bit between his teeth, and shook his head as if determined to go on. "Oh, you brute!" growled Mr. Sponge, letting the spurs into his sides with a hearty good will, which caused the animal to kick as if he meant to stand on his head,
'Oh, you will you?' exclaimed Mr. Sponge, letting the spurs in again as the animal replaced his legs on the ground. Up they went again, if possible higher than before. The brute was clearly full of mischief, and even if the hounds did not throw off, which there was little prospect of their doing from the appearance of the weather, Mr. Sponge felt that it would be well to get some of the nonsense taken out of him, and, moreover, going to Nonsuch House would give him a chance of establishing a billet there, a chance that he had been deprived of by Sir Harry's abrupt departure from Farmer Peastraw's. So saying, our friend gathered his horse together, and settling himself in his saddle, made his sound hoofs ring upon the hard road. 'He may hunt,' thought Mr. Sponge as he rattled along. 'Such a rum beggar as Sir Harry may think it fun to go out in a frost. It's hard, too,' said he, as he saw the poor turnip pullers enveloped in their thick shawls, and watched them thumping their arms against their sides to drive the cold from their finger ends. Multum in Parvo was a good, sound constitutioned horse, hard and firm as a cricket ball, a horse that would not turn a hair for a trifle, even on a hunting morning, let alone on such a thorough chiller as this one was; and Mr. Sponge, after going along at a good round pace, and getting over the ground much quicker than he did when the road was all new to him, and he had to ask his way, at length drew in to see what o'clock it was. It was only 9:30, and already in the far distance he saw the encircling woods of Nonsuch House. 'She'll be early,' said Mr. Sponge, returning his watch to his waistcoat pocket, and diving into his cutty coat pocket for the cigar case. Having struck a light, he now laid the rein on the horse's neck, and proceeded leisurely along, the animal stepping gaily, and throwing its head about as if he was the quietest, most trustworthy nag in the world. If he got there at 10:30, Mr. Sponge calculated he would have plenty of time to see after his horse, get his own breakfast, and see how the land lay for a billet. It would be impossible to hunt before 12, so he went smoking and sauntering along, now wondering whether he would be able to establish a billet, now thinking how he would like to sell Sir Harry a horse, then considering whether he would be likely to pay for him, and enlivening the general reflections by ringing his spurs against his stirrup irons. Having passed the lodges at the end of the avenue, he cocked his hat, twiddled his hair, felt his tie, and arranged for a becoming appearance. The sudden turn of the road brought him full upon the house. How changed the scene! Instead of the scarlet-coated youths thronging the gravelled ring, flourishing their scented kerchiefs and hunting whips, instead of buxom abigails and handsome mistresses hanging out of the windows, flirting and chatting and ogling, the door was shut, the blinds were down, the shutters closed, and the whole house had the appearance of mourning. Mr. Sponge reined up involuntarily, startled at the change of scene. What could have happened? Could Sir Harry be dead? Could my lady have eloped? Oh, that horrid Bugles, thought he. He looked like a gay deceiver. And Mr. Sponge felt as if he had sustained a personal injury. Just as these thoughts were passing in his mind, a drowsy, slatternly charwoman in an old black straw bonnet and grey bedgown opened one of the shutters, and throwing up the sash of the window by where Mr. Sponge sat, disclosed the contents of the apartment. The last wax light was just dying out in the centre of a splendid candelabra, on the middle of a table scattered about with claret jugs, glasses, decanters, pineapple tops, grape dishes, cakes, anchovy toast plates, devilled biscuit racks, all the concomitants of a sumptuous entertainment. "Is Sir Harry at home?" asked Mr. Sponge, making the woman sensible of his presence by cracking his whip close to her ear. "No," replied the dame gruffly, commencing an assault upon the nearest chair with the duster. "Where is he?" asked our friend. "Bed, to be sure," replied the woman in the same tone. "Bed, to be sure," repeated Mr. Tone. "I don't think there's any sure in the case. Do you know what o'clock it is?" asked he. "No," replied the woman, flopping away at another chair, and arranging the crimson velvet curtains on the holders. Mr. Sponge was rather nonplussed. His red coat did not command the respect that a red coat generally does. The fact was, they had such queer people in red coats at Nonsuch House, that a red coat was rather an object of suspicion than otherwise. "Well, but my good woman," continued Mr. Sponge, softening his tone, Can you tell me where I shall find anybody who can tell me anything about the hounds?" "No," growled the woman, still flopping and whisking and knocking the furniture about. "I'll remember you for your trouble," observed Mr. Sponge, diving his right hand into his breeches pocket.
"Mr. Bottlen's be gone to bed," observed the woman, now ceasing her evolutions and parting her grisly disordered tresses as she advanced and stood staring, with her arms akimbo, out of the window. She was the under housemaid's deputy, all the servants at Nonsuch House doing the rough of their work by deputy. Lady Scattercash was a real lady, and liked to have the credit of the house maintained, which of course can only be done by letting the upper servants do nothing. "Mr. Bottlen's be gone to bed," observed the woman.
"Mr. Bottleends?" repeated Mr. Sponge. "Who's he?"
"The butler, to be sure,"
replied she, astonished that any person should have to ask who such an important personage was.
"Can't you call him?" asked Mr. Sponge, still fumbling in his pocket.
"Couldn't, even if it was ever so,"
replied the dame, smoothing her dirty blue checked apron with her still dirtier hand.
"Why not?" asked Mr. Sponge.
"Why not?" repeated the woman. "Why, because Mr. Bottlen's won't be disturbed by no one. He said, when he went to bed, that he hadn't to be called till to morrow."
"Not called till to morrow!" exclaimed Mr. Sponge. "Then is Sir Harry from home?"
"From home? No. What should put that in your head?"
sneered the woman.
"Why, if the butler's in bed, one may suppose the master's away."
"Hout!"
snapped the woman.
"Sir Harry's i' bed, Captain Seedybox i' bed, Captain Quod's i' bed, Captain Spangle's i' bed, Captain Bounce is i' bed, Captain Cuttyfat's i' bed. They're all i' bed, 'cept me, and I've got the house to clean and right, and high time it was cleaned and righted, for they've not been in bed these 3 nights, any on 'em."
So saying, she flourished her duster as if about to set to again.
"Well, but tell me," exclaimed Mr. Sponge, "can I see the footman, or the huntsman, or the groom, or a helper, or anybody?"
"Deary knows,"
replied the woman thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand.
"I dare say they'll all be i' bed too."
"But they are going to hunt, aren't they?" asked our friend.
"Hunt!" exclaimed the woman. "What should put that i' your head?"
"Why, they sent me word they were."
"It'll be i' bed then,"
observed she, again giving symptoms of a desire to return to her dusting. Mr. Sponge, who still kept his hand in his pocket, sat on his horse in a state of stupid bewilderment. He had never seen a case of this sort before: a house shut up, and a master of hounds in bed, when the hounds were to meet before the door. It couldn't be the case. The woman must be dreaming, or drunk, or both.
"Well, but my good woman," exclaimed he, as she gave a punishing cut to the chair, as if to make up for lost time. "Well, but my good woman, I wish you would try and find somebody who can tell me something about the hounds. I'm sure they must be going to hunt. I'll remember you for your trouble, if you will," added he, again diving his hands up to the wrist in his pocket.
"I tell you,"
replied the woman, slowly and deliberately,
"there'll be no hunting to-day." "Hunting!" exclaimed she. "How can they hunt when they've all had to be carried to bed?"
"Carried to bed, had they?" exclaimed Mr. Sponge. "What, were they drunk?"
"Drunk? Ay, to be sure. What would you have them be?"
replied the crone, who seemed to think that drinking was a necessary concomitant of hunting.
"Well, but I can see the footman or somebody, surely," observed Mr. Sponge, fearing that his chance was out for a billet, and recollecting old Jog's Bartholomews and Murray Anns, and intimations for him to start.
"'Deed you can't," replied the dame. "You can see nobody but me," added she, fixing her twinkling eyes intently upon him as she spoke.
"Well, that's a pretty go," observed Mr. Sponge aloud to himself, ringing his spurs against his stirrup irons.
"Pretty go or ugly go?"
snapped the woman, thinking it was a reflection on herself.
"It's all you'll get."
And thereupon she gave the back of the chair a hearty bastinadoing, as if in exemplification of the way she would like to serve Mr. Sponge out for the observation.
"I came here thinking to get some breakfast," observed Mr. Sponge, casting an eye upon the disordered table, and reconnoitring the bottles and remains of the dessert.
"Did you?" said the woman. "I wish you may get it."
"I wish I may," replied he. "If you would manage that for me, just some coffee and a mutton chop or two, I'd remember you," said he, still tantalizing her with the sound of silver in his pocket.
"Me manish it!" exclaimed the woman,
her hopes again rising at the sound.
"Me manish it! How d'ye think I'm to manish such things?" asked she.
"Why, get at the cook or the housekeeper or somebody," replied Mr. Sponge.
"Cook or housekeeper?" exclaimed she. "There'll be no cook or housekeeper astir here these many hours yet, I question," added she. "They get up to day."
"What, they've been put to bed too, have they?" asked he.
"Why, no, not exactly that," drawled the woman. "But when sarvants are kept up 3 nights out of 4, they must make up for lost time when they can."
"Well," mused Mr. Sponge, "this is a bother at all events. Get no breakfast, lose my hunt, and perhaps a billet into the bargain. Well, there's sixpence for you, my good woman," said he at length, drawing his hand out of his pocket and handing her the contents through the window, adding, "Don't make a beast of yourself with it."
"It's nobbut 4pence,"
observed the woman, holding it out on the palm of her hand.
"Ah, well, you're welcome to it, whatever it is," replied our friend, turning his horse to go away. A thought then struck him. "Could you get me a pen and ink, d'ye think?" asked he. "I want to write a line to Sir Harry."
"Pen and ink?"
replied the woman, who had pocketed the groat and resumed her dusting.
"I don't know where they keep no such things as penses and inkses."
"Most likely in the drawing room or sitting room, or perhaps in the butler's pantry," observed Mr. Sponge.
"Well, you can come in and see,"
replied the woman, thinking there was no occasion to give herself any more trouble for the 4penny piece. Our worthy friend sat on his horse for a few seconds, staring intently into the dining room window, thinking that lapse of time might cause the 4penny piece to be sufficiently respected to procure him something like directions how to proceed, as well to get rid of his horse, as to procure access to the house, the door of which stood frowningly shut. In this, however, he was mistaken, for no sooner had the woman uttered the words, "Well, you can come in and see," than she flaunted into the interior of the room, and commenced a regular series of assaults upon the furniture, throwing the hearthrug over one chair back, depositing the fire irons in another, rearing the steel fender up against the Carrara marble chimney-piece, and knocking things about in the independent way that servants treat unoffending furniture, when master and mistress are comfortably ensconced in bed. Flop went the duster again, bang went the furniture, knock this chair went against that, and she seemed bent upon putting all things into that happy state of 6s and 7s that characterizes a sale of household furniture, when chairs mount tables, and the whole system of domestic economy is revolutionized. Seeing that he was not going to get anything more for his money, our friend at length turned his horse, and found his way to the stables by the unerring drag of carriage wheels. All things there being as matters were in the house, he put the redoubtable nag into a stall, and helped him to a liberal measure of oats out of the well-stored, unlocked corn-bin. He then sought the back of the house by the worn, flagged way that connected it with the stables. The backyard was in the admired confusion that might be expected from the woman's account. Empty casks and hampers were piled and stowed away in all directions, while regiments of champagne and other bottles stood and lay about among blacking bottles, seltzer water bottles, boot trees, bath bricks, old brushes, and stumped-up besoms. Several pair of dirty top boots, most of them with the spurs on, were chucked into the shoe-house just as they had been taken off. The kitchen into which our friend now entered was in the same disorderly state. Numerous copper pans stood simmering on the charcoal stoves, and the jointless jack still revolved on the spit. A dirty, slipshod girl sat sleeping with her apron thrown over her head, which rested on the end of a table. The open door of the servants' hall hard by disclosed a pile of dress and other clothes, which, after mopping up the ale and other slops, would be carefully folded and taken back to the rooms of their respective owners.
"Hullo!"
cried Mr. Sponge, shaking the sleeping girl by the shoulder, which caused her to start up, stare, and rub her eyes in wild affright. "Hullo!" repeated he. "What's happened you?"
"Oh, beg pardon, sir!" exclaimed she. "Beg pardon!" continued she, clasping her hands. "I'll never do so again, sir. No, sir, I'll never do so again. Indeed, I won't." She had just stolen a shape of blancmange, and thought she was caught. "Then show me where I'll find pen and ink and paper," replied our friend. "Oh, sir, I don't know nothing about them," replied the girl. "Indeed, sir, I don't," thinking it was some other petty larceny he was inquiring about.
"Well, but you can tell me where to find a sheet of paper, surely," rejoined he.
"Oh, indeed, sir, I can't," replied she. "I know nothing about nothing of the sort." Servants never do.
"What sort?" asked Mr. Sponge, wondering at her vehemence.
"Well, sir, about what you said,"
sobbed the girl, applying the corner of her dirty apron to her eyes. "Hang it, the girl's mad," rejoined our friend, brushing by and making for the passage beyond. This brought him past the still room, the steward's room, the housekeeper's room, and the butler's pantry. All were in the most glorious confusion. In the latter, Captain Cuttifat's lacquer-toed, lavender-coloured dress boots were reposing in the silver soup tureen, and Captain Bounce's varnished pumps were stuffed into a wine cooler. The last detachment of empty bottles stood or lay about the floor, commingling with boot jacks, knife trays, bath bricks, coat brushes, candle end boxes, plates, lanterns, lamp glasses, oil bottles, corkscrews, wine strainers, the usual miscellaneous appendages of a butler's pantry. All was still and quiet. Not a sound, save the loud ticking of a timepiece, or the occasional creak of a jarring door, disturbed the solemn silence of the house. A nimble-handed mugger or tramp might have carried off whatever he liked. Passing onwards, Mr. Sponge came to a red-baized, brass-nailed door, which, opening freely on a patent spring, revealed the fine proportions of a light picture gallery, with which the bright mahogany doors of the entertaining rooms communicated. Opening the first door he came to, our friend found himself in the elegant drawing-room, on whose round bird's-eye maple table, in the centre, were huddled all the unequal-lengthed candles of the previous night's illumination. It was a handsome apartment, fitted up in the most costly style, with rose-colour brocaded satin damask, the curtains trimmed with silk tassel fringe, and ornamented with massive bullion tassels on cornices, cupids supporting wreaths under an arch, with open carved work and enrichments in burnished gold. The room, save the muster of the candles, was just as it had been left, and the richly gilt sofa still retained the indentations of the sitters, with the luxurious down pillows left as they had been supporting their backs. The room reeked of tobacco, and the ends and ashes of cigars dotted the tables and white marble chimney-piece, and the gilt slabs and the finely flowered Tournay carpet, just as the fires of gipsies dot and disfigure the fair face of a country. Costly china and knick-knacks of all sorts were scattered about in profusion. Altogether it was a beautiful room. "No want of money here," said Mr. Sponge to himself, as he eyed it, and thought what havoc Gustavus James would make among the ornaments if he had a chance. He then looked about for pen, ink, and paper. These were distributed so wide apart as to show the little request they were in. Having at length succeeded in getting what he wanted gathered together, Mr. Sponge sat down on the luxurious sofa, considering how he should address his host, as he hoped. Mr. Sponge was not a shy man, but considering the circumstances under which he made Sir Harry Scattercash's acquaintance, together with his design upon his hospitality, above all, considering the crew by whom Sir Harry was surrounded, it required some little tact to pave the way without raising the present inmates of the house against him. There are no people so anxious to protect others from robbery as those who are robbing them themselves. Mr. Sponge thought and thought and thought. At last he resolved to write on the subject of the hounds. After sundry attempts on pink, blue, and green tinted paper, he at last succeeded in hitting off the following on yellow: Nonsuch House. Dear Sir Harry,
I rode over this morning, hearing you were to hunt, and am sorry to find you indisposed. I wish you would drop me a line to Mr. Crowdey's, Puddingpote Bower, saying when next you go out, as I should much like to have another look at your splendid pack before I leave this country, which I fear will have to be soon. Yours in haste, H. Sponge. P.S. I hope you all got safe home the other night from Mr. Peastraw's.
Having put this into a richly gilt and embossed envelope, our friend directed it conspicuously to Sir Harry Scattercash, Baronet, and stuck it in the centre of the mantelpiece. He then retraced his steps through the back regions, informing the sleeping beauty he had disturbed, and who was now busy scouring a pan, that he had left a letter in the drawing-room for Sir Harry, and if she would see that he got it, he, Mr. Sponge, would remember her the next time he came, which he inwardly hoped would be soon. He then made for the stable, and got his horse to go home, sauntering more leisurely along than one would expect of a man who had not got his breakfast, especially one riding a hack hunter. The truth was, Mr. Sponge did not much like the aspect of affairs. Sir Harry's was evidently a desperately fast house, added to which the guests by whom he was surrounded were clearly of the wide-awake order, who could not spare any pickings for a stranger. Indeed, Mr. Sponge felt that they rather cold-shouldered him at Farmer Peastraw's, and were in a greater hurry to be off when the drag came, than the mere difference between inside and outside seats required. He much questioned whether he got into Sir Harry's at all. If it came to a vote, he thought he should not. Then what was he to do? Old Jog was clearly tired of him, and he had nowhere else to go. The thought made him stick spurs into the chestnut and hurry home to Puddingpote Bower, where he endeavoured to soothe his host by more than insinuating that he was going on a visit to Nonsuch House. Jog inwardly prayed that he might. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 57. The Debate. It was just as Mr. Sponge predicted with regard to his admission to Nonsuch House. The first person who spied his note to Sir Harry Scattercash was Captain Seedybuck, who, going into the drawing-room the day after Mr. Sponge's visit, to look for the top of his cigar-case, saw it occupying the centre of the mantelpiece. Having mastered its contents, the captain refolded and placed it where he found it, with the simple observation to himself of "That cock won't fight." Captain Quod saw it next, then Captain Bouncey, who told Captain Cutitfat what was in it, who agreed with Bouncey that it wouldn't do to have Mr. Sponge there. Indeed, it seemed agreed on all hands that their party rather wanted weeding than increasing. Thus, in due time, everybody in the house knew the contents of the note, save Sir Harry, though none of them thought it worth while telling him. On the third morning, however, as the party were assembling for breakfast, he came into the room, reading it.
"This note ought to have been delivered before," observed he, holding it up.
"Indeed, my dear,"
replied Lady Scattercash, who was sitting gloriously fine and very beautiful at the head of the table.
"I don't know anything about it."
"Who is it from?" asked brother Bob Spangles.
"Mr. Sponge," replied Sir Harry. "What a name!" exclaimed Captain Seedybuck.
"Who is he?" asked Captain Quod.
"Don't know," replied Sir Harry. "He writes about the hounds."
"Oh, it'll be that brown-booted buffer," observed Captain Bouncey, "that we left at old Peastraw's."
"No doubt," assented Captain Cutitfat, adding, "What business has he with the hounds?"
"He wants to know when we're going to again," observed Sir Harry. "Does he?" replied Captain Seedybuck. "That, I suppose, will depend upon Watchorn." The party now got settled to breakfast, and as soon as the first burst of appetite was appeased, the conversation again turned upon our friend Mr. Sponge.
'Who is this Mr. Sponge?'
asked Captain Bouncey, the billiard marker, with the air of a thorough exclusive. Nobody answered.
'Who's your friend?'
asked he of Sir Harry direct.
'Don't know,'
replied Sir Harry, from between the mouthfuls of a highly cayenned grill.
'P'raps a bolting betting office keeper,'
suggested Captain Ladofwax, who hated Captain Bouncey.
'He looks more like a glazier, I think,'
retorted Captain Bouncey, with a look of defiance at the speaker.
'Lucky if he is one,'
retorted Captain Ladofwax, reddening up to the eyes.
'He may have a chance of repairing somebody's daylights.'
The captain raising his saucer to discharge it at his opponent's head.
'Gently with the Cheney!'
exclaimed Lady Scattercash, who was too much used to such scenes to care about the belligerents. Bob Spangles caught Ladofwax's arm at the nick of time, and saved the saucer.
'Out! You fellows are always ing!' exclaimed Sir Harry. 'I declare I'll have you both over to keep your peace.'
They then broke out into wordy recrimination and abuse, each declaring that he wouldn't stay a day longer in the house if the other remained; but as they had often said so before, and still gave no symptoms of going, their assertion produced little effect upon anybody. Sir Harry would not have cared if all his guests had gone together. Peace and order being at length restored, the conversation again turned upon Mr. Sponge.
'I suppose we must have another hunt soon,' observed Sir Harry.
'In course,' replied Bob Spangles. 'It's no use keeping the hungry brutes unless you work them.'
'You'll have a bagman, I presume?'
observed Captain Seedeybuck, who did not like the trouble of travelling about the country to draw for a fox.
'Oh yes,' replied Sir Harry. 'Watchorn will manage all that. He's always in that line. We'd better have a hunt soon, and then, Mr. Bugles, you can see it.'
Sir Harry addressing himself to a gentleman he was as anxious to get rid of as Mr. Jogglebury Crowdey was to get rid of Mr. Sponge.
'No, Mr. Bugles won't go out any more,' replied Lady Scattercash peremptorily. 'He was nearly killed last time,'
her ladyship casting an angry glance at her husband, and a very loving one on the object of her solicitude.
'Oh, naught's never in danger,'
observed Bob Spangles.
'Then you can go, Bob,'
snapped his sister.
'I intend,'
replied Bob.
'Then, gentlemen, I think I'll just write this Mr. What's his name to over here,' observed Sir Harry, 'and then he'll be ready for the hunt whenever we choose to one.'
The proposition fell stillborn among the party.
'Don't you think we could do without him?'
at last suggested Captain Seedeybuck.
'I think so,'
observed the elder Spangles, without looking up from his plate.
'Who is it?'
asked Lady Scattercash.
'The man that was here the other morning. The man in the queer chestnut-coloured boots,' replied Mr. Orlando Bugles.
'Oh, I think he's rather good looking. I vote we have him,' replied her ladyship.
That was rather a damper for Sir Harry, but on reflection he thought he could not be worse off with Mr. Sponge and Mr. Bugles than he was with Mr. Bugles alone. So, having finished a poor appetiteless breakfast, he repaired to what he called his study, and with a feeble, shaky hand, scrawled an invitation to Mr. Sponge to come over to Nonsuch House and take his chance of a run with his hounds. He then sealed and posted the letter without further to do. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 58 Facey Romford. 4 days had now elapsed since Mr. Sponge penned his overture to Sir Harry, and each succeeding day satisfied him more of the utter impossibility of holding on much longer in his then billet at Puddingpote Bower. Not only was Jog coarse and incessant in his hints to him to be off, but Jawleyford-like, he had lowered the standard of entertainment so greatly that if it hadn't been that Mr. Sponge had his servant and horses kept also, he might as well have been living at his own expense. The company lights were all extinguished. Great strong-smelling cauliflower-headed moulds that were always wanting snuffing usurped the place of Belmont wax. Napkins were withdrawn, second-hand tablecloths introduced, Marsala did duty for sherry, and the stick-jaw pudding assumed a consistency that was almost incompatible with articulation. In the course of this time Sponge wrote to Puffington, saying if he was better he would return and finish his visit, but the wary Puff sent a messenger off express with a note, lamenting that he was ordered to Handley Cross for his health, but Poplar man-like, hoping that the pleasure of Sponge's company was only deferred for another season. Jawleyford even Sponge thought hopeless, and altogether he was very much perplexed. He had made a little money, certainly, with his horses, but a permanent investment of his elegant person, such as he had long been on the look-out for, seemed as far off as ever. On the afternoon of the 5th day, as he was taking a solitary stroll about the country, having about made up his mind to be off to town, just as he was crossing Jog's Buttercup meadow on his way to the stable, a rapid bang, bang caused him to start, and looking over the hedge he saw a brawny-looking sportsman in brown reloading his gun, with a brace of liver and white setters crouching like statues in the stubble. "Seek dead," presently said the shooter, with a slight wave of his hand, and in an instant each dog was picking up his bird. "I'll have a word with you," said Sponge, on and offing the hedge, his beat causing the shooter to start and look as if inclined for a run. Second thoughts said Sponge was too near, and he'd better brave it. "What sport?" asked Sponge, striding towards him. "Oh, pretty middling," replied the shooter, a great red-headed, freckly-faced fellow with backward-lying whiskers, crowned in a drab rustic. "Oh, pretty middling," repeated he, not knowing whether to act on the friendly or defensive. "Fine day," said Sponge, eyeing his fox-masky whiskers and stout muscular frame. "It is," replied the shooter, adding, "just followed my birds over the boundary. No fence, I suppose? No fence?" "Oh no," said Mr. Sponge. "Jog, I dessay, 'll be very glad to see you." "Oh, you'll be Mr. Sponge," observed the stranger, jumping to a conclusion. "I am," replied our hero, adding, "May I ask who I have the honour of addressing?" "My name's Romford, Charlie Romford. Everybody knows me. Very glad to make your acquaintance," tendering Sponge a great rough heavy hand. "I was going to call upon you," observed the stranger, as he ceased swinging Sponge's arm to and fro like a pump handle. "I was going to call upon you to see if you come over to Washingford and have some shooting at me uncle's, Uncle Gilroy's at Queer Cove Hill." "Most happy," exclaimed Sponge, thinking it was the very thing he wanted. "Get a day with the harriers, too, if you like," continued the shooter, increasing the temptation. "Better still," thought Sponge. "I've only bachelor accommodation to offer you, but perhaps you'll not mind roughing it a bit," observed Romford. "Oh, faith, not I," replied Sponge, thinking of the luxuries of Puffington's bachelor habitation. "What sort of stables have you?" asked our friend. "Capital stables, excellent stables," replied the shooter. "Stalls 6 feet in the clear by 12 deep, iron racks, oak stall posts covered with zinc, beautiful oats, capital beans, splendacious hay, one without a shower." "Bravo!" exclaimed Sponge, thinking he had lit on his legs, and might snap his fingers at Jog and his hints. He'd take the high hand and give Jog up. "I'm your man," said Sponge in high glee. "When will you come?" asked Romford. "To-morrow," replied Sponge firmly. "So be it," rejoined his proffered host, and with another hearty swing of the arm, the newly made friends parted. Charlie Romford, or Facey, as he was commonly called, from his being the admitted most impudent man in the country, was a great round-faced, coarse-featured, prize-fighting sort of fellow, who lived chiefly by his wits, which he exercised in all the legitimate lines of industry: poaching, betting, boxing, horse-dealing, cards, quoits, anything that came uppermost. That he was a man of enterprise we need hardly add, when he had formed a scheme for doing our Sponge, a man that we do not think any of our readers would trouble themselves to try a plant upon. This impudent Facey, as if in contradiction of terms, was originally intended for a civil engineer, but having early in life voted himself heir to his uncle, Mr. Gilroy of Queercove Hill, a great cattle jobber, with a small independence of his own, 300 a year perhaps, which a kind world called 6, Facey thought he would just hang about until his uncle was done with his shoes, and then be lord of Queercove Hill. Now, me Uncle Gilroy, of whom Facey was constantly talking, had a left-handed wife and promising family in the sylvan retirement of St. John's Wood, whither he used to retire after his business in Smithfield was over, so that Facey for one was out in his calculations. Gilroy, however, being as knowing as his nevy, as he called him, just encouraged Facey in his shooting, fishing, and idle propensities generally, doubtless finding it more convenient to have his fish and game for nothing than to pay for them. Facey, having the apparently inexhaustible sum of £1,000, began life as a fox hunter, in a very small way to be sure, more for the purpose of selling horses than anything else, but having succeeded in doing all the doable gentlemen, both with the Tip and Go and Cranerfield hounds, his occupation was gone, it requiring an extended field, such as our friend Sponge roamed, to carry on cheating in horses for any length of time. Facey was soon blown, his name in connection with a horse being enough to prevent any one looking at him. Indeed, we question that there is any less desirable mode of making, or trying to make, money than by cheating or even dealing in horses. Many people fancy themselves cheated, whatever they get, while the man who is really cheated never forgets it, and proclaims it to the end of time. Moreover, no one can go on cheating in horses for any length of time without putting himself in the power of his groom, and let those who have seen how servants lord it over each other say how they would like to subject themselves to similar treatment. But to our story. Facey Romford had now a splendid milk-white horse, well known in Mr. Nobbington's and Lord Leader's hunts as Mr. Hobbler, but who Facey kindly rechristened the Nonpareil, which the now rising price of oats and falling state of his finances made him particularly anxious to get rid of, ere the horse performed the equestrian feat of eating its head off. He was a very hunter-like looking horse, but his misfortune consisted in having such shocking seedy toes that he couldn't keep his shoes on. If he got through the first field with them on, they were sure to be off at the fence. This horse Facey voted to be the very thing for Mr. Sponge, and hearing that he had come into the country to hunt, it occurred to him that it would be a capital thing if he could get him to take Mother Overend's spare bed and lodge with him, 12 shillings a week being more than Facey liked paying for his rooms. Not that he paid 12 shillings for the rooms alone. On the contrary, he had a 2-stalled stable, with a sort of kennel for his pointers, and a sty for his pig into the bargain. This pig, which was eaten many times in anticipation, had at length fallen a victim to the butcher, and Facey's larder was uncommonly well found in black puddings, sausages, spare ribs, and the other component parts of a pig, so that he was in very hospitable circumstances, at least in his rough and ready idea of what hospitality ought to be. Indeed, whether he had or not, he'd have risked it, being quite as good at carrying things off with a high hand as Mr. Sponge himself. The invitation came most opportunely, for, worn out with jealousy and watching, Jog had made up his mind to cut to Australia, and when Sponge returned after meeting Facey, Jog was in the act of combing out an advertisement, offering all that desirable sporting residence called Puddingpote Bower, with coach houses, stables, and offices thereunto belonging, to let, and announcing that the whole of the valuable household furniture, comprising mahogany, dining, loo, card, and pembroke tables, sofa, couch, and chairs in hair seating, chiffonier with plate glass, bookcase, flower stands, pianoforte by Collard and Collard, music stool and Canterbury, chimney and pier glasses, mirror, ormolu timepiece, alabaster and wax figures and shades, china, Brussels carpets and rugs, fenders and fire irons, curtains and cornices, Venetian blinds, mahogany four-post, French and camp bedsteads, feather beds, hair mattresses, mahogany chest of drawers, dressing glasses, wash and dressing tables, patent shower bath, bed and table linen, dinner and tea ware, warming pans, etc., would be exposed to immediate and unreserved sale. How gratefully Sponge's inquiry if he knew Mr. Romford fell on his ear, as they sat moodily together after dinner over some very low-priced port.
"Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. No, Charlie Romford, Facey as they call him. He's heir to old Mr. Gilroy of Queer Cove Hill."
"Just so," rejoined Sponge. "Just so, that's the man. Stout, square-built fellow, with backward greying whiskers. I'm going to stay with him to shoot at old Gill's. Where does Charlie live?"
"Live!"
exclaimed Jog, almost choked with delight at the information.
"Live! repeated he for the third time. "Lives at Washingford. Yes, at Washingford, about 10 miles from here. When'd you go?"
"To-morrow," replied Sponge, with an air of offended dignity. Jog was so rejoiced that he could hardly sit on his chair. Mrs. Jog, when she heard it, felt that Gustavus James's chance of independence was gone, for well she knew that Jog would never let Sponge come back to the Bower. We need scarcely say that Jog was up betimes in the morning, most anxious to forward Mr. Sponge's departure. He offered to allow Bartholomew to convey him and his traps in the phaeton, an offer that Mr. Sponge availed himself of as far as his traps were concerned, though he preferred cantering over on his piebald to trailing along in Jog's jingling chay. So matters were arranged, and Mr. Sponge forthwith proceeded to put his brown boots, his substantial cords, his superfine tights, his cutty scarlet, his dress blue Saxony, his clean linen, his heavy spurs, and, though last not least in importance, his now backless Mogg, into his solid leather portmanteau, sweeping the surplus of his wardrobe into a capacious carpet bag. While the guest was thus busy upstairs, the host wandered about restlessly, now stirring up this person, now hurrying that, in the full enjoyment of the much coveted departure. His pleasure was perhaps rather damped by a running commentary he overheard through the lattice window of the stable from Leather as he stripped his horses and tried to roll up their clothing in a moderate compass.
"Od rot your great carcass!"
exclaimed he, giving the roll a hearty kick in its bulging out stomach, on finding that he had not got it as small as he wanted.
"Od rot your great carcass!"
repeated he, scratching his head and eyeing it as it lay.
"This is all the consequence of your nasty brewer's hapron weshings, blowing out of one like a bladder."
And thereupon he placed his hand on his stomach to feel how his own was.
"Never seed such a house, or such an awful mean man,"
continued he, stooping and pommelling the package with his fists. It was of no use, he could not get it as small as he wished.
"Must have my jacket out on you, I do believe,"
added he, seeing where the impediment was.
"Sticks in your gizzard just like a lump of old Puff and Blow's pudding."
And then he thrust his hand into the folds of the clothing and pulled out the greasy garment.
"Now," said he, stooping again, "I think we may manage ye."
And he took the roll in his arms and hoisted it onto Hercules, whom he meant to make the led horse, observing aloud, as he adjusted it on the saddle, and whacked it well with his hands to make it lie right,
"I wish it was old Jog. Wouldn't I salve him out?"
Then he turned his horses round in their stalls, tucked his greasy jacket under the flap of the saddle-bags, took his ash stick from the crook, and led them out of the capacious door. Jog looked at him with mingled feelings of disgust and delight. Leather just gave his old hat-flipe a rap with his forefinger as he passed with the horses, a salute that Jog did not condescend to return. Having eyed the receding horses with great satisfaction, Jog re-entered the house by the kitchen, to have the pleasure of seeing Mr. Sponge off. He found the portmanteau and carpet-bag standing in the passage, and just at the moment the sound of the phaeton wheels fell on his ear as Bartholomew drove round from the coach-house to the door. Mr. Sponge was already in the parlour, making his adieus to Mrs. Jog and the children, who were all assembled for the purpose.
"What, are you going?"
asked Jog, with an air of surprise.
"Yes," replied Mr. Sponge, adding as he tendered his hand, "the best of friends must part, you know." "Well, but you better have your horse round," observed Jog, anxious to avoid any overture for a return.
"Thank ye," replied Mr. Sponge, making a parting bow. "I'll get him at the stable."
"I'll go with you,"
said Jog, leading the way. Leather had saddled and bridled and turned him round in the stall, with one of Mr. Jog's blanket rugs on, which Mr. Sponge just swept over his tail into the manger, and led the horse out. "Adieu," said he, offering his hand to his host.
"Good bye, good sport to you," said Jog, shaking it heartily.
Mr. Sponge then mounted his hack, and cocking out his toe, rode off at a canter. At the same moment Bartholomew drove away from the front door, and Jog, having stood watching the phaeton over the rise of Pennypound Hill, scraped his feet, re-entered his house, and rubbing them heartily on the mat as he closed the sash door, observed aloud to himself with a jerk of his head,
"Well now, that's the most impotent fellow I ever saw in my life. Catch me godpapa hunting again."
End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 59 The Adjourned Debate. The fatal invitation to Mr. Sponge having been sent, the question that now occupied the minds of the assembled sharpers at Nonsuch House was, whether he was a pigeon or one of themselves. That point occupied their very deep and serious consideration. If he was a pigeon, they could clearly accommodate him; but if, on the other hand, he was one of themselves, it was painfully apparent that there were far too many of them there already. Of course, the subject was not discussed in full and open conclave. They were all highly honourable men in the gross, and it was only in the small and secret groups of those accustomed to hunt together and unburden their minds that the real truth was elicited. "What an ass Sir Harry is to ask this Mr. Sponge," observed Captain Quod to Captain Seedeybuck, as, cigar in mouth, they paced backwards and forwards under the flagged verandah on the west side of the house, on the morning that Sir Harry had announced his intention of asking him.
"Confounded ass,"
assented Seedeybuck from between the whiffs of his cigar.
"Dash it, one would think he had more money than he knew what to do with," observed the first speaker, "instead of not knowing where to lay hands on a halfpenny. Soon to be woo-hoop," here observed Quod, with a shake of the head.
"Fear so," replied Seedeybuck. "Have you heard anything fresh?"
"Nothing particular. The County Court bailiff was here with some summonses, which of course he put in the fire."
"Ah, that's what he always does. He got tired of papering the smoking room with them," replied Seedeybuck.
"Well, it's a pity," observed Quod, spitting as he spoke. "But what can you expect, eaten up as he is by such a set of rubbish?"
"Shocking,"
replied Seedeybuck, thinking how long he and his friend might have fattened there together.
"Do you know anything of this Mr. Sponge?" asked Captain Quod after a pause.
"Nothing," replied Seedeybuck, "except what we saw of him here, but I'm sure he won't do."
"Well, I think not either," replied Quod. "I didn't like his looks. He seems quite one of the free and easy sort."
"Quite,"
observed Seedeybuck, determined to make a set against him, instead of cultivating his acquaintance.
"This Mr. Sponge won't be any great addition to our party, I think," muttered Captain Bouncey to Captain Cutitfat, as they stood within the bay of the library window, in apparent contemplation of the cows, but in reality conning the Sponge matter over in their minds.
"I think not,"
replied Captain Cutitfat, with an emphasis.
"Wonder what made Sir Harry ask him,"
whispered Bouncey, adding aloud for the bystanders to hear, "That's a fine cow, isn't it?"
"Very,"
replied Cutitfat in the same key, adding in a whisper, with a shrug of his shoulders,
"Wonder what made him ask half the people that are here."
"The black and white one isn't a bad 'un,"
observed Bouncey, nodding his head towards the cows, adding in an undertone,
"Most of them ask themselves, I should think." "Admiring the cows, Captain Bouncy?"
asked the beautiful and tolerably virtuous Miss Glitters of the Astley's Royal Amphitheatre, who had come down to spend a few days with her old friend, Lady Scattercash.
"Admiring the cows, Captain Bouncy?"
asked she, sidling her elegant figure between our friends in the bay.
"We were just saying how nice it would be to have 2 or 3 pretty girls and a syllabub under those cedars,"
replied Captain Bouncy.
"Oh, charming!" exclaimed Miss Glitters, her dark eyes sparkling as she spoke. "Harriet!" exclaimed she, addressing herself to a young lady who called herself Howard, but whose real name was Brown, Jane Brown. "Harriet!" exclaimed she, "Captain Bouncy is going to give a fête champêtre under those lovely cedars." "Oh, how nice!" exclaimed Harriet, clapping her hands in ecstasies, theatrical ecstasies at least. "It must be Sir Harry," replied the billiard table man, not fancying being let in for anything. "Oh, Sir Harry will let us have anything we like, I'm sure," rejoined Miss Glitters.
"What is it?"
asked Sir Harry, who, hearing his name, now joined the party.
"Oh, we want you to give us a dance under those charming cedars,"
replied the lady, looking lovingly at him.
"Cedars?"
hiccuped Sir Harry.
"Where do you see any cedars?"
"Why, there," replied
Miss Glitters, nodding towards a clump of evergreens.
"Those are hollies," replied Sir Harry.
"Well, under the hollies,"
rejoined Miss Glitters, adding,
"It was Captain Bouncy who said they were cedars."
"Ah, I meant those beyond,"
observed the captain, nodding in another direction.
"Those are Scotch firs," rejoined Sir Harry.
"Well, never mind what they are," resumed the lady. "Let us have a dance under them."
"Certainly," replied Sir Harry, who was always ready for anything.
"We shall have plenty of partners,"
observed Miss Howard, recollecting how many men there were in the house.
"And another coming,"
observed Captain Cutitfat, still fretting at the idea.
"Indeed!"
exclaimed Miss Howard, raising her hands and eyebrows in delight.
"And who is he?"
asked she, with unfeigned glee.
"Oh, such a swell," replied Sir Harry. "Regular Leicestershire manner, Quornite, in fact."
"We'll not have the dance till he comes, then,"
observed Miss Glitters.
"No more we will,"
said Miss Howard, withdrawing from the group. End of Chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 60 Facey Romford at Home. We will now suppose our distinguished Sponge entering the village, or what the natives call the town of Washingford, towards the close of a short December day on his arrival from Mr. Jog's. "What sort of stables are there?" asked he, reining up his hack, as he encountered the brandy-nosed Leather airing himself on the main street.
"Stables be good enough. Forage too," replied the stud groom, "provided you likes the sitivation."
"Oh, the sitivation'll be good enough," retorted Sponge, thinking that, groom-like, Leather was grumbling because he hadn't got the best stables.
"Well, sir, as you please," replied the man.
"Why, where are they?" asked Sponge, seeing there was more in Leather's manner than met the eye.
"Rose and Crown," replied Leather, with an emphasis.
"Rose and Crown?"
exclaimed Sponge, starting in his saddle.
"Rose and Crown? Why, I'm going to stay with Mr. Romford."
"So he said," replied Leather. "So he said. I met him as I comed in with the 'osses, and he said to me, said he, 'You'll find capital quarters at the Crown.'"
"The deuce!"
exclaimed Mr. Sponge, dropping the reins on his hack's neck.
"The deuce!"
repeated he, with a look of disgust.
"Why, where does he live?"
"Above the Saddler's Thunder," replied Leather,
nodding to a small bow-windowed white house a little lower down, with the gilt-lettered words "Overend, Saddler and Harness Maker to the Queen," above a very meagrely stocked shop.
"The devil!"
replied Mr. Sponge, boiling up as he eyed the cottage-like dimensions of the place. The dialogue was interrupted by a sledge-hammer-like blow on Sponge's back, followed by such a proffered hand as could proceed from none but his host.
"Glad to see you,"
exclaimed Facey, swinging Sponge's arm to and fro.
"Get off," continued he, half dragging him down, "and let's go in, for it's beastly cold, and dinner'll be ready in no time."
So saying, he led the captive Sponge down the street like a prisoner by the arm, and, opening the thin house door, pushed him up a very straight staircase into a little low cabin-like room, hung with boxing gloves, foils, and pictures of fighters and ballet girls.
"Glad to see you,"
again said Facey, poking the diminutive fire.
"Axed Nosey Nickel and Gutty Weasel to meet you," continued he, looking at the little dinner for two table, "but Nosey's gone wrong in a tooth, and Gutty's away sweetheartin'. However, we'll be very cosy and jolly together, and if you want to wash your hands or anything afore dinner, I'll show you your bedroom," continued he, backing Sponge across the staircase landing, to where a couple of little black doors opened into rooms, formed by dividing what had been the duplicate of the sitting-room into two. "There!"
exclaimed Facey, pointing to Sponge's portmanteau and bag, standing midway between the window and door.
"There are your traps. Yonder's the wash-hand stand. You can put your shaving things on the chair below the looking-glass against the wall," pointing to a fragment of glass nailed against the stencilled wall, all of which Sponge stood eyeing with a mingled air of resignation and contempt. But when Facey pointed to the chest contrived a double debt to pay, a bed by night, a chest of drawers by day, and said that was where Sponge would have to curl himself up, our friend shook his head, and declared he could not. "Oh, fiddle!" replied Facey. "Jack Weatherly slept in it for months, and he's half a hand higher than you, 16 hands if he's an inch."
And Sponge jerked his head and bit his lips, thinking he was done for once.
"Why, I thought you'd been a fox hunter,"
observed Facey, seeing his guest's disconcerted look.
"Well, but being a fox hunter won't enable one to sleep in a bandbox or to shut one's self up like a telescope," retorted the indignant Sponge. "'Ord hang it, man, you're so nasty partickler," rejoined Facey. "You're so nasty partickler. You'll never do to go out duck shootin' i' your shirt. Dash it, man, Uncle Gilroy would disinherit me if I was such a chap. However, look sharp," continued he, "if you are going to clean yourself, for dinner'll be ready in no time. Indeed, I hear Mrs. End dishing it up."
So saying, Facey rolled out of the room, and Sponge presently heard him pulling off his clogs of shoes in the adjoining one. Dinner spoke for itself, for the house reeked with the smell of fried onions and roast pork. Now, Sponge didn't like pork, and there was nothing but pork, or pig, in one shape or another. Spare ribs, liver and bacon, sausages, black puddings, etc., all very good in their way, but which came with a bad grace after the comforts of Jog's, the elegance of Puffington's, and the early splendour of Jawleyford's. Our hero was a good deal put out, and felt as if he was imposed upon. What business had a man like this to ask him to stay with him, a man who dined by daylight and ladled his meat with a great two-pronged fork? Facey, though he saw Mr. Sponge wasn't pleased, praised and pressed everything in succession down to a very strong cheese, and as the slipshod girl whisked away crumbs and all in the coarse tablecloth, he exclaimed in a most open-hearted air,
"Well, now, what shall we have to drink?" adding, "You smoke, of course. Shall it be gin, rum, or Hollands? Hollands, rum, or gin?"
Sponge was half inclined to propose wine, but recollecting what slow juice sort of stuff it was sure to be, and that Facey in all probability would make him finish it, he just replied, "Oh, I don't care. Suppose we say gin."
"Gin be it,"
said Facey, rising from his seat, and, making for a little closet in the wall, he produced a bottle labelled Fine London Spirit, and hallooing to the girl to get a few captains out of the box under his bed, he scattered a lot of glasses about the table, and placed a green dessert dish for the biscuits against they came. Night had now closed in, a keen, boisterous, wintry night, making the pocket full of coals that ornamented the grate peculiarly acceptable.
"By Jove, what a night!"
exclaimed Facey, as a blash of sleet dashed across the window as if some one had thrown a handful of pebbles against it.
"By Jove, what a night!"
repeated he, rising and closing the shutters and letting down the little scanty red curtain.
"Let us draw in and have a hot brew,"
continued he, stirring the fire under the kettle, and handing a lot of cigars out of the table drawer. They then sat smoking and sipping, each making a mental estimate of the other.
"Shall we have a game at cards, or what shall we do to pass the evening?"
at length asked our host.
"Better have a game at cards, perhaps," continued he. Thank'ee, no. I've a book in my pocket,"
replied Sponge, diving into his jacket pocket, adding as he fished up his Mogg,
"always carry a book of light reading about with me." "What, you're a literary cove, are you?"
asked Facey in a tone of surprise.
"Not exactly that," replied Sponge, "but I like to improve my mind."
He then opened the valuable work, taking a dip into the Omnibus Guide. Brentford, 7 from Hyde Park Corner, European Coffee House near the Bank, daily, and so worked his way on through the Brighton Railway Station, Brixton, Bromley, both in Kent and Middlesex, Bushy Heath, Camberwell, Camden Town, and Carshalton, right into Cheam, when Facey, who had been eyeing him intently, not at all relishing his style of proceeding and wishing to be doing, suddenly exclaimed as he darted up, "By Jove, you've not heard me play the flute! No more you have! Dash it, how remiss!" continued he, making for the little bookshelf on which it lay, adding as he blew into it and sucked the joints, "You're musical, of course."
"Oh, I can stand music,"
muttered Sponge, with a jerk of his head, as if a tune was neither here nor there with him.
"By Jingo, you should see me Uncle Gilroy when I'm playing. The old man actually sheds tears of delight. He's so pleased."
"Indeed," replied Sponge, now passing on into Mogg's cab fares. Aldersgate Street, Hare Court, to or from Bagnigge Wells, and so on, when Facey struck up the most squeaking, discordant, broken-winded Jump Jim Crow that ever was heard, making the sensitive Sponge shudder, and setting all his teeth on edge.
"Hang me, but that flute of yours wants nitre, or a dose of physic, or something most dreadful,"
at length exclaimed he, squeezing up his face as if in the greatest agony, as the laboured jump about and wheel about completely threw Sponge over in his calculation as to what he could ride from Aldgate Pump to the Pied Bull at Islington for.
"Oh no,"
replied Facey with an air of indifference, as he took off the end and jerked out the steam.
"Oh no, only wants work,
added he, putting it together again, exclaiming as he looked at the now sulky Sponge,
"Well, what shall it be?"
"Whatever you please," replied our friend, dipping frantically into his Mogg.
"Well then, I'll play you my uncle's favourite tune, 'The Merry Swiss Boy.'"
Whereupon Facey set to most vigorously with that once most popular air. It, however, came off as rustily as Jim Crow, for whose feats Facey evidently had a partiality, for no sooner did he get squeaked through me uncle's tune than he returned to the nigger melody with redoubled zeal, and puffed and blew Sponge's calculations as to what he could ride from Mother Redcaps at Camden Town, down Liquorpond Street, up Snow Hill, and so on to the Angel in Ratcliffe Highway, for clean out of his head. Nor did they seem any prospect of relief, for no sooner did Facey get through one tune than he at the other again.
"Rot it!"
at length exclaimed Sponge, throwing his Mogg from him in despair.
"You'll deafen me with that abominable noise."
"Bless my heart!" exclaimed Facey, in well feigned surprise.
"Bless my heart! Why, I thought you liked music, my dear fellow," adding, "I was playing to please you."
"The deuce you were!" snapped Mr. Sponge. "I wish I'd known sooner. I'd have saved you a deal of wind."
"Why, my dear fellow," replied Facey, "I wish to entertain you to the best of my power. One must do something, you know."
"I'd rather do anything than undergo that horrid noise," replied Sponge, ringing his left ear with his forefinger.
"Let's have a game at cards, then,"
rejoined Facey soothingly, seeing he had sufficiently agonized Sponge.
"Cards," replied Mr. Sponge, "cards.
repeated he thoughtfully, stroking his hairy chin. Cards, added he for the third time, as he conned Facey's rotund visage, and wondered if he was a sharper. If the cards were fair, Sponge didn't care trying his luck. It all depended upon that. Well, said he, in a tone of indifference, as he picked up his mog, thinking he wouldn't pay if he lost. I'll give you a turn. What shall it be?
Oh, why, suppose we say écarté, replied Facey in an off-hand sort of way.
Well, drawled Sponge, pocketing his mog, preparatory to action.
You haven't a clean pack, have you?
asked Sponge, as Facey, diving into a drawer, produced a very dirty thumb-marked set.
Oh, no, I haven't, replied Facey. Why, no, I haven't, but honour bright, these are all right and fair. Wouldn't cheat a man if it was ever so.
Sure you wouldn't, replied Sponge, nothing comforted by the assertion. They then resumed their seats opposite each other at the little table, with the hot water and sugar and fine London spirit bottle equitably placed between them. At first Mr. Sponge was the victor, and by 9 o'clock had scored 28 shillings against his host, when he was inclined to leave off, alleging that he was an early man and would go to bed, an arrangement that Facey seemed to come into, only pressing Sponge to accompany the gin he was now helping himself to with another cigar. This seemed all fair and reasonable, and as Sponge conned matters over, through the benign influence of the 'baccy, he really thought Facey mightn't be such a bad beggar after all.
Well then, said he, as he finished cigar and glass together, if you'll give me 28 bob, I'll be off to Bedfordshire.
You'll give me my revenge, surely,
exclaimed Facey, in pretended astonishment.
To-morrow night,
replied Sponge firmly, thinking it would have to go hard with him if he remained there to give it.
Nay, no, rejoined Facey, adding, it's quite early. Me Uncle Gilroy and I always play much later at Queer Cove Hill.
Sponge hesitated. If he had got the money, he would have refused point blank as it was, he thought. Perhaps the only chance of getting it was to go on. With no small reluctance and misgivings, he mixed himself another tumbler of gin and water, and, changing seats, resumed the game. Nor was our discreet friend far wrong in his calculations, for luck now changed, and Facey seemed to have the king quite at command. In less than an hour he had not only wiped off the 28 shillings, but had scored £3.15 against his guest. Facey would now leave off. Sponge, on the other hand, wanted to go on. Facey, however, was firm.
I'll cut you, double or quits, then,
cried Sponge in rash despair. Facey accommodated him, and doubled the debt.
Again,
exclaimed Sponge with desperate energy.
No, no more, thank ye, replied Facey coolly. Fair play's a jewel.
So it is, assented Mr. Sponge, thinking he hadn't had it.
Now,
continued Facey, poking into the table drawer, and producing a dirty scrap of paper with a little pocket ink case,
if you'll give me an IOU, we'll shut up shop.
An IOU?
retorted Sponge, looking virtuously indignant.
An IOU? I'll give you your money in the morning.
I know you will, replied Facey coolly, putting himself in boxing attitude, exclaiming as he measured out a distance,
just feel the biceps muscle of my arm. Do believe I could fell an ox. However, never mind, continued he, seeing Sponge declined the feel. Life's uncertain, so you give me an IOU, and we'll be all right and square. Short reckonings make long friends, you know,
added he, pointing peremptorily to the paper.
I'd better give you a cheque at once,
retorted Sponge, looking the very essence of chivalry.
Money, if you please,
replied Facey, muttering with a jerk of his head.
Don't like paper.
The renowned Sponge, for once, was posed. He had the money, but he didn't like to part with it, so he gave the IOU, and, lighting a 12 to the pound candle, sulked off to undress and crawl into the little impossibility of a bed. Night, however, brought no relief to our distinguished friend, for, little though the bed was, it was large enough to admit lodgers, and poor Sponge was nearly worried by the half-famished vermin, who seemed bent on making up for the long fast they had endured since the 16 hands man left. Worst of all, as day dawned, the eternal Jim Crow recommenced his saltations, varied only with the 'Come arouse ye, my merry Swiss boy' of me Uncle Gilroy.
'Well, dash my buttons!' groaned Sponge, as the discordant noise shot through his aching head, 'but this is the worst spec I ever made in my life. Fed on pork, fluted deaf, bit with bugs, and robbed at cards. Fairly, downrightly robbed. Never was more regular a plant put on a man. Thank goodness, however, I haven't paid him. Never will either. Such a confounded disreputable scoundrel deserves to be punished. Big, bad, blackguard-looking fellow. How the deuce could I ever be taken in by such a fellow? Believe he's nothing but a great poaching blackleg. Hasn't the faintest outlines of a gentleman about him. Not the slightest particle. Not the remotest glimmering.'
These and similar reflections were interrupted by a great thump against the thin lath and plaster wall that separated their rooms, or rather closets, accompanied by an exclamation of 'Hello, boy! How goes it?' an inquiry to which our friend deigned no answer.
''Ord rot ye, you're awake!'
muttered Facey to himself, well knowing that no one could sleep after such a Jim Crowing and Swiss boying as he had given him. He therefore resumed his battery, thumping as though he would knock the partition in.
'Hello!' at last exclaimed Mr. Sponge. 'Who's there?'
'Well, old £7.10, how goes it?'
asked Facey, in a tone of the keenest irony.
'You be ' growled Mr. Sponge in disgust.
'Breakfast in half an hour,'
resumed Facey.
'Pigs, pudding, and sarsingers, all hot, piping hot,' continued our host.
'Wish you were piping hot,'
growled Mr. Sponge, as he jerked himself out of his little berth. Though Facey pumped him pretty hard during his second pig repast, he could make nothing out of Sponge with regard to his movements, our friend parrying all his inquiries with his Mogg, and assurances that he could amuse himself. In vain Facey represented that his Uncle Gilroy would be expecting them, that Mr. Hobbler was ready for him to ride over on. Sponge wasn't inclined to shoot, but begged Facey wouldn't stay at home on his account. The fact was, Sponge meditated a bolt, and was in close confab with Leather in the Rose and Crown stables, arranging matters, when the sound of his name in the yard caused him to look out, when, oh, welcome sight, a Puddingpote Bower messenger put Sir Harry's note in his hand, which had at length arrived at Jog's through their very miscellaneous transit, called a post. Sponge, in the joy of his heart, actually gave the lad a shilling. He now felt like a new man. He didn't care a rap for Facey, and ordering Leather to give him the hack and follow with the hunters, he presently cantered out of town as sprucely as if all was on the square. When, however, Facey found how matters stood, he determined to stop Sponge's things, which Leather resisted, and Facey showing fight, Leather butted him with his head, sending him backwards downstairs and putting his shoulder out. Leather then marched off with the kit amidst the honours of war. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 61 Nonsuch House again. The gallant inmates of Nonsuch House had resolved themselves into a committee of speculation as to whether Mr. Sponge was coming or not. Indeed, they had been betting upon it, the odds at first being 100 to 1 that he came, though they had fallen a point or two on the arrival of the post without an answer.
'Well, I say, Mr. What-d'ye-call-him, Sponge, doesn't come,' exclaimed Captain Seedeybuck, as he lay full length with his shaggy, greasy head on the fine rose-coloured satin sofa, and his legs cocked over the cushion.
'Why not?'
asked Miss Glitters, who was beguiling the twilight half-hour before candles with knitting.
'Don't know,'
replied Seedeybuck, twirling his moustache.
'Don't know. Have a presentiment he won't.'
'Sure to come!'
exclaimed Captain Bouncey, knocking the ashes off his cigar onto the fine Tournay carpet.
'I'll lay 10 to 1. 10 50s to 1, he does. 1,000 to 10, if you like.'
If all the purses in the house had been clubbed together, we don't believe they would have raised £50.
What sort of a looking man is he?' asked Miss Glitters, now counting her loops.
He's just an ordinary sort of looking man, nothing 'tickler in any way,' drawled Captain Seedeybuck, now wetting and twirling his moustache.
'2 legs, a head, a back, and so on, I presume?' observed the lady.
'Just so,'
assented Captain Seedeybuck.
'He's a horsey looking sort of man, I should say,' observed Captain Bouncey. 'Walks as if he ought to be riding. Wears vinegar tops.'
'Hate vinegar tops,' growled Seedeybuck.
Just then in came Lady Scattercash, attended by Mr. Orlando Bugles, the lady's attractions having caused that distinguished performer to forfeit his engagement at the Surrey Theatre. Captain Cutitfat, Bob Spangles, and Sir Harry quickly followed, and the sponge question was presently renewed.
'Who says old Brown Boots comes?' exclaimed Seedeybuck from the sofa. 'Who's that with his nasty knob on my fine satin sofa?' asked the lady. 'Bob Spangles,' replied Seedeybuck. 'Nothing of the sort,' rejoined the lady, 'and I'll trouble you to get off.' 'Can't. I've got a bone in my leg,' rejoined the captain. 'I'll soon make you,' replied her ladyship, seizing the squab and pulling it on to the floor. As the captain was scrambling up, in came Peter, one of the wageless footmen, with candles, which, having distributed equitably about the room, he approached Lady Scattercash and asked in an independent sort of way what room Mr. Soapsuds was to have. 'Soapsuds? Soapsuds? That's not his name!' exclaimed her ladyship. 'Sponge, you fool! Soapy Sponge!' exclaimed Cutitfat, who had ferreted out Sponge's nom de l'ordre.
'He's not come, has he?' asked Miss Glitters eagerly. 'Yes, my lady, that's to say, miss,' replied Peter. 'Come, has he?' chorused 3 or 4 voices. 'Well, he must have a room,' observed Sir Harry. 'The green, the one above the billiard room will do,' added he. 'But I have that, Sir Harry,' exclaimed Miss Howard. 'Oh, it'll hold 2 well enough,' observed Miss Glitters. 'Then you can be the second,' replied Miss Howard, with a toss of her head. 'Indeed,' sneered Miss Glitters, bridling up. 'I like that.' 'But where's the man to be put?' asked Sir Harry. 'There's Ladofwax's room,' suggested her ladyship. 'The captain's locked the door and taken the key with him,' replied the footman. 'He said he'd be back in a day or 2. 'Back in a or 2?' observed Sir Harry. 'Where's he gone?' The man smiled. 'Borrowed,' observed Captain Quod with an emphasis. 'Indeed!' exclaimed Sir Harry, adding, 'Well, I thought that was Nabbum's gig with the old grey.' 'He'll not be back in a hurry,' observed Bouncey. 'He'll be like the Boulogne gents who are always going to England, but never do.'
'Poor Wax,' observed Quod. 'He's a big fool to give him his due.'
'If you give him his due, it's more than he gives other people, it seems,' observed Miss Howard.
'Oh, fie, Miss H!' exclaimed Captain Seedeybuck. 'Well, but the man must have a bed somewhere,' observed Sir Harry, adding to the footman, 'You'd better the door open, you know.'
'Perhaps you'd better try what one of yours will do,'
observed Bob Spangles, to the convulsion of the company. In the midst of their mirth, Mr. Bottleends was seen piloting Mr. Sponge up to her ladyship.
'Mr. Sponge, my lady,'
said he, in as low and deferential a tone as if he got his wages punctually every quarter day. 'How d'ye do, Mr. Sponge?' said her ladyship, tendering him her hand with an elegant curtsy. 'How are you, Mr. Sponge?' asked Sir Harry, offering his. 'I believe you know the company,' continued he, waving his hand around. 'Miss Glitters, Captain Quod, Captain Bouncey, Mr. Bugles, Captain Seedeybuck, and so on.' Whereupon Miss Glitters curtsied, the gentlemen bobbed their heads, and drew near our hero, who had now stationed himself before the fire. 'Coldish to night,' said he, stooping and placing both hands to the bars. 'Coldish,' repeated he, rubbing his hands and looking around.
"It generally is about this time of year, I think," observed Miss Glitters, who was quite ready to enter for our friend.
"Hope it won't stop hunting," said Mr. Sponge.
"Hope not," replied Sir Harry. "Would be a bore if it did."
"I wonder you gentlemen don't prefer hunting in a frost," observed Miss Howard. "One would think it would be just the time you'd want a good warming."
"I don't agree with you there," replied Mr. Sponge, looking at her and thinking she was not nearly so pretty as Miss Glitters. "Do you hunt to morrow?" asked he of Sir Harry, not having been able to obtain any information at the stables.
"To morrow? Oh, I dare say we shall," replied Sir Harry, who kept his hounds, as he did his carriages, to be used when wanted. "Dare say we shall," repeated he.
But though Sir Harry spoke thus encouragingly of their prospects, he took no steps, as far as Mr. Sponge could learn, to carry out the design. Indeed, the subject of hunting was never once mentioned, the conversation after dinner, instead of being about the Quorn, or the Pytchley, or Jack Thompson with the Atherstone, turning upon the elegance and lighting of the casinos in the Adelaide Gallery and Windmill Street, and the relative merits of those establishments over the Casino de Venise in High Holborn. Nor did the morning produce any change for the better, for Sir Harry and all the captains came down in their usual flashy, broken-down, player-looking attire, their whole thoughts being absorbed in arranging for a pool at billiards, in which the ladies took part. So, with billiards, brandy, and baccy, brandy, and billiards, varied with an occasional stroll about the grounds, the non-sporting inmates of Nonsuch House beguiled the time, much to Mr. Sponge's disgust, whose soul was on fire and eager for the fray. The readers, perhaps, being the same, we will skip Christmas, and pass on to New Year's Day. End of Chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 62 A Family Breakfast. 'Twere almost superfluous to say that New Year's Day is always a great holiday. It is a day on which custom commands people to be happy and idle, whether they have the means of being happy and idle or not. It is a day for which happiness and idleness are booked, and parties are planned and arranged long beforehand. Some go to town, some to the country, some take rail, some take steam, some take greyhounds, some take gigs, while others take guns and pop at all the little dicky birds that come in their way. The rural population generally incline to a hunt. They are not very particular as to style, so long as there are a certain number of hounds, and some men in scarlet, to blow their horns, halloo, and crack their whips. The population, especially the rising population about Nonsuch House, all inclined that way. A New Year's Day hunt with Sir Harry had long been looked forward to by the little Raws, and the little Spoonies, and the big and little Cheeks, and we don't know how many others. Nay, it had been talked of by the elder boys at their respective schools, academies, Dr. Switchington's, Mr. Latherington's, Mrs. Skelper's, and a liberal allowance of boasting indulged in as to how they would show each other the way over the hedges and ditches. The thing had long been talked of. Old Johnny Raw had asked Sir Harry to arrange the day so long ago that Sir Harry had forgotten all about it. Sir Harry was one of those good-natured souls who can't say no to any one. If anybody had asked him if they might set fire to his house, he would have said, "Oh, certainly, my dear fellow, if it will give you any pleasure." Now for the hiccup day. It is generally a frost on New Year's Day. However wet and sloppy the weather may be up to the end of the year, it generally turns over a new leaf on that day. New Year's Day is generally a bright, bitter, sunshiny day, with starry ice, and a most decided anti-hunting feeling about it, light, airy, ringy, anything but cheery for hunting. Thus it was in Sir Harry Scattercash's country. Having smoked and drunk the old year out, the captains and company retired to their couches without thinking about hunting. Mr. Sponge, indeed, was about tired of asking when the hounds would be going out. It was otherwise, however, with the rising generation, who were up betimes, and began pouring in upon Nonsuch House in every species of garb, on every description of steed, by every line and avenue of approach. "Hello, what's up now?" exclaimed Lady Scattercash, as she caught view of the first batch rounding the corner to the front of the house.
"Who have we here?"
asked Miss Glitters, as a ponderous, parti-coloured clown on a great curly-coated cart-horse brought up the rear.
"Early callers,"
observed Captain Seedeybuck, eating away complacently.
"Friends of Mr. Sponge's, most likely," suggested Captain Quod.
"Some of the little Sponges come to see their pa, p'raps,"
lisped Miss Howard, pretending to be shocked after she had said it.
"Bravo, Miss Howard!"
exclaimed Captain Cutitfat, clapping his hands.
"I said nothing, Captain,"
observed the young lady, with becoming prudery.
"Here we go again,"
exclaimed Captain Quod, as a troop of various sized urchins, in pea jackets, with blue noses and red comforters, on very shaggy ponies, the two youngest swinging in panniers over an ass, drew up alongside of the first comers.
"Whose sliding scale of innocence is that, I wonder?"
exclaimed Miss Howard, contemplating the variously sized chubby faces through the window. "Ho, ho, 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 giggled the guests. Another batch of innocents now hove in sight.
"Oh, those are the little Raws,"
observed Sir Harry, catching sight of the sky blue collar of the servant's long drab coat.
"Good chap, old Johnny Raw. Ask them to in," continued he, "and give them some cherry brandy."
And thereupon Sir Harry began nodding and smiling, and making signs to them to come in. The youngsters, however, maintained their position.
"The little Stupexes!"
exclaimed Miss Howard, going to the window and throwing up the sash.
"Come in, young gents,"
cried she, in a commanding tone, addressing herself to the last comers.
"Come in and have some toffee and lollipops, d'ye hear?"
continued she, in a still louder voice, and motioning her head towards the door. The boys sat mute.
"You stupid little monkeys,"
muttered she, in an undertone, as the cold air struck upon her head.
"Come in, like good boys,"
added she, in a louder key, pointing with her finger towards the door.
"No, thank ye,"
at last drawled the elder of the boys.
"No, thank ye,"
repeated Miss Howard, imitating the drawl.
"Why not?"
asked she sharply. The boy stared stupidly.
"Why won't you come in?"
asked she, again addressing him.
"Dunno,"
replied the boy, staring vacantly at his younger brother, as he rubbed a pearl off his nose on the back of his hand.
"Don't know?"
ejaculated Miss Howard, stamping her little foot on the Turkey carpet.
"Ma said we hadn't,"
whined the younger boy, coming to the rescue of his brother.
"Ma said we hadn't,"
retorted the fair interrogator.
"Why not?"
"Dunno,"
replied the elder.
"Don't know, you stupid little animal!"
snapped Miss Howard, the cold air increasing the warmth of her temper.
"I wonder what you do know. Why did your ma say you were not to come in?"
continued she, addressing the younger one.
Because,
hesitated he.
"She said the house was full of trumpets." "Trumpets, you little scamp!"
exclaimed the lady, reddening up.
"I'll get a whip and cut your jacket into ribbons on your back."
And thereupon she banged down the window and closed the conversation. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 63 The Rising Generation. The lull that prevailed in the breakfast room on Miss Howard's return from the window was speedily interrupted by fresh arrivals before the door. The three Master Baskets in coats and lay-over collars, Master Shutter in a jacket and trousers, the two Master Bulges in woollen overalls with very large hunting whips, Master Brick in a velveteen shooting jacket, and the two Cheeks with their tweed trousers thrust into fiddle-case boots, on all sorts of ponies and family horses, began pawing and disordering the gravel in front of Nonsuch House. George Cheek was the head boy at Mr. Latherington's Classical and Commercial Academy at Flagellation Hall, late the Crown and Sceptre Hotel and Posting House on the Bankston Road, where for £40 a year 80 young gentlemen were fitted for the pulpit, the senate, the bar, the counting house, or anything else their fond parents fancied them fit for. George was a tall stripling, out at the elbows, in at the knees, with his red-knuckled hands thrust a long way through his tight coat. He was just of that awkward age when boys fancy themselves men, and men are not prepared to lower themselves to their level. Ladies get on better with them than men. Either the ladies are more tolerant of twaddle, or their discerning eyes see in the gawky youth the germ of future usefulness. George was on capital terms with himself. He was the oracle of Mr. Latherington's school, where he was not only head boy and head swell, but a considerable authority on sporting matters. He took in Bell's Life, which he read from beginning to end, and noted its contents, as they say in the city.
"I'll tell you what all these little animals will be wanting," observed Sir Harry, as he cayenne peppered a turkey's leg. "They'll be come for a hunt." "Wish they may get it," observed Captain Seedeybuck, adding, "Why, the ground's as hard as iron."
"There's a big boy,"
observed Miss Howard, eyeing George Cheek through the window.
"Let's have him in, and see what he's got to say for himself," said Miss Glitters.
"You ask him, then," rejoined Miss Howard, who didn't care to risk another rub.
"Peter,"
said Lady Scattercash to the footman, who had been loitering about, listening to the conversation.
"Peter, go and ask that tall boy with the blue neckerchief and the ribbon round his hat to come in."
"Yes, my lady," replied Peter.
"And the spoonies, and the bulges, and the raws, and all the little rascals," added Sir Harry.
"The raws won't come, Sir H.,"
observed Miss Howard soberly.
"Bigger fools they,"
replied Sir Harry. Presently Peter returned with a tail, headed by George Cheek, who came striding and slouching up the room, and stuck himself down on Lady Scattercash's right. The small boys squeezed themselves in as they could, one by Captain Seedeybuck, another by Captain Bouncey, one by Miss Glitters, a fourth by Miss Howard, and so on. They all fell ravenously upon the provisions. Gobble, gobble, gobble was the order of the day.
"Well, and how often have you been flogged this half?"
asked Lady Scattercash of George Cheek, as she gave him a cup of coffee. Her ladyship hadn't much liking for youths of his age, and would just as soon vex them as not.
"Well, and how often have you been flogged this half?" she asked again, not getting an answer to her first inquiry.
"Not at all," growled Cheek, reddening up.
"Oh, flogged!" exclaimed Miss Glitters. "You wouldn't have a young man like him flogged. It's only the little boys that get that. Is it, Mr. Cheek?"
"To be sure not," assented the youth.
"Mr. Cheek's a man," observed Miss Glitters,
eyeing him archly, as he sat stuffing his mouth with currant loaf, plentifully besmeared with raspberry jam.
"He'll be wanting a wife soon,"
added she, smiling across the table at Captain Seedeybuck.
"I question but he's got one," observed the captain.
"Nor I haven't," replied Cheek, pleased at the imputation.
"Then there's a chance for you, Miss G," retorted the captain. "Mrs. George Cheek would look well on a glazed card with gilt edges."
"What a cub!"
exclaimed Miss Howard in disgust.
"You're another,"
replied Master Cheek, amidst a roar of laughter from the party.
"Well, but you ask your master if you mayn't have a wife next half, and we'll see if we can't arrange matters," observed Miss Glitters.
"No, I shan't," replied George, stuffing his mouth full of preserved apricot.
"Why not?" asked Miss Howard.
Because I'll have something younger," replied George.
"Bravo, young Chesterfield!" exclaimed Miss Howard, adding, "what it is to be thick with Lord John Manners."
"I'm not," growled the boy, amidst the mirth of the company.
"Well, but what must we do with these little
asked Sir Harry, at last rising from the breakfast table, and looking listlessly round the company for an answer.
"Oh, liquor them well, and send them home to their mammas," suggested Captain Bouncey, who was all for the drink. "But they won't take the
replied Sir Harry, holding up a curaçoa bottle to show how little had disappeared.
"Try them with cherry brandy," suggested Captain Seedeybuck, adding, "it's sweeter. Now, young man," continued he, addressing George Cheek as he poured him out a wineglassful, "this is the real Daffy's elixir that you read of in the papers. It's the finest compound that ever was known. It will make your hair curl, your whiskers grow, and you a man before your mother."
"No, don't want any more," growled the young gentleman, turning away in disgust. "I won't drink any more."
"Well, but be sociable,"
observed Miss Howard, helping herself to a glass.
"No, I don't want to be sociable," growled he, diving into his trouser pockets and wriggling about on his chair.
"Well, then, what will you do?"
asked Miss Howard.
"Hunt," replied the youth.
"Hunt!" exclaimed Bob Spangles. "Why, the ground's as hard as bricks."
"No, it's not," replied the youth.
"What a whelp!"
exclaimed Miss Howard, rising from the table in disgust.
"My Uncle Jellyboy wouldn't let such a frost stop him, I know," observed the boy.
"Who's your Uncle Jellyboy?"
asked Miss Glitters.
"He's a farmer, and keeps a few harriers at Scutley,"
observed Bob Spangles, sotto voce.
"And is that your extraordinary horse with all the legs?"
asked Miss Howard, putting her glass to her eye and scrutinizing a lank woolly-coated weed getting led about by a blue-aproned gardener.
"Is that your extraordinary horse with all the legs?"
repeated she, following the animal about with her glass.
"Hoots, it hasn't got more legs than other people's," growled George.
"It's got 10 at all events,"
replied Miss Howard, to the astonishment of the juveniles.
"Nor it hasn't,"
replied George.
"Yes, it has,"
rejoined the lady.
"Nor it hasn't,"
repeated George.
"Come and see,"
said the lady, adding,
"perhaps it's put out some since you got off."
George slouched up to where she stood at the window.
"Now,"
said he, as the gardener turned the horse round, and he saw it had but 4.
"How many has it?"
10,
replied Miss Howard.
"Hoots," replied George. "You think it's April Fool's Day, I dare say."
"No, I don't," replied Miss Howard, "but I maintain your horse has 10 legs. See now," continued she, "what do you call these coming here?"
"It's 2 forelegs," replied George.
"Well, 2 fours, twice 4's 8, eh? And his 2 hind ones make 10.
"Hoots," growled George, amidst the mirth of his comrades, "you're making a fool of one." "Well, but what must I do with all these little creatures?" asked Sir Harry again, seeing the plot still thickening outside.
"Turn them out a bagman," suggested Mr. Sponge in an undertone, adding, "Watchorn has a 3-legged 'un, I know, in the hayloft."
"Oh, Watchorn wouldn't on a day such as this," replied Sir Harry. "New Year's Day, too. Most likely away, seeing his young hounds at walk."
"We might see at all events," observed Mr. Sponge.
"Well," assented Sir Harry, ringing the bell. "Peter," said he, as the servant answered the summons, "I wish you would to Mr. Watchorn's and ask if he'll have the kindness to down here." Sir Harry was obliged to be polite, for Watchorn too was on the 'free' list, as Miss Glitters called it.
"Yes, Sir Harry,"
replied Peter, leaving the room. Presently Peter's white legs were seen wending their way among the laurels and the evergreens in the direction of Mr. Watchorn's house, he having a house and grass for 6 cows, all whose milk he declared went to the puppies and young hounds. Luckily, or unluckily perhaps, Mr. Watchorn was at home, and was in the act of shaving as Peter entered. He was a square-built, dark-faced, dark-haired, good-looking, ill-looking fellow, who cultivated his face on the 4-course system of husbandry. First he had a bare fallow, we mean a clean shave. That, of course, was followed by a full crop of hair all over, except on his upper lip. Then he had a soldier's shave, off by the ear, which in turn was followed by a Newgate frill. The latter was his present style. He had now no whiskers, but an immense protuberance of bristly black hair rising like a wave above his kerchief. Though he cared no more about hunting than his master, he was very fond of his red coat, which he wore on all occasions, substituting a hat for a cap when 'off duty,' as he called it. Having attired himself in his best scarlet, of which he claimed 3 a year, one for wet days, one for dry days, another for high days, very natty kerseymere shorts and gaiters, with a small striped standing collar, toil net waistcoat, he proceeded to obey the summons.
"Watchorn," said Sir Harry, as the important gentleman appeared at the breakfast room door, "Watchorn, these young gentlemen want a hunt."
"Oh, one must be their master, Sir Harry,"
replied Watchorn, with a broad grin on his flushed face, for he had been drinking all night, and was half drunk then.
"Can't you manage it?"
asked Sir Harry mildly.
"How's it possible, Sir Harry?" asked the huntsman. "How's it possible? No man's fonder of hunting than I am, but to turn out on sich a day as this would be a daring, a desperate violation of all the laws of registered propriety. The Pope's bull would be nothing to it."
"How so?"
asked Sir Harry, puzzled with the jumble.
"How so?" repeated Watchorn. "How so? Why, in the first place, it's a mortal hard frost, harder nor iron. In the second place, I ain't got no arrangements made. You can't turn out a pack of high-bred foxhounds as you would a lot of staggers or muggers. And in the third place, you'll knock all your nags to bits, and they are a deal better in their wind than they are on their legs as it is. No, Sir Harry, no," continued he, slowly and thoughtfully. "No, Sir Harry, no. Be Cardinal Wiseman for once, Sir Harry. Be Cardinal Wiseman for once, and don't think of it."
"Well," replied Sir Harry, looking at George Cheek, "I suppose there's no help for it."
"It was quite a thaw where I came from," observed Cheek, half to Sir Harry and half to the huntsman.
"'Deed, sir, 'deed," replied
Mr. Watchorn, with a chuck of his fringed chin.
"It generally is a thaw everywhere but where the hounds meet."
"My Uncle Jollyboy wouldn't be stopped by such a frost as this," observed Cheek.
"'Deed, sir, 'deed," replied Watchorn. "Your Uncle Jollyboy's a very fine fellow, I dare say, very fine fellow. No such conjurers in these parts as he is. What man dare, I dare. He who dares more is no man," added Watchorn, giving his fat thigh a hearty slap.
"Well done, old tally-ho!" exclaimed Miss Glitters. "We'll have you on the stage next."
"What will you wet your whistle with after your fine speech?" asked Lady Scattercash.
"Take a tumbler of chumpine, if there is any," replied Watchorn, looking about for a long-necked bottle.
"Fear you'll come on badly," observed Captain Seedeybuck, holding up an empty one, "for Bouncy and I have just finished the last."
The captain chucking the bottle sideways on to the floor, and rolling it towards its companion in the corner.
"Have a fresh bottle," suggested Lady Scattercash,
drawing the bell-string at her chair.
"Champagne,"
said her ladyship, as the footman answered the summons.
"2 on 'em,"
exclaimed Captain Bouncy.
"3,"
shouted Sir Harry.
"We'll have a regular set too,"
observed Miss Howard, who was fond of champagne.
"New Year's Day," replied Bouncy, "and ought to be properly observed."
Presently, fizz, pop, bang, fizz, pop, bang, went the bottles, and as the hissing beverage foamed over the bottle necks, glasses were sought and held out to catch the creaming contents.
"Here's a Happy New Year to us all!"
exclaimed Sir Harry, drinking off his wine. "Hooray!" exclaimed the company in irregular order, as they drank off theirs.
"We'll drink Mr. Watchorn and the Nonsuch hounds!"
exclaimed Bob Spangles, as Watchorn, having drained off his tumbler, replaced it on the sideboard.
"With all the honours!"
exclaimed Captain Cutitfat, filling his glass and rising to give the time.
"Watchorn, your good health! Watchorn, your good health!"
sounded from all parts, which Watchorn kept acknowledging and looking about for the means to return the compliment, his friends being more intent upon drinking his health than upon supplying him with wine. At last he caught the third of a bottle of chumpine, and emptying it into his tumbler, held it up while he thus addressed them.
"Gentlemen all," said he, "I thank you most particularly for this mark of your attention. Applause. It's most gratifying to my feelings to be thus remembered. Applause. I could say a great deal more, but the liquor won't wait."
So saying, he drained off his glass, while the wine effervesced.
"Well, and what's of the weather now?"
asked Sir Harry, as his huntsman again deposited his tumbler on the sideboard.
"'Pon my soul, Sir Harry," replied Watchorn quite briskly, "I really think we might hunt. We might try, at all events. The day seems changed somehow,' added he, staring vacantly out of the window on the bright sunny landscape, with the leafless trees dancing before his eyes.
'I think so,' said Sir Harry. 'What do you think, Mr. Sponge?' added he, appealing to our hero.
'Half an hour may make a great difference,' observed Mr. Sponge. 'The sun will then be at its best.'
'We'll try, at all events,' observed Sir Harry.
'That's right!' exclaimed George Cheek, waving a scarlet bandana over his head.
'I shall expect you to ride up to the hounds, young gent,' observed Watchorn, darting an angry look at the speaker.
'Won't I, old boy?' exclaimed George. 'Ride over you if you don't get out the way.'
'Deed,'
sneered the huntsman, whisking about to leave the room, muttering as he passed behind the large Indian screen at the door something about 'jawing jackanapes well called Cheek.'
'Hunt in half an hour,'
exclaimed Watchorn from the steps of the front door, an announcement that was received by the little Raws, and the little Spoonies, and the little Baskets, and the little Bulges, and the little Bricks, and little others, with rapturous applause. All was now commotion and hurry-scurry inside and out. Glasses were drained, lips wiped, and napkins thrown hastily away, while ladies and gentlemen began grouping and talking about hats and habits, and what they should ride. 'You go with me, Orlando,' said Lady Scattercash to our friend Bugles, recollecting the quantity of diachylon plaster it had taken to repair the damage of his former equestrian performance. 'You go with me, Orlando,' said she, 'in the phaeton, and I'll lend Lucy,' nodding towards Miss Glitters, 'my habit and horse.'
'Who can lend me a coat?'
asked Captain Seedeybuck, examining the skirts of a much frayed invisible green surtout.
'A coat?' replied Captain Quod. 'I can lend you a Joinville, if that will do as well,' the captain feeling his own extensive one as he spoke.
'Hardly,'
said Seedeybuck, turning about to ask Sir Harry.
'What, you're going to give Watchorn a tussle, are you?'
asked Captain Cutitfat of George Cheek, as the latter began adjusting the fox-toothed riband about his hat. 'I believe you,' replied George, with a knowing jerk of his head, adding, 'it won't take much to beat him.'
'What, he's a slow one, is he?'
asked Cutitfat in an undertone. 'Slowest coach I ever saw,' growled George.
'Won't ride, won't he?'
asked the captain.
'Not if he can help it,'
replied George, adding, 'but he's such a shocking huntsman. Never saw such a huntsman in all my life.' George's experience lay between his uncle Jellyboy, who rode 18 stone and a half, Tom Scramble, the pedestrian huntsman of the Slowfoot hounds near Mr. Latherington's, and Mr. Watchorn. But critics, especially hunting ones, are all ready made, as Lord Byron said.
'Well, we'd better disperse and get ready,'
observed Bob Spangles, making for the door, whereupon the tide of population flowed that way, and the room was presently cleared. George Cheek and the juveniles then returned to their friends in the front, and George got up pony races among the Johnny Raws, the Baskets, the Bulges, and the Spoonies, thrice round the carriage ring and a distance, to the detriment of the gravel and the discomfiture of the flower bed in the centre. End of Chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 64 The Kennel and the Stud. We will now accompany Mr. Watchorn to the stable, whither his resolute legs carried him as soon as the champagne wrought the wonderful change in his opinion of the weather, though as he every now and then crossed a spangled piece of ground, upon which the sun had not struck, or stopped to crack a piece of ice with his toe, he shook his heated head and doubted whether he was Cardinal Wiseman for making the attempt. Nothing but the fact of his considering it perfectly immaterial whether he was with his hounds or not, encouraged him in the undertaking.
'Dash them,' said he, 'they must take care of themselves.'
With which laudable resolution, and an inward anathema at George Cheek, he left off trying the ground and tapping the ice. Washhorn's hurried, excited appearance produced little satisfaction among the grooms and helpers at the stables, who were congratulating themselves on the opportune arrival of the frost, and arranging how they should spend their New Year's Day.
"Look sharp, lads, look sharp!"
exclaimed he, clapping his hands as he ran up the yard.
"Look sharp, lads, look sharp!"
repeated he, as the astonished helpers showed their bare arms and dirty shirts at the partially opened doors, responsive to the sound.
"Send Snaffle here, send Brown here, send Green here, send Snooks here!"
exclaimed he, with the air of a man in authority. Now Snaffle was the stud groom, a personage altogether independent of the huntsman, and in the ordinary course of nature Snaffle had just as much right to send for Watchorn as Watchorn had to send for him. But Watchorn being, as we said before, some way connected with Lady Scattercash, he just did as he liked among the whole of them, and they were too good judges to rebel.
"Snaffle,"
said he, as the portly, well-put-on personage waddled up to him.
"Snaffle," said he, "how many sound horses have you?" "None, sir,"
replied Snaffle confidently.
"How many three-legged uns have you that can go then?"
"Oh, a good many," replied
Snaffle, raising his hands to tell them off on his fingers.
"There's Hop the Twig, and Annabelle, and Ugly Jade, and Sir Danapolis, the baronet as we calls him, and Arkaway, and Hit Me Hard, and Single Peeper, and Jack's Alive, and Groggy Toes, and Greedy Boy, and Puff and Blow. That's to say, 2 and 3-legged uns at least," observed Snaffle, qualifying his original assertion.
"Ah, well," said Watchorn, "that'll do. 2 legs are too many for some of the rips they'll have to carry. Let me see," continued he thoughtfully. "I'll ride Arkaway."
"Yes, sir,"
said Snaffle.
"Sir 'Arry, Hit Me Hard."
"Won't you put him on Sir Danapolis?" asked Snaffle.
"No," replied Watchorn. "No, I wants to save the Bart. Sir 'Arry must ride Hit Me Hard."
"Is her ladyship going?"
asked Snaffle.
"Her ladyship drives," replied Watchorn. "And you, Snooks," addressing a bare-armed helper, "tell Mr. Traces to turn her out a pony phaeton and pair, with fresh rosettes and all complete, you know." "Yes, sir," said Snooks, with a touch of his forelock. "And you'd better tell Mr. Leather to have a horse for his master," observed Watchorn to Snaffle, "unless as how you wish to put him on one of yours."
"Not I!"
exclaimed Snaffle. "I've enough to mount without him. Do you know how many be going?" asked he. "No," replied Watchorn, hurrying off, adding as he went, "Oh, hang 'em! Just saddle 'em all, and let 'em scramble for 'em." The scene then changed. Instead of hissing helpers pursuing their vocations in stable or saddle room, they began bustling about with saddles on their heads and bridles in their hands, the day of expected ease being changed into one of unusual trouble. Mr. Leather declared, as he swept the clothes over Multimim Parvo's tail, that it was the most unconscionable proceeding he had ever witnessed, and muttered something about the quiet comforts he had left at Mr. Jogglebury Crowdie's, hinting his regret at having come to Sir Harry's, in a sort of dialogue with himself as he saddled the horse. The beauties of the last place always come out strong when a servant gets to another, but we must accompany Mr. Watchorn. Though his early career with the Camberwell and Balham Hill Union Harriers had not initiated him much into the delicacies of the chase, yet, recollecting the presence of Mr. Sponge, he felt suddenly seized with the desire of doing things as they should be, and he went muttering to the kennel, thinking how he would leave Dinnerbell and Prosperous at home, and how the pack would look quite as well without Frantic running half a field ahead, or old Stormer and Stunner bringing up the rear with long protracted howls. He doubted indeed whether he would take Desperate, who was an incorrigible skirter, but as she was not much worse in this respect than Chatterer or Harmony, who was also an inveterate babbler, and the pack would look rather short without them, he reserved the point for further consideration, as the judges say. His speculations were interrupted by arriving at the kennel, and finding the door fast, he looked under the slate, and above the frame, and inside the window, and on the wall for the key, and his shake and kick and clatter were only answered by a full chorus from the excited company within. "Hang the feller! What's got him?"
exclaimed he, meaning Joe Haggish, the feeder, whom he expected to find there. Joe, however, was absent, not holiday-making, but on a diplomatic visit to Mr. Greystones, the miller, at Splashford, who had positively refused to supply any more meal until his little bill, £430, for the 3 previous years was settled, and flesh being very scarce in the country, the hounds were quite light and fit to go. Joe had gone to try and coax Greystones out of a ton or two of meal, on the strength of its being New Year's Day.
"Dash the feller! What's got him?"
exclaimed Watchorn, seizing the latch and rattling it furiously. The melody of the hungry pack increased.
"Oh, drop the door!"
exclaimed the infuriated huntsman, setting his back against it. At the first push, open it flew. Watchorn fell back, and the astonished pack poured over his prostrate body, regardless alike of his holiday coat, his tidy tie, and toilette vest. What a scrimmage, what a kick-up was there! Away the hounds scampered, towling and howling, some up to the flesh wheel to see if there was any meat, some to the bone heap to see if there were any there, others down to the dairy to try and effect an entrance in it, while Launcher and Lightsome and Burster rushed to the backyard of Nonsuch house, and were presently over ears in the pig pail.
"Get me my horn! Get me my whop! Get me my cap! Get me my boats!"
exclaimed Watchorn, as he recovered his legs, and saw his wife eyeing the scene from the door.
"Get me my boots! Get me my cap! Get me my whop! Get me my horn, woman!"
continued he, reversing the order of things, and rubbing the hound's feet marks off his clothes as he spoke. Mrs. Watchorn was too well drilled to dwell upon orders, and she met her lord and master in the passage with the enumerated articles in her hand. Watchorn, having deposited himself on an entrance hall chair, for it was a roomy, well-furnished house, having been the steward's while there was anything to take care of, Mrs. Watchorn proceeded to strip off his gaiters while he drew on his boots and crowned himself with his cap. Mrs. Watchorn then buckled on his spurs, and he hurried off, horn in hand, desiring her to have him a basin of turtle soup ready against he came in, adding, "She knew where to get it." The frosty air then resounded with the twang, twang, twang of his horn, and hounds began drawing up from all quarters, just as sportsmen cast up at a meet from no one knows where.
"Hear, hear, hounds! Hear, hear, good dogs!" cried he, coaxing and making much of the first comers. "Hear, hear, Galloper, old boy!" continued he, diving into his coat pocket and throwing him a bit of biscuit. The appearance of food had a very encouraging effect, for forthwith there was a general rush towards Watchorn, and it was only by rating and swinging his whop about that he prevented the pack from pawing and perhaps downing him. At length, having got them somewhat tranquillized, he set off on his return to the stables, coaxing the shy hounds, and rating and rapping those that seemed inclined to break away. Thus he managed to march into the stable yard in pretty good order, just as the house party arrived in the opposite direction, attired in the most extraordinary and incongruous habiliments. There was Bob Spangles in a swallow-tailed, mulberry-coloured scarlet that looked like an old pen-wiper, white duck trousers, and lack-lustre Napoleon boots. Captain Cutitfat in a smart, new Moses and Sons straight-cut scarlet, with bloodhound heads on the buttons, yellow ochre leathers and Wellington boots with drab kneecaps. Little Bouncy in a tremendously baggy, long-backed scarlet, whose gaping outside pockets showed that they had carried its late owner's hands as well as his handkerchief, the clumsy device on the tarnished buttons looking quite as much like sheep's heads as foxes. Bouncy's light tweed trousers were thrust into a pair of wide fisherman's boots, which, but for his little roundabout stomach, would have swallowed him up bodily. Captain Quod appeared in a venerable dress coat of the Melton hunt, made in the popular reign of Mr. Errington, whose much stained and smeared silk facings bore testimony to the good cheer it had seen. As if in contrast to the light airiness of this garment, Quod had on a tremendously large shaggy brown waistcoat, with horn buttons, a double tier of pockets, and a nick out in front. With an unfair partiality, his netherman was attired in a pair of shabby old black, or rather brown, dress trousers, thrust into long Wellington boots, with brass heel spurs. Captain Seedybuck had on a spruce swallow-tailed green coat of Sir Harry's, a pair of old tweed trousers of his own, thrust into long chamois leather opera boots, with red morocco tops, giving the whole a very unique and novel appearance. Mr. Orlando Bugles,
though going to drive with my lady, thought it incumbent to put on his jack boots, and appeared in kerseymere shorts and a highly frogged and furred blue frock coat, with the corner of a musked cambric kerchief acting the part of a star on his breast.
"Here comes old 16-stringed Jack," exclaimed Bob Spangles, as his brother-in-law, Sir Harry, came hitching and limping along, all strings and tapes and ends as usual, followed by Mr. Sponge in the strict and severe order of sporting costume, double-stitched, back-stitched, sleeve-strapped, pull-devil, pull-baker coat, broad corduroy vest with fox-teeth buttons, still broader corded breeches, and the redoubtable vinegar tops.
"Now we're all ready,"
exclaimed Bob, working his arms as if anxious to be off, and giving a shrill shilling gallery whistle with his fingers, causing the stable doors to fly open, and the variously tackled steeds to emerge from their stalls.
"A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!"
exclaimed Miss Glitters, running up as fast as her long habit, or rather Lady Scattercash's long habit, would allow her.
"A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!"
repeated she, diving into the throng. "White Surrey is saddled for the field," replied Mr. Orlando Bugles, drawing himself up pompously, and waving his right hand gracefully towards her ladyship's Arab palfrey, inwardly congratulating himself that Miss Glitters was going to be bumped upon it instead of him.
"Give us a leg up, Seedy!"
exclaimed Lucy Glitters to the gent of the green coat, fearing that Miss Howard, who was a little behind, might claim the horse. Captain Seedybuck seized her pretty little uplifted foot, and vaulted her into the saddle as light as a cork. Taking the horse gently by the mouth, she gave him the slightest possible touch with the whip, and moved him about at will, instead of fretting and fighting him, as the clumsy, heavy-handed Bugles had done. She looked beautiful on horseback, and for a time riveted the attention of our sportsmen. At length they began to think of themselves, and then there were such climbings on, and clutchings, and catchings, and clingings, and gentlyings, and whoa-ings, and whoa-hahings, and questionings of if such a horse was quiet, if another could leap well, if a third had a good mouth, and whether a fourth ever ran away.
"Take my port stirrup up 2 holes!"
exclaimed Captain Bouncy from the top of high Hop the Twig, sticking out a leg to let the groom do it. The captain had affected the sea instead of the land service while a betting list keeper, and found the bluff sailor character very taking.
"Avast there!"
exclaimed he, as the groom ran the buckle up to the desired hole.
"Now,"
said he, gathering up the reins in a bunch,
"how many knots an hour can this horse go?"
20, replied the man, thinking he meant miles.
"Let her go, then!"
exclaimed the captain, kicking the horse's sides with his spurless heels. Mr. Watchorn now mounted Harkaway. Sir Harry scrambled on to Hit Me Hard. Miss Howard was hoisted on to Groggy Toes, and all the rest being fit with horses of some sort or other, and the races in the front being over, the juveniles poured into the yard. Lady Scattercash's pony phaeton turned out, and our friends were at length ready for a start. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 65 The Hunt. While the foregoing arrangements were in progress, Mr. Watchorn had desired Slarkey, the knife boy, to go into the old hayloft and take the 3-legged fox he would find, and put him down among the laurels by the summer house, where he would draw up to him all reg'lar like. Accordingly Slarkey went, but the old cripple having mounted the rafters, Slarkey didn't see him, or rather, seeing but one fox, he clutched him, with a greater regard to his not biting him than to seeing how many legs he had. Consequently he bagged an uncommonly fine old dog fox, that wily Tom had just stolen from Lord Scamperdale's new cover at Faggot Furze, and it was not until Slarkey put him down among the bushes, and saw how lively he went, that he found out his mistake. However, there was no help for it, and he had just time to pocket the bag, when Watchorn's half-drunken cheer, and the reverberating cracks of ponderous whips on either side of the Dean, announced the approach of the pack.
"Halo in there!"
cried Watchorn to his hounds.
'Ord dummy, but it's slippy,' he said to himself. 'Have at him, plunderer! Good dog! I wish I may be Cardinal Wiseman for coming,'
added he, seeing how his breath showed on the air.
'Oix! Pash him up! I'll be dashed if I shan't be down!'
exclaimed he, as his horse slid a long slide.
'Halo in, Conqueror, old boy!'
continued he, exclaiming loud enough for Mr. Sponge, who was drawing near to hear him.
'Fine as a fox that'll give us 45 minutes!'
The speaker inwardly hoping they might chop their bagman in cover.
'Yoicks! Rout him out!'
continued he, getting more energetic.
'Yoicks! Wind him! Yoicks! Stir us up a teaser!'
'No go, I think,' observed George Cheek, ambling up on his leggy weed.
'No go, you young infidel!'
growled Watchorn.
'Who taught you to talk about goes, I wonder? Ought to be at school learning to cipher or ride in the globes.'
Mr. Watchorn, not exactly knowing what the term 'use of the globes' meant.
'You call that nothin'?'
exclaimed he, taking off his cap as he viewed the fox stealing along the gravel walk, adding to himself as he saw his even action and full well-tagged brush.
'Ord rot him, he's got hold of the wrong 'un.'
It was, however, no time for thought. In an instant the welkin rang with the outburst of the pack and the clamour of the field.
'Tally ho! Tally ho! Tally ho! Whoop, whoop, whoop!'
cried a score of voices, and twang, twang, twang went the shrill horn of the huntsman. The whips, too, stood in their stirrups, cracking their ponderous thongs, which sounded like guns upon the frosty air, and contributed their 'Get together, hounds! Hark away, hark away! Hark away, hark!' to the general uproar. Oh, what a row, what a riot, what a racket! Watchorn being in for it, and recollecting how many saw a start who never thought of seeing a finish, immediately got his horse by the head and singled himself out from the crowd, now pressing at his horse's heels, determining, if the hounds didn't run into their fox in the park, to ride them off the scent at the very first opportunity. The chumpine being still alive within him, in the excitement of the moment he leapt the hand gate leading out of the shrubberies into the park, the noise the horse made in taking off resembling the trampling on wood pavement.
'Cuss it, but it's hard!'
exclaimed he, as the horse slid 2 or 3 yards as he alighted on the frozen field. George Cheek followed him, and Multum in Parvo, taking the bit deliberately between his teeth, just walked through the gate as if it had been made of paper.
'Oh, you brute!'
cried Mr. Sponge in disgust, digging the Latchfords into his sides, as if he intended to make them meet in the middle.
'Oh, you brute!'
repeated he, giving him a hearty cropper as he put up his head after trying to kick him off.
'Thank you!'
exclaimed Miss Glitters, cantering up, adding,
'You cleared the way nicely for me.'
Nicely he had cleared it for them all, and the pent-up tide of equestrianism now poured over the park like the flood of an irrigated water-meadow. Such ponies, such horses, such hugging, such kicking, such scrambling, and so little progress with many. The park being extensive, 300 acres or more, there was ample space for the aspiring ones to single themselves out, and as Lady Scattercash and Orlando sat in the pony phaeton on the rising ground by the keeper's house, they saw a dark-clad horseman, George Cheek, old Gingerbread Boots, as they called Mr. Sponge, with Lucy Glitters alongside of him, gradually stealing away from the crowd, and creeping up to Mr. Watchorn, who was sailing away with the hounds. 'What a scrimmage!' exclaimed her ladyship, standing up in the carriage and eyeing the strange confusion in the vale below. 'There's Bob in his old purple,' said she, eyeing her brother hustling along, 'and there's Fat in his new Moses and Son, and Bouncy in poor Wax's coat, and here's Harry, all legs and wings as usual,' added she, as her husband was seen flibberty-gibbertying it along. 'And there's Lucy, and where's Miss Howard, I wonder?' observed Orlando, straining his eyes after the scrambling field. Nothing but the inspiriting aid of Chumpine, and the hope that the thing would soon terminate, sustained Mr. Watchorn under the infliction in which he so unexpectedly found himself, for nothing would have tempted him to brave such a frost with the burning scent of a game 4-legged fox. The park being spacious, and enclosed by a high plank paling, he hoped the fox would have the manners to confine himself within it, and so long as his threadings and windings favoured the supposition, our huntsman bustled along, yelling and screaming in apparent ecstasy at the top of his voice. The hounds, to be sure, wanted keeping together, for Frantic, as usual, had shot ahead, while the gorged pig-palers could never extricate themselves from the ponies.
"Forrard! Forrard! Forrard!"
elongated Watchorn, rising in his stirrups and looking back with a grin at George Cheek, who was plying his weed with the whip, exclaiming,
"Ah, you confounded young warmint! I'll give you warming. I'll teach you to jaw about hunting."
As he turned his head straight to look at the hounds, he was shocked to see Frantic falling backwards from her first attempt to leap the park palings, and just as she gathered herself for a second effort, Desperate, Chatterer, and Galloper charged in line and got over. Then came the general rush of the pack, attended with the usual success, some over, some back, some atop of others.
"Oh, the devil!" exclaimed Watchorn, pulling up short in a perfect agony of despair. "Oh, the devil!" repeated he in a lower tone as Mr. Sponge approached.
"Where's there a gate?"
roared our friend, skating up.
"Gate? There's never a gate within a mile, and that's locked,"
replied Watchorn sulkily.
"Then here goes,"
replied Mr. Sponge, gathering the chestnut together to give him an opportunity of purging himself of his previous faux pas.
"Here goes,"
repeated he, thrusting his hard hat firmly on his head. Taking his horse back a few paces, Mr. Sponge crammed him manfully at the palings, and got over with a rap.
"Well done you!"
exclaimed Miss Glitters in delight, adding to Watchorn, "Now, old Beardy, you go next." Beardy was irresolute. He pretended to be anxious to get the tail hounds over. "Clear the way, then!" exclaimed Miss Glitters, putting her horse back, her bright eyes flashing as she spoke. She took him back as far as Mr. Sponge had done, touched him with the whip, and in an instant she was high in the air, landing safely on the far side.
"Hooray!"
exclaimed Captains Quod and Cutitfat, who now came panting up.
"Now, Mr. Watchorn,"
cried Captain Seedybuck, adding,
"you're a huntsman."
"Yoy over prosperous, yoy over buster,"
cheered Watchorn, still pretending anxiety about his hounds.
"Let me have a shy,"
squeaked George Cheek, backing his giraffe, as he had seen Mr. Sponge and Miss Glitters do. George took his screw by the head, and giving him a hearty rib roasting with his whip, ran him full tilt at the palings, and carried away half a rood.
"Hooray!"
cried the liberated field.
"I knew how it would be,"
exclaimed Mr. Watchorn in well-feigned disgust as he rode through the gap, adding,
"Confounded young wagabone! Deserves to be well chastised for breaking people's palings in that way, letting in all the rubbish in tail."
The scene then changed. In lieu of the green, though hard, sward of the undulating park, our friends now found themselves on large frozen fallows, upon whose uneven surface the heaviest horses made no impression, while the shuffling rats of ponies toiled and floundered about, almost receding in their progress. Mr. Sponge was just topping the fence out of the first one, and Miss Glitters was gathering her horse to ride at it, as Watchorn and Co. emerged from the park. Rounding the turnip hill beyond, the leading hounds were racing with a breast-high scent, followed by the pack in long-drawn file.
"What a mess!"
said Watchorn to himself, shading the sun from his eyes with his hand, when, remembering his rôle, he exclaimed,
"Yonder they go!"
as if in ecstasies at the sight. Seeing a gate at the bottom of the field, he got his horse by the head and rattled him across the fallow, blowing his horn more in hopes of stopping the pack than with a view of bringing up the tail hounds. He might have saved his breath, for the music of the pack completely drowned the noise of the horn.
"Dash it,"
said he, thumping the broad end against his thigh.
"I wish I was quietly back in my parlour. Hold up, horse,"
roared he, as Harkaway nearly came on his haunches in pulling up at the gate.
"I know who's not Cardinal Wiseman,"
continued he, stooping to open it. The gate was fast, and he had to alight and lift it off its hinges. Just as he had done so, and had got it sufficiently open for a horse to pass, George Cheek came up from behind and slipped through before him.
"Oh, you unrighteous young renegade! Did ever mortal see such an uncivilized trick?"
roared Watchorn, adding, as he climbed on to his horse again, and went spluttering through the frozen turnips after the offender,
"You've no acquaintance with Lord John Manners, I think." "Oh dear, oh dear!"
exclaimed he, as his horse nearly came on his head.
but this is the most punishing affair I ever was in at. Puseyism's nothing to it."
And thereupon he indulged in no end of anathemas at Slarkey for bringing the wrong fox.
"About time to take soundings and cast anchor, isn't it?" gasped Captain Bouncey, toiling up red hot on his pulling horse in a state of utter exhaustion, as Watchorn stood craning and looking at a rasper through which Mr. Sponge and Miss Glitters had passed without disturbing a twig.
"Cast anchor!"
exclaimed Watchorn in a tone of derision.
"Not this half hour yet, I hope. Not this 40 minutes yet, I hope. Not this hour and 20 minutes yet, I hope,"
continued he, putting his horse irresolutely at the fence. The horse blundered through it, barking Watchorn's nose with a branch.
"'Ord rot it, cut off my nose!" exclaimed he, muffling it up in his hand. "Cut off my nose clean by my face, I do believe," continued he, venturing to look into his hand for it.
"Well," said he, eyeing the slight stain of blood on his glove,
"this will be a lesson to me as long as I live. If ever I hunt again in a frost, may I be... Thank goodness, they've checked at last," exclaimed he, as the music suddenly ceased, and Mr. Sponge and Miss Glitters sat motionless together on their panting, smoking steeds. Watchorn then stuck spurs to his horse, and being now on a flat rushy pasture, with a bridle gate into the field where the hounds were casting, he hustled across, preparing his horn for a blow as soon as he got there. Twang, 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 he went, riding up the hedgerow in a contrary direction to what the hounds leant. Twang, 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 he continued, inwardly congratulating himself that the fox would never face the troop of urchins he saw coming down with their guns. "Hang him, he's never that way," observed Mr. Sponge, sotto voce to Miss Glitters. "He's never that way," repeated he, seeing how Frantic flung to the right. Twang, twang, twang went the horn, but the hounds regarded it not. "Do, Mr. Sponge, put the hounds to me!"
roared Mr. Watchorn, dreading lest they might hit off the scent. Mr. Sponge answered the appeal by turning his horse the way the hounds were feathering, and giving them a slight cheer.
"'Ord rot it!" roared Watchorn. "Do let them alone! That's a fresh fox. Ours is over the hill," pointing towards the Bonnyfield Hill. "Hoop!" hallooed Mr. Sponge, taking off his hat, as Frantic hit off the scent to the right, and Galloper and Melody and all the rest scored to cry. "Oh, you confounded brown-booted beggar!" exclaimed Mr. Watchorn, returning his horn to its case, and eyeing Mr. Sponge and Miss Glitters sailing away with the again breast-high scent pack. "Oh, you exorbitant usurer!" continued he, gathering his horse to skate after them. "Well, now, that's the most disgraceful proceeding I ever saw in the whole course of my life. Hang me if I'll stand such work. Dash me, but I'll acquaint the Queen. I'll tell Sir George Grey. I'll write to Mr. Walpole. For'ard, for'ard!" hallooed he, as Bob Spangles and Bouncey popped upon him unexpectedly from behind, exclaiming with well-feigned glee, as he pointed to the streaming pack with his whip, "Oh, dash it, but we're in for a good thing!" Little Bouncey's horse was still yawning and star-gazing, and Bouncey, being quite unequal to riding him and well-nigh exhausted, downed him against a rubbing-post in the middle of a field, making a cannon with his own and his horse's head, and was immediately the centre of attraction for the panting tail. Bouncey got near a pint of sherry from among them before he recovered from the shock. So anxious were they about him, that not one of them thought of resuming the chase. Even the lagging whips couldn't leave him. George Cheek was presently hors de combat in a hedge, and Watchorn, seeing him see-sawing, exclaimed, as he slipped through the gate, "I'll send your ma to you, you young humbug!" Watchorn would gladly have stopped too, for the fumes of the champagne were dead within him, and the riding was becoming every minute more dangerous. He trotted on, hoping each jump of brown boots would be the last, and inwardly wishing the wearer at the devil. Thus he passed through a considerable extent of country, over Harrodale Lordship or reputed lordship, past Roundington Tower, down Sloppyside Banks, and on to Cheesington Green, the severity of his affliction being alone mitigated by the intervention of accommodating roads and lines of field gates. These, however, Mr. Sponge generally declined, and went crashing on, now over high places, now over low, just as they came in his way, closely followed by the fair Lucy Glitters. "Well, I never see'd sich a man as that!" exclaimed Watchorn, eyeing Mr. Sponge clearing a stiff flight of rails with a gap near at hand.
No woman nother,' added he, as Miss Glitters did the like. 'Well, I'm dashed if it aren't dangerous,' continued he, thumping his hand against his thick thigh, as the White nearly slipped upon landing. 'For'ard! For'ard! Whoop!' screeched he, as he saw Miss Glitters looking back to see where he was. 'For'ard! For'ard!' repeated he, adding in apparent delight, 'My eyes, but we're in for a stinger! Hold up, horse!' roared he, as his horse now went starring up to the knees through a long sheet of ice, squirting the clayey water into his rider's face. 'Hold up!' repeated he, adding, 'I'm dashed if one mightn't as well be crashing over the Crystal Palace as riding over a country frozen this way. 'Ord rot it, how cold it is!' continued he, blowing on his finger ends. 'I declare my hands are quite numb. Well done, old brown boats!' exclaimed he, as a crash on the right attracted his attention. 'Well done, old brown boats! Broke every bar and gate!' adding, 'but I'll let Mr. Buckram know the way his beautiful horses are abused. Well,' continued he, after a long skate down the grassy side of Ditchburn Lane, 'there's no fun in this, none whatsoever. Who the deuce would be a huntsman that could be anything else? Dash it, I'd rather be a hosier. I'd rather be a hatter. I'd rather be an undertaker. I'd rather be a Puseyite parson. I'd rather be a pig jobber. I'd rather be a besom maker. I'd rather be a dog's meat man. I'd rather be a cat's meat man. I'd rather go about selling a chickweed and sparrowgrass,' added he, as his horse nearly slipped up on his haunches. 'Thank heavens, there's relief at last!' exclaimed he, as on rising Gimmerhog Hill he saw Farmer Sainfoin's South Downs wheeling and clustering, indicative of the fox having passed. 'Thank heavens, there's relief at last!' repeated he, reining up his horse to see the hounds charge them. Mr. Sponge and Miss Glitters were now in the bottom below, fighting their way across a broad mill course, with a very stiff fence on the taking off side. 'Hold up!' roared Mr. Sponge, as, having bored a hole through the fence, he found himself on the margin of the water race. The horse did hold up, and landed him, not without a scramble, on the far side. 'Run him at it, Lucy!' exclaimed Mr. Sponge, turning his horse half round to his fair companion. 'Run him at it, Lucy!' repeated he, and Lucy, fortunately hitting the gap, skimmed o'er the water like a swallow on a summer's eve. 'Well done! You're a trump!' exclaimed Mr. Sponge, standing in his stirrups and holding on by the mane as his horse rose the opposing hill. He just got up in time to save the muttons. Another second and the hounds would have been into them. Holding up his hand to beckon Lucy to stop, he sat eyeing them intently. Many of them had their heads up, and not a few were casting sheep's eyes at the sheep. Some few of the line hunters were persevering with the scent over the greasy ground. It was a critical moment. They cast to the right, then to the left, and again took a wider sweep in advance, returning, however, towards the sheep, as if they thought them the best spec after all. 'Put 'em to me,' said Mr. Sponge, giving Miss Glitters his whip. 'Put 'em to me,' he said, hallooing, 'You're gyot, hounds, you're gyot!' which, being interpreted, means 'Here again, hounds, here again.' 'Oh, the conceited beggar!' exclaimed Mr. Watchorn to himself, as, disappointed of his finish, he sat feeling his nose, mopping his face, and watching the proceedings. 'Oh, the conceited beggar!' repeated he, adding, 'Old Hoggany Boots is absolutely going to cast them.' Cast them, however, he did, proceeding very cautiously in the direction the hounds seemed to lean. They were on a piece of cold scenting ground, across which they could hardly own the scent. 'Don't hurry 'em!' cried Mr. Sponge to Miss Glitters, who was acting whipper in with rather unnecessary vigour. As they got under the lee of the hedge, the scent improved a little, and from an occasional feathering stern, a hound or two indulged in a whimper, until at length they fairly broke out in a cry. 'I'll lose a shoe,' said Watchorn to himself, looking first at the formidable leap before him, and then to see if there was any one coming up behind. 'I'll lose a shoe,' said he. 'No notion of lipping of a navigable river. Downright arm of the sea,' added he, getting off. 'Forward! Forward!' screeched Mr. Sponge, capping the hounds on, when away they went, heads up and sterns down as before. 'Aye, for'ard! For'ard!' mimicked Mr. Watchorn, adding, 'You're for'ard enough at all events.' After running about 3/4 of a mile at best pace, Mr. Sponge viewed the fox crossing a large grass field
with all the steam up he could raise, a few hundred yards ahead of the pack, who were streaming along most beautifully, not viewing, but gradually gaining upon him. At last they broke from scent to view, and presently rolled him over and over among them. "Whoa hope!" screamed Mr. Sponge, throwing himself off his horse and rushing in among them. "Whoa hope!" he repeated, still louder, holding the fox up in grim death above the baying pack. "Whoa hope!" exclaimed Miss Glitters, reining up in delight alongside the chestnut. "Whoa hoop!" repeated she, diving into the saddle pocket for her lace-fringed handkerchief. "Throw me my whip!" cried Mr. Sponge, repelling the attacks of the hounds from behind with his heels. Having got it, he threw the fox on the ground, and, clearing a circle, he off with the brush in an instant. "Tear him and eat him!" cried he, as the pack broke in on the carcass. "Tear him and eat him!" repeated he, as he made his way up to Miss Glitters with the brush, exclaiming, "We'll put this in your hat, alongside the cock's feathers." The fair lady leant towards him, and as he adjusted it becomingly in her hat, looking at her bewitching eyes, her lovely face, and feeling the sweet fragrance of her breath, a something shot through Mr. Sponge's pull-baker coat, his corduroy waistcoat, his Eureka shirt, Angola vest, and penetrated the very cockles of his heart. He gave her such a series of smacking kisses as startled her horse and astonished a poacher who happened to be hid in the adjoining hedge. Sponge was never so happy in his life. He could have stood on his head, or been guilty of any sort of extravagance, short of wasting his money. Oh, he was happy! Oh, he was joyous! He was intoxicated with pleasure. As he eyed his angelic charmer, her lustrous eyes, her glowing cheek, her pearly teeth, the bewitching fulness of her elegant tournure, and the thought of the masterly way she rode the run, above all, of the dashing style in which she charged the mill race, he felt a something quite different to anything he had experienced with any of the buxom widows or lackadaisical misses whom he could just love or not, according to circumstances, among whom his previous experience had lain. Miss Glitters, he knew, had nothing, and yet he felt he could not do without her. The puzzlement of his mind was, how the deuce they should manage matters, make tongue and buckle meet, as he elegantly phrased it. It is pleasant to hear a bachelor's pros and cons on the subject of matrimony, how the difficulties of the gentleman out of love vanish or change into advantages with the one in. "Oh, I would never think of marrying without a couple of £1,000 a year at the very least," exclaims young Fastly. "I can't do without 4 hunters and a hack. I can't do without a valet. I can't do without a brougham. I must belong to 6 clubs. I'll not marry any woman who can't keep me comfortable. Bachelors can live upon nothing. Bachelors are welcome everywhere. A very different thing with a wife. Frightful things, milliners' bills, 50 guineas for a dress, 20 for a bonnet. Ladies' maids are the very devil. Never satisfied. Far worse to please than their mistresses." And between the whiffs of a cigar he hums the old saw: "Needles and pins, when a man marries, his sorrow begins." Now take him on the other tack. Fast is smitten. "Or, hang it, a married man can live on very little," soliloquizes our friend. "A nice lovely creature to keep one at home. Hunting's all humbug. It's only the flash of the thing that makes one follow it. Then the danger far more than counterbalances the pleasure. Awful places one has to ride over, to be sure, or submit to be called slow. Horrible thing to be set up for a horseman, and then have to ride to maintain one's reputation. We'll be thankful to give it up altogether. The bays will make capital carriage horses, and one can often pick up a second-hand carriage as good as new. Shall save no end of money by not having to put B to my name in the assessed taxpayer. One club's as good as a dozen. We'll give up the polyanthus and the sunflower and the refuse and the rag. Ladies' dresses are cheap enough. Saw a beautiful gown t'other day for £1. We'll start Master Bergamot. Does nothing for his wages. Will scarce clean my boots. Can get a chap for half what I gave him, who'll do double the work. We'll make beans into coachmen. What a convenience to have one's wife's maid to sew on one's buttons, and to keep one's toes in one's stocking feet. declare I lose half my things at the washing for want of marking. Hanged if I won't marry and be respectable. Marriage is an honourable state." And thereupon Tom grows a couple of inches taller in his own conceit. Though Mr. Sponge's thoughts did not travel in quite such a luxurious first-class train as the foregoing, he, Mr. Sponge, being more of a two shirts and a dicky sort of man, yet still the future ways and means weighed upon his mind and calmed the transports of his present joy. Lucy was an angel. About that there was no dispute. He would make her Mrs. Sponge at all events. Touring about was very expensive. He could only counterbalance the extravagance of inns by the rigid rule of giving nothing to servants at private houses. He thought a nice airy lodging in the suburbs of London would answer every purpose, while his accurate knowledge of cab fares would enable Lucy to continue her engagement at the Royal Amphitheatre without incurring the serious overcharges the inexperienced are exposed to. "Where one can dine, two can dine," mused Mr. Sponge, "and I make no doubt we'll manage matters somehow." "Twopence for your thoughts," cried Lucy, trotting up and touching him gently on the back with her light silver-mounted riding whip. "Twopence for your thoughts," repeated she, as Mr. Sponge sauntered leisurely along, regardless of the bitter cold, followed by such of the hounds as chose to accompany him. "Ah," replied he, brightening up, "I was just thinking what a deuced good run we'd had." "Indeed," pouted the fair lady. "No, my darling, I was thinking what a very pretty girl you are," rejoined he, sidling his horse up and encircling her neat waist with his arm. A sweet smile dimpled her plump cheeks, and chased the recollection of the former answer away. It would not be pretty; indeed, we could not pretend to give even the outline of the conversation that followed. It was carried on in such broken and disjointed sentences, eyes and squeezes doing so much more work than words, that even a reporter would have to draw largely upon his imagination for the substance. Suffice it to say that, though the thermometer was below zero, they never moved out of a foot's pace, the very hounds growing tired of the trail and slinking off one by one as the opportunity occurred. A dazzling sun was going down with a blood-red glare, and the partially softened ground was fast resuming its fretwork of frost as our hero and heroine were seen sauntering up the western avenue to Nonsuch House, as slowly and quietly as if it had been the hottest evening in summer.
"Here's old Coppertops!"
exclaimed Captain Seedeybuck, as, turning round in the billiard-room to chalk his cue, he espied them crawling along.
"And Lucy,"
added he, as he stood watching them.
"How slowly they come,"
observed Bob Spangles, going to the window.
"Must have tired their horses,"
suggested Captain Quod.
"Just the sort of man to tire a horse,"
rejoined Bob Spangles.
"Hate that Sponge,"
observed Captain Cutitfat.
"So do I,"
replied Captain Quod.
"Well, never mind the beggar, it's you to play,"
exclaimed Bob Spangles to Captain Seedeybuck. But Lady Scattercash, who was observing our friends from her boudoir window, saw with a woman's eye that there was something more than a mere case of tired horses, and, tripping downstairs, she arrived at the front door just as the fair Lucy dropped smilingly from her horse into Mr. Sponge's extended arms. Hurrying up into the boudoir, Lucy gave her ladyship one of Mr. Sponge's modified kisses, revealing the truth more eloquently than words could convey. "Oh!" Lady Scattercash was "so glad, so delighted, so charmed." Mr. Sponge was "such a nice man," and "so rich." She was sure he was rich, couldn't hunt if he wasn't, would advise Lucy to have a good settlement in case he broke his neck. And pin money was most useful. No husband ever lets his wife have enough money. Must forget all about Harry Dacre and Charlie Brown, and the swell in the Blues. Must be prudence for the future. Mr. Sponge would never know anything of the past. Then she reverted to the interesting subject of settlements. What had Mr. Sponge got, and what would he do? This Lucy couldn't tell. What? Hadn't he told her where his estates were? No. Well, was his dad dead? This Lucy didn't know either. They had got no further than the tender prop. Ah, well, would get it all out of him by degrees. and with the reiteration of her "so glads" and the repayment of the kiss Lucy had advanced, her ladyship advised her to get off her habit and make herself comfortable while she ran downstairs to communicate the astonishing intelligence to the party below. "What do you think?" exclaimed she, bursting into the billiard room, where the party was still engaged in a game at pool, all our sportsmen except Captain Cutitfat, who still sported his new Moses and Sons scarlet, having divested themselves of their hunting gear. "What do you think?" exclaimed she, darting into the middle of them. "That Bob don't cannon," observed Captain Bouncey from below the bandage that encircled his broken head, nodding towards Bob Spangles, who was just going to make a stroke.
"That wax is out of limbo,"
suggested Captain Seedeybuck in the same breath.
"No, guess again,"
exclaimed Lady Scattercash, rubbing her hands in high glee.
"That the Pope's got a son," observed Captain Quod.
"No, guess again," exclaimed her ladyship, laughing.
"I give it up,"
replied Captain Bouncey.
"So do I,"
added Captain Seedeybuck.
"That Mr. Sponge is going to be married,"
enunciated her ladyship, slowly and emphatically waving her arms.
"Hooray! Only think of that!"
exclaimed Captain Quod.
"Old Hoganytop's going to be spliced."
"Did you ever?"
asked Bob Spangles.
"No, I never,"
replied Captain Bouncey.
"He should be called Spoony Sponge, not Soapy Sponge," observed Captain Seedeybuck.
"Well, but to whom?"
asked Captain Bouncey.
"Ah, to whom indeed? That's the question,"
rejoined her ladyship archly.
"I know,"
observed Bob Spangles.
"No, you don't." "Yes, I do."
"Who is it, then?"
"Lucy Glitters, to be sure,"
replied Bob, who hadn't had his stare out of the billiard room window for nothing.
"Pity her,"
observed Bouncey, sprawling along the billiard table to play for a cannon. "Why?" asked Lady Scattercash.
"Reg'lar scamp,"
replied Bouncey, vexed at missing his stroke. "Dare say you know nothing about him," snapped her ladyship.
"Don't I?"
replied Bouncey, complacently, adding,
"That's all you know."
"He'll whop her to a certainty,"
observed Seedeybuck. "What makes you think that?" asked her ladyship.
Why, because he whopped his poor horse, whopped him over the ears, whop his horse, whop his wife, whop his wife, whop his horse. Reg'lar rule of three, some."
"Make her a bad husband, I dare say,"
observed Bob Spangles, who was rather smitten with Lucy himself.
"Never mind, a bad husband's a deal better than none, Bob," replied Lady Scattercash, determined not to be put out of conceit of her man.
"Ha ha ha ha! Well done you!" laughed several.
"She'll have to keep him,"
observed Captain Cutitfat, whose turn it now was to play. "What makes you think that?" asked Lady Scattercash, coming again to the charge.
"He has nothing,"
replied Fat coolly. "Deed, but he has. A very good property, too," replied her ladyship.
"In Ayrshire, I should think," rejoined Fat.
"No, in Englandshire," retorted her ladyship, "and great expectations from an uncle," added she.
"Ah, he looks like a man to be on good terms with his uncle,"
sneered Captain Bouncey.
"Make no doubt he pays him many a visit,"
observed Seedeybuck. "Indeed, that's all you know," snapped Lady Scattercash.
"It's not all I know,"
replied Seedeybuck. "Well, then, what else do you know?" asked she.
"I know he has nothing,"
replied Seedy. "How do you know it?"
"I know,"
said Seedy, with an emphasis, now settling to his stroke. "Well, never mind," retorted her ladyship. "If he has nothing, she has nothing, and nothing can be nicer." So saying, she hurried out of the room. End of Chapter 65. Chapter 66 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 66. Mr. Sponge at home. Sponge was most warmly congratulated by Sir Harry and all the assembled captains, who inwardly hoped his marriage would have the effect of snuffing him out, as they said, and they had a most glorious jollification on the strength of it. They drank Lucy's and his health 9 times over, with 9 times 9 each time. The consequence was that the footmen and shutter were in earlier requisition than usual to carry them to their respective apartments. Sponge's head throbbed a good deal the next morning, nor was the pulsation abated by the recollection of his matrimonial engagement, and his total inability to keep the angel who had ridden herself into his affections. However, like all untried men, he was strong in the confidence of his own ability, and the sight of his smiling charmer chased away all prudential considerations as quickly as they arose. He made no doubt there would something turn up. Meanwhile he was in good quarters, and Lady Scattercash having warmly espoused his cause, he assumed a considerable standing in the establishment. Old Beardy having ventured to complain of his interference in the kennel, my lady curtly told him he might make himself scarce if he liked, a step that Beardy was quite ready to take, having heard of a desirable public house at Newington Butts, provided Sir Harry paid him his wages. This not being quite convenient, Sir Harry gave him an order on Cabbage & Co. for 3 suits of clothes, and acquiesced in his taking a massive silver soup tureen, on which, beneath the many-quartered Scattercash arms, Mr. Watchorn placed an inscription, stating that it was presented to him by Sir Harry Scattercash, Baronet, and the noblemen and gentlemen of his hunt, in admiration of his talents as a huntsman and his character as a man. Mr. Sponge then became still more at home. It was very soon my hounds, and my horses, and my whips, and he wrote to Jawleyford, and Puffington, and Guarno, and Lumpleg, and Washball, and Spraggon, offering to make meets to suit their convenience, and even to mount them if required. His Mogg was quite neglected in favour of Lucy, and it says much for the influence of female charms that, before they had been engaged a fortnight, he, who had been a perfect oracle in cab fares, would have been puzzled to tell the most ordinary fare on the most frequented route. He had forgotten all about them. Nevertheless, Lucy and he went out hunting as often as they could raise hounds, and when they had a good run and killed, he saluted her, and when they didn't kill, why, he just did the same. He headed and tailed the stringing pack, drafted the skirters and babblers, which he sent to Lord Scamperdale with his compliments, and presently had the uneven kennel in something like shape. Nor was this the only way in which he made himself useful, for Nonsuch House being now supported almost entirely by voluntary contributions, that is to say, by the gullibility of tradesmen, his street and shop knowledge was valuable in determining what to do. With the Post Office Directory and Mr. Sponge at his elbow, Mr. Bottleends, the butler, delirious tremendous, as Bottleends called it, having quite incapacitated Sir Harry, wrote off for champagne from this man, sherry from that, turtle from a third, turbot from a fourth, tea from a fifth, truffles from a sixth, wax lights from one, sperm from another, and down came the things with such a clarity, such thanks for the past and hopes for the future, as we poor devils of the untitled world are quite unacquainted with. Nay, not content with giving him the goods, many of the poor demented creatures actually paraded their folly at their doors in New Deal packing cases, flourishingly directed to Sir Harry Scattercash, Baronet, Nonsuch House, etc., by express train. In some cases they even paid the carriage. And here, in the midst of love, luxury, and fox hunting, let us for a time leave our enterprising friend Mr. Sponge, while we take a look at a species of cruelty that some people call sport. For this purpose we will begin a fresh chapter. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 67. How they got up the grand aristocratic steeple-chase. There is no saying what advantages railway communication may confer upon a country. But for the Granddiddle Junction, Somethingshire never would have had a steeplechase, an aristocratic at least, for it is observable that the more snobbish a thing is, the more certain they are to call it aristocratic. When it is too bad for anything, they call it grand. Well, as we said before, but for the Granddiddle Junction, Somethingshire would never have had a grand aristocratic steeplechase. A few friends or farmers might have got up a quiet thing among themselves, but it would never have seen a regular trade transaction, with its swell mob, sham captains, and all the paraphernalia of odd laying, secret tips, and market rigging. Who will deny the benefit that must accrue to any locality by the infusion of all the loose fish of the kingdom? Formerly the prize fights were the perquisite of the publicans. They it was who arranged for Shaggy Tom to pound Harry Billy's nob upon so-and-so's land, the preference being given to the locality that subscribed the most money to the fight. Since the decline of the ring, steeplechasing, and that still smaller grade of gambling, coursing, have come to their aid. 9/10 of the steeplechasing and coursing matches are got up by innkeepers for the good of their houses. Some of the town publicans, indeed, seem to think that the country was just made for their matches to come off in, and scarcely condescend to ask the leave of the landowners. We saw an advertisement the other day where a low publican, in a manufacturing town, assured the subscribers to his coursing club that he would take care to select open ground with plenty of stout hares, as if all the estates in the neighbourhood were at his command. Another advertised a steeplechase in the centre of a good hunting country, amateur and gentleman riders, with a half-crown ordinary at the end. Fancy the respectability of a steeplechase with a half-crown ordinary at the end. Our aristocratic was got up on the good of the house principle. Whatever benefit the Granddiddle Junction conferred upon the country at large, it had a very prejudicial effect upon the old Duke of Cumberland Hotel and posting house, which it left high and dry, at an angle sufficiently near to be tantalized by the whir and the whistle of the trains, and yet too far off to be benefited by the parties they brought. This once well-accustomed hostelry was kept by one Mr. Viney, a former butler in the Scattercash family, who still retained the usual old and faithful servant entree of Nonsuch House, having his beefsteak and bottle of wine in the steward's room whenever he chose to call. Viney had done good at the old Duke of Cumberland, and no one, seeing him full fig, would recognise in the solemn grandeur of his stately person the dirty knife boy who had filled the place now occupied by the still dirtier Slarkey. But the days of road travelling departed, and Viney, who beneath the Grecian columned portico of his country house-looking hotel modulated the ovations of his cauliflower head to every description of traveller, from the lordly occupant of the Baruchan 4 down to the humble sitter in a gig, was cut off by one fell swoop from all further traffic. He was extinguished like a gaslight, and the pipe was laid on a fresh line. Fortunately, Mr. Viney was pretty warm. He had done pretty well, and having enjoyed the intimacy of the great James of railway times, had got a hint not to engage the hotel beyond the opening of the line. Consequently, he now had the great house for a mere nothing until such times as the owner could convert it into that last refuge for deserted houses, an academy, or a young ladies' seminary. Mr. Viney, now having plenty of leisure, frequently drove his missus, once a lady's maid in a quality family, up to Nonsuch House, as well for the sake of the airing, for the road was pleasant and picturesque, as to see if he could get the little trifle Sir Harry owed him for post-horses, bottles of soda-water, and such trifles as country gentlemen run up scores for at their posting-houses, scores that seldom get smaller by standing. In these excursions Mr. Viney made the acquaintance of Mr. Watchorn, and a huntsman being a character with whom even the landlord of an inn, we beg pardon, hotel and posting-house, may associate without degradation, Viney and Watchorn became intimate. Watchorn sympathized with Viney, and never failed to take a glass in passing, either at exercise or out hunting, to deplore that such a nice-looking house, so near the station too, should be ruined as an inn. It was after a more than usual libation that Watchorn, trotting merrily along with the hounds, having accomplished 3 blank days in succession, asked himself, as he looked upon the surrounding vale from the rising ground of Hammercock Hill, with the cream-coloured station and the rose-coloured hotel peeping through the trees, whether something might not be done to give the latter a lift. At first he thought of a pigeon match, a sweepstake, open to all England, 50 members, say, at £2 10 each, 7 pigeons, 7 sparrows, 21 yards rise, 2 ounces of shot, and so on. But then again he thought there would be a difficulty in getting guns. A coursing match, how would that do? Answer, no hares. The farmer had made such an outcry about the game that the landowners had shot them all off, and now the farmers were grumbling that they couldn't get a course.
"Dash my buttons!" exclaimed Watchorn. "It would be the very thing for a steeple-chase. There's old Puff's hounds, and old Scamp's hounds, and these hounds," looking down on the ill-sorted lot around him, "and the deuce is in it if we couldn't give the thing such a start as would bring down the lads of the village, and a vast amount of good business might be done. I'm dashed if it isn't the very country for a steeple-chase," continued Watchorn, casting his eye over Cloverley Park, round the enclosure of Langworth Grange, and up the rising ground of Lark Lodge. The more Watchorn thought of it, the more he was satisfied of its feasibility, and he trotted over the next day to the old Duke of Cumberland to see his friend on the subject. Viney, like most victuallers, was more given to games of skill, billiards, shuttlecock, skittles, dominoes, and so on, than to the rude out-of-door chances of flood and field, and at first he doubted his ability to grapple with the details. But on Mr. Watchorn's assurance that he would keep him straight, he gave Mrs. Viney a key, desiring her to go into the inner cellar and bring out a bottle of the green seal. This was 90-shilling sherry, very good stuff to take, and by the time they got into the second bottle they had got into the middle of the scheme too. Viney was cautious and thoughtful. He had a high opinion of Watchorn's sagacity, and so long as Watchorn confined himself to weights and stakes and forfeits and so on, he was content to leave himself in the hands of the huntsman. But when Watchorn came to talk of stewards, putting this person and that together, Viney's experience came in aid. Viney knew a good deal. He had not stood twisting a napkin negligently before a plate-loaded sideboard without picking up a good many waifs and strays in the shape of those ins and outs, those likings and dislikings, those hatreds and jealousies that foolish people let fall so freely before servants, as if for all the world the servants were sideboards themselves, and he had kept up his stock of service-gained knowledge by a liberal, though not a dignity-compromising intercourse, for there is no greater aristocrat than your out-of-livery servant, among the upper servants of all the families in the neighbourhood, so that he knew to a nicety who would pull together and who wouldn't, whose name it would not do to mention to this person, and who it would not do to apply to before that. Neither Watchorn nor Viney being sportsmen, they thought they had nothing to do but to apply to 2 friends who were, and after thinking over who hunted in couples, they were unfortunate enough to select our flat hat friends, Fyle and Fossick. Fyle was indignant beyond measure at being asked to be steward to a steeple-chase, and thrust the application into the fire, while Fossick just wrote below, "I'll see you hanged first," and sent it back without putting even a fresh head on the envelope. Nothing daunted, however, they returned to the charge, and without troubling the reader with unnecessary detail, we think it will be generally admitted that they at length made an excellent selection in Mr. Puffington, Guano, and Tom Washball. Fortune favoured them also in getting a locality to run in, for Timothy Scourgefield of Broom Hill, whose farm commanded a good circular 3 miles of country, with every variety of obstacle, having thrown up his lease for a 30% reduction, a giving up that had been most unhandsomely accepted by his landlord, Timothy was most anxious to pay him off by doing every conceivable injury to the farm, than which nothing can be more promising than having a steeple-chase run over it. Scourgefield therefore readily agreed to let Viney and Watchorn do whatever they liked on condition that he received entrance money at the gate. The name occupied their attention some time,
for it did not begin as the Aristocratic. The Grand National, the Grand Naval and Military, the Sportsman, the Tally-Ho, the Out and Outer, the Swell, were all considered and canvassed, and its being called the Aristocratic at length turned upon whether they got Lord Scamperdale to subscribe or not. This was accomplished by a deferential call by Mr. Viney upon Mr. Spraggon, with a little bill for £3 odd, which he presented with the most urgent request that Jack wouldn't think of it then, any time that was most convenient to Mr. Spraggon, and then the introduction of the neatly headed sheet list. It was lucky that Viney was so easily satisfied, for poor Jack had only 30 shillings, of which he owed his washerwoman 8, and he was very glad to stuff Viney's bill into his stunner jacket pocket, and apply himself exclusively to the contemplated Steeple-Chase. Like most of us, Jack had no objection to make a little money, and as he squinted his frightful eyes inside out at the paper, he thought over what horses they had in the stable that were like the thing, and then he sounded Viney as to whether he would put him one up for nothing, if he could induce his lordship to send. This, of course, Viney readily assented to, and again requesting Jack not to think of his little bill till it was perfectly convenient to him, a favour that Jack was pretty sure to accord him, Mr. Viney took his departure, Jack undertaking to write him the result. The next day's post brought Viney the document, unpaid of course, with a great Scamperdale scrawled across the top, and forthwith it was decided that the Steeple-Chase should be called the Grand Aristocratic. Other names quickly followed, and it soon assumed an importance. Advertisements appeared in all the sporting and would-be sporting papers, headed with the imposing names of the stewards, secretary and clerk of the course, Mr. Viney, the Grand Aristocratic Stakes of 20 sovereigns each, half forfeit, and £5 only if declared, etc. The winner to give 2 dozen of champagne to the ordinary, and the second horse to save his stake. Gentlemen riders, titled ones, to be allowed £3, over about 3 miles of fine hunting country under the usual Steeple-Chase conditions. Then the game of Peeping Toms, and Slice Sams, and Infallible Joes, and Wide Awake Gems, with their tips and distribution of prints began. Tom counselling his numerous and daily increasing clients to get well on to number 9, Sardanapalus, the baronet as Watchorn called him, while Infallible Joe recommended his friends and patrons to be sweet on number 6, Hercules, and Wide Awake Jem was all for something else. A gentleman who took the trouble of getting tips from half a dozen of them found that no 2 of them agreed in any particular. What information to make books upon! But what good, as our excellent friend Thackeray eloquently asks, ever came out of, or went into, a betting book? If I could be Caliph Omar for a week, says he, I would pitch every one of those despicable manuscripts into the flames, from my lord's, who is in with Jack Snaffle's stable, and is overreaching worse informed rogues and swindling greenhorns, down to Sam's the butcher's boy, who books 18-penny odds in the tap-room, and stands to win 25 bob. We say ditto to that, and are not sure that we wouldn't hang a leg or a list man or 2 into the bargain. Watchorn had a prophet of his own, one Enoch Wriggle, who, having tried his hand unsuccessfully, first at tailoring, next as an accountant, and then in the watercress, afterwards in the by-at-box bonnet box, and lastly in the stale lobster and periwinkle line, had set up as an oracle on turf matters, forwarding the most accurate and infallible information to flats in exchange for half-crowns, heading his advertisements, "If it be a sin to covet honour, I am the most offending soul alive." Enoch did a considerable stroke of business, and couched his advice in such dubious terms as generally to be able to claim a victory whichever way the thing went. So the offending soul prospered, and from scarcely having shoes to his feet, he very soon set up a gig. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 68. How the Grand Aristocratic came off. Steeplechases are generally crude, ill-arranged things. Few sportsmen will act as stewards a second time, while the victim to the popular delusion of patronizing our national sports considers, like gentlemen who have served the office of sheriff or churchwarden, that once in a lifetime is enough. Hence there is always the air of amateur actorship about them. There is always something wanting or forgotten. Either they forget the ropes, or they forget the scales, or they forget the weights, or they forget the bell, or more commonly still, some of the parties forget themselves. Farmers, too, are easily satisfied with the benefits of an irresponsible mob careering over their farms, even though some of them are attired in the miscellaneous garb of hunting and racing costume. Indeed, it is just this mixture of two sports that spoils both, steeplechasing being neither hunting nor racing. It is not the wild excitement of the one, nor the accurate calculating qualities of the other. The very horses have a peculiar air about them, neither hunters nor hacks, nor yet exactly race horses. Some of them doubtless are fine, good-looking, well-conditioned animals, but the majority are lean, lathy, sunken-eyed, woe-begone, iron-marked, desperately abused brutes, lacking all the lively energy that characterizes the movements of the up-to-the-mark hunter. In the early days of steeplechasing, a popular fiction existed that the horses were hunters, and grooms and fellows used to come nicking and grinning up to the masters of hounds at checks and critical times, requesting them to note that they were out, in order to ask for certificates of the horses having been regularly hunted. A species of regularity than which nothing could be more irregular. That nuisance, thank goodness, is abated. A steeplechaser now generally stands on his own merits, a change for which sportsmen may be thankful. But to our story. The whole country was in a commotion about this Aristocratic. The unsophisticated looked upon it as a grand reunion of the aristocracy, and smart bonnets and cloaks and jackets and parasols were ordered with the liberality incident to a distant view of Christmas. As Viney sipped his sherry cobbler of an evening, he laughed at the idea of a son-of-a-day labourer like himself raising such a dust. Letters came pouring in to the clerk of the course from all quarters, some asking about beds, some about breakfasts, some about stakes, some about stables, some about this thing, some about that. Every room in the old Duke of Cumberland was speedily bespoke. Post horses rose in price, and Dobbin and Smiler and Jumper and Cappy and Jessie and Tumbler were jobbed from the neighbouring farmers and converted for the occasion into posters. At last came the great and important day. Day big with fate of thousands of pounds, for the betting list vermin had been plying their trade briskly throughout the kingdom, and all sorts of rumours had been raised relative to the qualities and conditions of the horses. Who doesn't know the chilling feel of an English spring, or rather of a day, at the turn of the year before there is any spring? Our gala day was a perfect specimen of the order. A white frost succeeded by a bright sun, with an east wind warming one side of the face and starving the other. It was neither a day for fishing, nor hunting, nor coursing, nor anything but farming. The country, save where there were a few lingering patches of turnips, was all one dingy drab, with abundant scalds on the undrained fallows. The grass was more like hemp than anything else. The very rushes were yellow and sickly. Long before midday the whole country was in commotion. The same sort of people commingled that one would expect to see if there was a balloon to go up and a man to go down, or be hung at the same place. Fine ladies in all the colours of the rainbow, and swarthy, beady-eyed dames, with their stalwart, big-carved basket-carrying comrades, gentle young people from behind the counter, dandy candy merchants from behind the hedge, rough-coated dandies with their silver-mounted whips, and shaggyford roughs in their baggy poacher-like coats and formidable clubs, carriages and four, and carriages and pairs, and gigs and dog-carts, and Whitechapels and Newport Pagnells, and long carts and short carts, and donkey carts, converged from all quarters upon the point of attraction at Broom Hill. If Farmer Scourgefield had made a mob, he could not have got one that would be more likely to do damage to his farm than this steeplechase one. Nor was the assemblage confined to the people of the country, for the Granddiddle Junction, by its connection with the great network of railways, enabled all patrons of this truly national sport to sweep down upon the spot like flocks of wolves, and train after train disgorged a generous mixture of sharps and flats, commingling with coatless, baggy-breeched vagabonds, the emissaries most likely of the Peeping Toms and Infallible Joes, if not the worthies themselves.
"Dear, but it's a noble sight!"
exclaimed Viney to Watchorn as they sat on their horses below a rickety green baize covered scaffold labelled Grand Stand, admission 2 and 6pence, raised against Scourgefield's stackyard wall, eyeing the population pouring in from all parts.
"Dear, but it's a noble sight!"
said he, shading the sun from his eyes, and endeavouring to identify the different vehicles in the distance.
"Yonder's the bus come in again,"
said he, looking towards the station.
"Loaded like a market gardener's turnip waggon. That'll pay,"
added he, with a knowing leer at the landlord of the Hen Angel, Newington Butts.
"And who have we here, with the 4 horses and sky blue flunkies? Jawleyford as I live," added he, answering himself, adding, "the beggar had better pay me what he owes."
How great Mr. Viney was! Some people who have never had anything to do with horses think it incumbent upon them, when they have, to sport top boots, and accordingly, for the first time in his life, Viney appears in a pair of remarkably hard, tight, country-made boots, above which are a pair of baggy white cords, with the dirty finger marks of the tailor still upon them. He sports a single-breasted green cut-away coat with basket buttons, a black satin roll-collared waistcoat, and a new white silk hat that shines in the bright sun like a fish-kettle. His blue striped kerchief is secured by a butterfly brooch. Who ever saw an innkeeper that could resist a brooch? He is riding a miserable rat of a badly clipped mouse-coloured pony that looks like a velocipede under him. His companion, Mr. Watchorn, is very great, and hardly condescends to know the country people who claim his acquaintance as a huntsman. He is a hotel keeper, master of the Hen Angel, Newington Butts. Enoch Wriggle stands beside them, dressed in the imposing style of a Cockney sportsman. He has been puffing Sir Danapalis, the baronet, in public, and taking all the odds he can get against him in private. Watchorn knows that it is easier to make a horse lose than win. The restless-looking, lynx-eared caitiff in the dirty green shawl, with his hands stuffed into the front pockets of the brown tarrier coat, is their jockey, the renowned Captain Hangallows. He answers to the name of Sam Slick in Mr. Spavin, the horse dealer's yard in Oxford Street, when not in the country on similar excursions to the present. And now in the throng on the principal line are 2 conspicuous horses, a piebald and a white, carrying Mr. Sponge and Lucy Glitters. Lucy appears as she did on the frosty day hunt, glowing with health and beauty, and rather straining the seams of Lady Scattercash's habit with the additional embonpoint she has acquired by early hours in the country. She has made Mr. Sponge a white silk jacket to ride in, which he has on under his grey tarrier coat, and a cap of the same colour is in his hard hat. He has discarded the gosling green cords for cream-coloured leathers, and, to please Lucy, has actually substituted a pair of rose-tinted tops for the hogany bolts. Altogether he is a great swell, and very like the bridegroom. But hark, what a crash! The leaders of Sir Harry Scattercash's drag start at a blind fiddler's dog, stationed at the gate leading into the fields. A wheel catches the post, and in an instant the sham captains are scattered about the road, Bouncy on his head, Seedy Buck across the wheelers, Quad on his back, and Sir Harry astride the gate. Meanwhile the old fiddler, regardless of the shouts of the men and the shrieks of the ladies, scrapes away with the appropriate tune of The Devil Among the Tailors. A rush to the horses' heads arrests further mischief. The dislodged captains are at length righted, the nerves of the ladies composed, and Sir Harry once more essays to drive them up the hill to the stand. That feat being accomplished, then came the unloading and consternation and huddling of the tight-laced occupants at the idea of these female women coming amongst them, and the usual peeping and spying and eyeing of the creatures.
"What impudence! Well, I think! 'Pon my word, what next?" exclamations that were pretty well lost upon the fair objects of them amid the noise and flutter and confusion of the scene. But hark again! What's up now?
Hooray! Hooray! 3 cheers for the squire! Hooray! Old Puff as we live!
The amazing instance of a popular man greeted by the Swillingford snobs. The old frost-bitten dandy is flattered by the cheers, and bows condescendingly ere he alights from the well-appointed mail phaeton. See how graciously the ladies receive him, as, having ascended the stairs, he appears among them. A man is never too old to marry, is their maxim. The cry is still, "They come! They come!" See, at a hand gallop, with his bay pony in a white lather, rides Facey, grinning from ear to ear, with his red-backed betting book peeping out of the breast pocket of his brown cutaway. He is staring and gaping to see who is looking at him. Facey has made such a book as none but a wooden-headed boy like himself could make. He has been surfeited with tips. Peeping Tom had advised him to back Daddy Longlegs, and, nullus error, Sneaking Joe has counselled him that the Baronet will be California without cholera and gold without danger, while Jemmy something, the jockey, who advertises that his tongue is not for falsehood framed, though we should think it was framed for nothing else, has urged him to back Parvo to half the amount of the national debt. Altogether, Facey has made such a mess that he cannot possibly win, and may lose almost any sum from £1,000 down to 180. Mr. Sponge has got on well with him, through the medium of Jack Spraggon. Facey is now going to what he calls compare, see that he has got his bets booked right, and throwing his right leg over his cob's neck, he blobs on to the ground, and, leaving the pony to take care of itself, disappears in the crowd. What a hubbub! What roarings and shoutings and recognizings! Bless my heart, who'd have thought of seeing you? And, by jingo, what sent you here?
My dear Waffles,
cries Jawleyford, rushing up to our Laverick Wells friend, who is looking very debauched.
I'm overjoyed to see you. Do come upstairs and see Mrs. Jawleyford and the dear girls. It was only last night we were talking about you.
And so Jawleyford hurries Mr. Waffles off, just as Waffles is in extremis about his horse. Looking around the scene, there seems to be everybody that we have had the pleasure of introducing to the reader in the course of Mr. Sponge's tour. Mr. and Mrs. Springwheat in their dog-cart, Mrs. Springy's figure looking as though wheat had got above 40, my lord. Old Jog and his handsome wife in the ugly old phaeton, well garnished with children, and a couple of sticks in the rough peeping out of the apron. Gustavus James held up in his mother's arms, with the curly blue feather nodding over his nose. There is also Farmer Peastraw, and faces that a patient inspection enables us to appropriate to Dribble and Hook and Capon, and Calcott and Lumpleg, and Crane of Crane Hall, and Charlie Slap of Redcoat Times. People look so different in plain clothes to what they do in hunting ones. Here, too, is George Cheek, running down with perspiration, having run over from Dr. Latherington's, for which he will most likely catch it when he gets back. And, oh, wonders of wonders, here's Robert Foozle himself.
"Well, Robert, you've come to the Steeple-Chase?" "Yes, I've come to the Steeple-Chase." "Are you fond of steeplechases?" "Yes, I'm fond of steeplechases." "I dare say you never were at one before," observes his mother. "No, I never was at one before," replies Robert. And though, last not least, here's Facey Romford, with his arm in a sling on Mr. Hobbler, come to look after that 7 pund 10, which we wish he may get. Hark! There's a row below the stand, and Viney is seen in a state of excitement inquiring for Mr. Washball. Pacey has objected to a gentleman rider, and Guano and Puffington have differed on the point. A nice, slim, well put-on lad, Buckram's rough rider, has come to the scales and claimed to be allowed £3 as the Honourable Captain Boville. Finding the point questioned, he abandons the handle and sinks into plain Captain Boville. Pacey now objects to him altogether.
"'Scuse me, sir. 'Scuse me, sir,'
simpers our friend Dick Bragg, sidling up to the objector, with a sort of tendency of his turn-back wristed hand to his hat.
"'Scuse me, sir. 'Scuse me,'
repeats he.
But I think you was wrong, sir, in objecting to Captain Boville, sir, as a gentleman rider, sir."
"Why?" demands Pacey, in the full flush of victory.
"Oh, sir, because, sir, in fact, sir, he is a gentleman, sir."
"Is a gentleman? How do you know?"
demands Pacey, in the same tone as before.
"Oh, sir, he's a gentleman, an undoubted gentleman. Everything about him shows that. Does nothing. Breeches by Anderson, boots by Bartley, besides which he drinks wine every day, and has a whole box of cigars in his bedroom. But don't take my word for it, pray," continued Bragg, seeing Pacey was wavering. "Don't take my word for it, pray. There's a gentleman, a countryman of his, somewhere about," added he, looking anxiously into the surrounding crowd. "There's a gentleman, a countryman of his, somewhere about, if we could but find him." Bragg standing on his tiptoes and exclaiming, "Mr. Buckram! Mr. Buckram! Has anybody seen anything of Mr. Buckram?"
"Here," replied a meek voice from behind, upon which there was an elbowing through the crowd, and presently a most respectable, rosy-gilled, grey-haired, hawbuck-looking man, attired in a new brown cutaway with bright buttons and a velvet collar, with a buff waistcoat, came twirling an ash stick in one hand and fumbling the silver in his drab trousers pocket with the other, in front of the bystanders.
"Oh, here he is!" exclaimed Bragg, appealing to the stranger with a hasty "You know Captain Boville, don't you?" "Why, now, as to the matter of that," replied the gentleman, gathering all the loose silver up into his hand, and speaking very slowly, just as a country gentleman, who has all the livelong day to do nothing in, may be supposed to speak. "Why, now, as to the matter of that," said he, eyeing Pacey intently, and beginning to drop the silver slowly as he spoke, "I can't say that I've had any very 'tickler acquaintance with the captain. I knows him, in course, just as one knows a neighbour's son. The captain's a good deal younger nor me," continued he, raising his new 8 and 6penny Parisian, as if to show his sandy grey hair. "I'm almost 60, and he, I dare say, is a little more nor 20," dropping a half-crown as he said it. "But the captain's a nice young gent, without any blandishment, I should say, and that's more nor one can say of all the young gents nowadays," said Buckram, looking at Pacey as he spoke, and dropping 2 consecutive half-crowns. "Why, but you live near him, don't you?" interrupted Bragg. "Near him?" repeated Buckram, feeling his well-shaven chin thoughtfully. "Why, yes, that's to say, near his dad. The fact is," continued he, "I've a little independence of my own," dropping a heavy 5-shilling piece as he said it, "and his father, old Beau, as I call him, joins me, and if either of us happen to have a battue or a haunch o' venison and a few friends, we invite each other, and wicey wersey, you know," letting off a lot of shillings and sixpences, and just at the moment the blind fiddler struck up "The Devil among the Tailors," when the shouts and laughter of the mob closed the scene. And now, gentlemen, who heretofore have shown no more of the jockey than Cinderella's feet in the early part of the pantomime disclose of her ball attire, suddenly cast off the pea jackets and the bearskin wraps and shawls and overcoats of winter, and shine forth in all the silken flutter of summer heat. We know of no more humiliating sight than misshapen gentlemen playing at jockeys. Playing at soldiers is bad enough, but playing at jockeys is infinitely worse. Above all, playing at steeple-chase jockeys, combining, as they generally do, all the worst features of the hunting field and racecourse: unsympathizing boots and breeches, dirty jackets that never fit, and caps that won't keep on. What a farce to see the great bulky fellows go to the scale with their saddles strapped to their backs, as if to illustrate the impossibility of putting a round of beef upon a pudding plate. But the weighed-in ones are mounting. See, there's Jack Spraggon getting a hoist on to Daddy Longlegs. Did ever mortal see such a man for a jockey?
He has cut off the laps of a stunner tartan jacket, and looks like a great backgammon board. He has got his head into an old gold-banded military foraging cap, which comes down almost on to the rims of his great tortoiseshell spectacles. Lord Scamperdale stands with his hand on the horse's mane, talking earnestly to Jack, doubtless giving him his final instructions. Other jockeys emerge from various parts of the farm buildings, some out of stables, some out of cow-houses, others from beneath cart sheds. The scene becomes enlivened with the varied colours of the riders, red, yellow, green, blue, violet, and stripes without end. Then comes the usual difficulty of identifying the parties, many of whose mothers wouldn't know them.
"That's Captain Tongue,"
observes Miss Simply.
"In the blue. I remember dancing with him at Bath, and he did nothing but talk about steeple-chasing."
"And who's that in yellow?"
asks Miss Hardy. "That's Captain Gander," replies the gentleman on her left.
"Well, I think he'll win,"
replies the lady.
"I bet you a pair of gloves he doesn't,"
snaps Miss Moore, who fancies Captain Pusher in the pink.
"What a squat little jockey!"
exclaims Miss Hamilton, as a little dumpling of a man in Lincoln green is led past the stand on a fine bay horse, someone recognizing the rider as our old friend Cangy Thornton.
"And look who comes here,"
whispers Miss Jawleyford to her sister, as Mr. Sponge, having accomplished a mount with derangement of temper, rides Hercules quietly past the stand, his whip hand resting on his thigh, and his head turned to his fair companion on the white.
"Oh, the wretch!"
sneers Miss Amelia, and the fair sisters look at Lucy, and then at him with the utmost disgust. Mr. Sponge may now be doubled up by half a dozen falls, ere either of them would suggest the propriety of having him bled. Lucy's cheeks are rather blanched with the pale cast of thought, for she is not sufficiently initiated in the mysteries of steeple-chasing to know that it is often quite as good for a man to lose as to win, which it had just been quietly arranged between Sponge and Buckram should be the case on this occasion, Buckram having got uncommonly well on to the losing tune. Perhaps, however, Lucy was thinking of the peril, not the profit of the thing. The young ladies on the stand eye her with mingled feelings of pity and disdain, while the elderly ones shake their heads, call her a bold hussy, declare she's not so pretty, adding that they wouldn't have come if they'd known, etc., etc. But it is 2:30, an hour and a half after time, and there is at last a disposition evinced by some of the parties to go to the post. Broad-backed, parti-coloured jockeys are seen converging that way, and the betting men close in, getting more and more clamorous for odds. What a hubbub! How they bellow! How they roar! A universal deafness seems to have come over the whole of them. 7 to 1 again the Bart! screams one.
"I'll take 8," roars another.
5 to 1 again Hercules,
cries a third. "Done!" roars a fourth.
"Twice over,"
rejoins the other. "Done!" replies the taker.
"I'll take 5 to 1 again the Daddy. I lay 6.
"What'll anyone lay agin Parvo?"
And so they raise such an uproar that the squeak, squeak, squeak of the devil among the tailors is hardly heard. Then, in a partial lull, the voice of Lord Scamperdale rises, exclaiming,
"Oh, you hideous, hobgoblin, bull and mouth of a boy! You think because I'm a lord and can't swear or use coarse language—"
and again the hubbub led on by the devil among the tailors drowns the exclamations of the speaker. It's that Facey again. He's accusing the virtuous Mr. Spraggon of handing his extra weight to Lord Scamperdale, and Jack, in the full consciousness of injured guilt, intimates that the blood of the Spraggons won't stand that there's
"only one way of settling it, and he'll be ready for Pacey half an hour after the race."
At length the horses are all out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 of them, moving about in all directions. Some taking an up gallop, others a down, some a spicy trot, others walking to and fro, while one still has his muzzle on, lest he should unship his rider and eat him, and another's groom follows, imploring the mob to keep off his heels if they don't want their heads in their hands. The noisy bell at length summons the scattered forces to the post, and the variegated riders form into as good a line as circumstances will allow. Just as Mr. Sponge turns his horse's head, Lucy hands him her little silver sherry flask, which our friend drains to the dregs. As he returns it with a warm pressure of her soft hand, a pent-up flood of tears burst their bounds, and suffuse her lustrous eyes. She turns away to hide her emotion. At the same instant a wild shout rends the air. "Whirr! They're off!" 13 get away, 1 turns tail, and our friend in the Lincoln green is left performing a pas seul, asking the rearing horse with an oath if he thinks he stole him, while the mob shout and roar, and one wicked wag in coaching parlance advises him to pay the difference and get inside. But what a display of horsemanship is exhibited by the flyers! Tongs comes off at the first fence, the horse making straight for a pond, while the rest rattle on in a mass. The second fence is small, but there's a ditch on the far side, and Pusher and Gander severally measure their lengths on the rushy pasture beyond. Still there are 10 left, and nobody ever reckoned upon these getting to the far end.
"Master wins for 100,"
exclaims Leather, as getting into the third field Mr. Sponge takes a decided lead, and Lucy, encouraged by the sound, looks up and sees her white jacket throwing the dry fallow in the faces of the field.
"Oh, how I hope he will!"
exclaims she, clasping her hands, with upturned eyes, but when she ventures on another look she sees old Spraggon drawing upon him, Hangallow's flaming red jacket not far off, and several others nearer than she liked. Still the tail was beginning to form. Another fence, and that a big one, draws it out. A striped jacket is down, and the horse, after a vain effort to rise, sinks lifeless on the ground. On they go all the same. Loud yells of exciting betting burst from the spectators, and Buckram gets well on for the cross. There are now 5 in front: Sponge, Spraggon, Hangallows, Boville, and another, and already the pace begins to tell. It wasn't possible to run it at the rate they started. Spraggon makes a desperate effort to get the lead, and Sponge, seeing Boville handy, pulls his horse and lets the light weight make play over a rough, heavy fallow with the chestnut. Jack spurs and flogs, and grins and foams at the mouth. Thus they get half round the oval course. They are now directly in front of the hill, and the spectators gaze with intense anxiety, now vociferating the name of this horse, now of that, now shouting 'Red Jacket!' now 'White!' while the blind fiddler perseveres with the old melody of 'The Devil among the Tailors.'
'Now they come to the brook,'
exclaims Leather, who has been over the ground, and as he speaks, Lucy distinctly sees Mr. Sponge's gather an effort to clear it. And, oh horror, the horse falls. He's down. No, he's up, and her lover's in his seat again, and she flatters herself it was her sherry that saved him. Splash! A horse and rider duck under. 3 get over, 2 go in. Now another clears it, and the rest turn tail. What splashing and screaming, and whipping and spurring, and how hopeless the chance of any of them to recover their lost ground. The race is now clearly between 5. Now for the wall. It's 5 feet high, built of heavy blocks, and strong in the staked out part. As he nears it, Jack sits well back, getting Daddy Longlegs well by the head, and giving him a refresher with the whip. It's Jack's last move. His horse comes, neck and croup over, rolling Jack up like a ball of worsted on the far side. At the same moment, Multum Parvo goes at it full tilt, and, not rising an inch, sends Captain Boville flying one way, his saddle another, himself a third, and the stones always. Mr. Sponge then slips through, closely followed by Hangallows and a jockey in yellow, with a tail of 3 after them. They then put on all the steam they can raise over the 20-acre pasture that follows. The white, the red, the yellow, the red, the white, the yellow, and anybody's race. A sheet would cover them. Crack, whack, crack, how they flog! Hercules springs at the sound. Many of the excited spectators begin hallooing and straddling, and working their arms as if their gestures and vociferations would assist the race. Lord Scamperdale stands transfixed. He is staring through his silver spectacles at the awkwardly lying ball that represents poor Spraggon.
'By heavens!' exclaims he, in an undertone to himself, 'I believe he's killed.'
And thereupon he swung down the stand stairs, rushed to his horse, and clapping spurs to his sides, struck across the country to the spot. Long before he got there, the increased roar of the spectators announced the final struggle, and looking over his shoulder, he saw White Jacket hugging his horse home, closely followed by Red, and shooting past the winning post.
'Dash that, Mr. Sponge!'
growled his lordship, as the cheers of the winners closed the scene.
'The brute's won, in spite of him!'
gasped Buckram, turning deadly pale at the sight. End of Chapter 68. Chapter 69 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour, by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 69 How Other Things Came Off. 'Twere hard to say whether Lucy's joy at Sponge's safety, or Lord Scamperdale's grief at poor Spraggon's death, was most overpowering. Each found relief in a copious flood of tears. Lucy sobbed and laughed again, and seemed as if her little heart would burst its bounds. The mob, ever open to sentiment, especially the sentiment of beauty, cheered and shouted as she rode with her lover from the winning to the weighing post.
"Ah, she's a bonny un!"
exclaimed a countryman, looking intently up in her face.
"She is that!"
cried another, doing the same.
"Three cheers for the lady!"
shouted a tall Shaggyford rough, taking off his woolly cap and waving it.
"Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!"
shouted a group of flannel-clad navvies.
"Three for the white jacket!"
then roared a blue-coated butcher, who had won as many half-crowns on the race. 3 cheers were given for the unwilling winner.
"Oh, my poor dear Jack!"
exclaimed his lordship, throwing himself off his horse and wringing his hands in despair, as a select party of thimble riggers, who had gone to Jack's assistance, raised him up and turned his ghastly face, with his eyes squinting inside out, and the foam still on his mouth, full upon him.
"Oh, my poor dear Jack!"
repeated his lordship, sinking on his knees beside him, and grasping his stiffening hand as he spoke. His lordship sank, overpowered, upon the body. The thimble riggers then availed themselves of the opportunity to ease his lordship and Jack of their watches and the few shillings they had about them, and departed. When a lord is in distress, consolation is never long in coming. Lord Scamperdale had hardly got over the first paroxysms of grief, and gathered up Jack's cap and the fragments of his spectacles, ere Jawleyford, who had noticed his abrupt departure from the stand and scurry across the country, arrived at the spot. His lordship was still in the full agony of woe, still grasping and bedewing Jack's cold hands with his tears.
"Oh, my dear Jack! Oh, my dear Jawleyford! Oh, my dear Jack!"
sobbed he, as he mopped the fast-chasing tears from his grisly cheeks with a red cotton kerchief.
"Oh, my dear Jack! Oh, my dear Jawleyford! Oh, my dear Jack!"
repeated he, as a fresh flood spread o'er the rugged surface.
"Oh, what a treasure! What a trump he was! She'll never get such another. Nobody could slang a field as he could. No humbug about him. Never was such a fine, natural blackguard."
And then his feelings wholly choked his utterance as he recollected how easily Jack was satisfied, how he could dine off tripe and cow heel, mop up fat porridge for breakfast, and never grumbled at being put on a bad horse. The news of a man being killed soon reached the hill, and drew attention of the mob from our hero and heroine, causing such a spread of population over the farm as must have been highly gratifying to Scourgefield, who stood watching the crashing of the fences and the demolition of the gates, thinking how he was paying his landlord off. Seeing the rude, unmannerly character of the mob, Jawleyford got his lordship by the arm and led him away towards the hill, his lordship reeling rather than walking, and indulging in all sorts of wild, incoherent cries and lamentations.
"Sing out, Jack! Sing out!"
he would exclaim, as if in the agony of having his hounds ridden over. Then, checking himself, he would shake his head and say,
"Ah, poor Jack! Poor Jack! She'll never look upon his like again. She'll never get such a man to read the Riot Act and keep all square."
And then a fresh gush of tears suffused his grisly face. The minor casualties of those few butchering, spasmodic moments may be briefly dismissed, though they were more numerous than most sportsmen see out hunting in a lifetime. One horse broke his back, another was drowned. Multum in Parvo was cut all to pieces, his rider had 2 ribs and a thumb broken, while Farmer Slyfield's stackyard was fired by some of the itinerant tribe, and all its uninsured contents destroyed, so that his landlord was not the only person who suffered by the grand occasion. Nor was this all, for Mr. Numboy, the coroner, hearing of Jack's death, held an inquest on the body, and having empanelled a matter-of-fact jury, men who did not see the advantage of steeplechasing, either in a political, commercial, agricultural, or national point of view, and who, having surveyed the line, and found nearly every fence dangerous, and the wall and brook doubly so, returned a verdict of manslaughter against Mr. Viney for setting it out, who was forthwith committed to the county jail of Limbo Castle for trial at the ensuing assizes, from whence let us join the benevolent Clerk of Arraigns in wishing him a good deliverance. Many of the hardy tips sounded the loud trump of victory, proclaiming that their innumerable friends had feathered their nests through their agency, but Peeping Tom and Infallible Joe and Enoch Wriggle, the offending soul, etc., found it convenient to bolt from their respective establishments, carrying with them their large fire-screens, camp-stools, and boards for posting up their lists, and setting up in new names in other quarters, while the Hen Angel was shortly afterwards closed, and the presentation tureen made into white soup. So much for the small deer. We will now devote a concluding chapter to the great guns of our story. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour by Robert Smith Surtees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 70. How Lord Scamperdale and Co. came off. Our noble master's nerves were so dreadfully shattered by the lamentable catastrophe to poor Jack, that he stepped, or rather was pushed, into Jawleyford's carriage almost insensibly, and driven from the course to Jawleyford Court. There he remained sufficiently long for Mrs. Jawleyford to persuade him that he would be far better married, and that either of her amiable daughters would make him a most excellent wife. His lordship, after very mature consideration, and many most scrutinizing stares at both of them through his formidable spectacles, wondering which would be the least likely to ruin him, at length decided upon taking Miss Emily, the youngest, though for a long time the victory was doubtful, and Amelia practised her Scamperdale singing with unabated ardour and confidence up to the last. We believe, if the truth were known, it was a slight touch of rouge that Amelia thought would clench the matter, that decided his lordship against her. Emily, we are happy to say, makes him an excellent wife, and has not got her head turned by becoming a countess. She has improved his lordship amazingly, got him smart new clothes, and persuaded him to grow bushy whiskers right down under his chin, and is now feeling her way to a pair of moustaches. Woodmansterne is quite another place. She has marshalled a proper establishment, and got him coaxed into the long put-away company rooms. Though he still indulges in his former cow-heel and other delicacies, they do not appear upon table, while he sports his silver-mounted specs on all occasions. The fruit and venison are freely distributed, and we have come in for a haunch in return for our attentions. Best of all, Lady Scamperdale has got his lordship to erect a handsome marble monument to poor Jack, instead of the cheap country stone he intended. The inscription states that it was erected by Samuel, 8th Earl of Scamperdale, and Viscount Hardup, in the peerage of Ireland, to the memory of John Spraggon, Esquire, the best of sportsmen and the firmest of friends. Who or what Jack was nobody ever knew, and as he only left a hat and 18 pence behind him, no next of kin has as yet cast up. Jawleyford has not stood the honour of the Scamperdale alliance quite so well as his daughter, and when our amazing instance of a popular man, instigated perhaps by the desire to have old Scamp for a brother-in-law, offered to Amelia, Jaw got throaty and consequential, hemmed and hawed, and pretended to be stiff about it. Puff, however, produced such weighty testimonials as soon exercised their wonted influence. In due time, Puff very magnanimously proposed uniting his pack with Lord Scamperdale's, dividing the expense of one establishment between them, to which his lordship readily assented, advising Puff to get rid of Bragg by giving him the hounds, which he did, and that great sporting luminary
may be seen ski-using himself, and offering his service to masters of hounds any Monday at Tattersall's, though he still prefers a quality place. Benjamin Buckram, the gentleman with the small independence of his own, we are sorry to say has gone to the bad. Aggravated by the loss he sustained by his horse winning the Steeple-Chase, he made an ill-advised onslaught on the cash-box of the London and Westminster Bank, and at 70 this distinguished turfite, who had participated with impunity in nearly all the great robberies of the last 40 years, was doomed to transportation. And yet we have seen this cracksman captain, for he too was a captain at times, jostling and bellowing for odds among some of the highest and noblest of the land. Leather has descended to the cab stand, of which he promises to be a distinguished ornament. He haunts the Piccadilly stands, and has what he calls "stablished a roar" on Mr. Sponge to the extent of 3 and 6pence a week, under threats of exposing the robbery Sponge committed on our friend Mr. Waffles. That volatile genius, we are happy to add, is quite well, and open to the attentions of any young lady who thinks she can tame a wild young man. His financial affairs are not irretrievable. And now for the hero and heroine of our tale. The Sponges, for our friend married Lucy shortly after the Steeple-Chase, stayed at Nonsuch House until the bailiffs walked in. Sir Harry then bolted to Boulogne, where he shortly afterwards died, and Bugles very properly married my lady. They are now living at Wandsworth, Mr. Bugles and Lady Scattercash very much thought of, as Bugles says. Although Mr. Sponge did not gain as much by winning the Steeple-Chase as he would have done had Hercules allowed him to lose it, he still did pretty well, and being at length starved out of Nonsuch House, he arrived at his old quarters, the Bantam, in Bond Street, where he turned his attention very seriously to providing for Lucy and the little Sponge, who had now issued its prospectus. He thought over all the ways and means of making money without capital, rejecting Australia and California as unfit for sportsmen and men fond of their mogs. Professional steeple-chasing Lucy decried, declaring she would rather return to her flag exercises at Astley's as soon as she was able, than have her dear Sponge risking his neck that way. Our friend at length began to fear fortune-making was not so easy as he thought. Indeed, he was soon sure of it. One day, as he was staring vacantly out of the Bantam coffee-room window between the gilt labels Hot Soups and Dinners, he was suddenly seized with a fit of virtuous indignation at the disreputable frauds practised by unprincipled adventurers on the unwary public, in the way of betting offices, and resolved that he would be the St. George to slay this great dragon of abuse. Accordingly, after due consultation with Lucy, he invested his all in fitting up and decorating the splendid establishment in Jermyn Street, St. James's, now known as the Sponge and Cigar Betting Rooms, whose richness neither pen nor pencil can do justice to. We must therefore entreat our readers to visit this emporium of honesty, where, in addition to finding lists posted on all the great events of the day, they can have the use of a mog while they indulge in one of Lucy's unrivalled cigars, and noblemen, gentlemen, and officers in the household troops may be accommodated with loans on their personal security to any amount. We see by Mr. Sponge's last advertisements that he has £116,300 to lend at 3.5%. What a farce, we fancy we hear some enterprising youngster exclaim. What a farce to suppose that such a needy scamp as Mr. Sponge, who has been cheating everybody, has any money to lend, or to pay bets with if he loses. Right, young gentleman, right, but not a bit greater farce than to suppose that any of the plausible money-lenders or infallible tips with whom you, perhaps, have had connections have any either, in case it's called for. Nay, bad as he is, we'll back old Soapy to be better than any of them. With which encomium we most heartily bid him adieu. End of chapter 70. Recording by Kevin Green. End of Mr. Sponge's Sporting Tour by Robert Smith Surtees.